back. Another day, another adventure, boys. Let me get text to speech on. Let's say hello to everyone. Quicksliver, Dragon, AJ, Bash. How are we all doing, boys? Good to see you in chat. It's a pleasure.
On time today and hi.
Hey! How dare you, good sir? I am always on time. Kappa. Get the kappa out, boys. How are we all doing, everyone? I appreciate you all being here. I've got a couple of videos lined up for us today to watch. I think you guys might find them interesting. Elliot! How are we doing, my guy? Thanks for popping by. You absolute legend. How's everyone all doing? How are we all doing?
Feeling sexy, extremely sexy.
Feeling sexy. I can have. I don't mind a little bit.
Just finished work.
Shit, I'm getting attacked. How was it? There we go. There we go. We're in a good spot now. We're in a good spot. Defense. Yep. Okay, so.
What's your plan for today?
Okay, boys. So the plan is today we're gonna keep grinding moss giants. I know we keep coming here before, but I need to get our defense up to level
Shit 6 till 11:45 now home, and it's a shithole.
Oh mate, yeah, that's why I don't bother doing the overtime. Yeah, so we're gonna get level 50 defense. That's the aim. So most of the stream will probably just be doing that. Also, we're gonna get drops from the moss giant, so we can high alchemy everything, and then so we can start buying some more rune gear. So obviously at the moment we've got rune. Obviously we've got a rune mace, but we've got a rune plate leg. We're gonna aim for rune chainmail, and hopefully we'll try and sort something out for a helm, and obviously upgrade the shield. But for now, we just need money. So I'm thinking, because now we've got better gear now, I'll just keep running back and forth to going upstairs. But we can teleport. We're going to keep teleporting anyway back. Because I'll explain why. Because the moss giants drop a lot of the runes that we need anyway to do high alchemy. They drop black square shields and a black rune longsword as well. Yes, I've got a rune mace. Because don't forget, I accidentally high out.
You get that? Dragon Slayer is a rune plate.
Yeah, Dragon Slayer. Yeah, to get the rune plate body. Because at the moment we've got to get Dragon Chainmail. I got that on Wednesday, I think it was, Dragon. Because I accidentally high alched my fucking rune sword, didn't I? I was thinking about doing, I was going to do smithing and mining again, but I just thought maybe just doing some combat might be a bit more fun to do, just to mix it up. I know obviously we keep coming back to this spot, but I do want to, so I was talking to Joe about this, so like, he was saying to me like, so what are you going to do then going forward? So it's like, right, so we need Rune Chainbody, get everything else that we can, obviously rune related. Get ready to do Dragon Slayer. I don't think we'll get. Hopefully, we'll do Dragon Slayer soon. We just need the gear because I need to buy another rune.
Better for combat levels.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I need to buy another rune longsword as well. I've got a bit of a list here. Let me get my notepad. I know you can't see it, but I can just read it out. So, I need to buy a rune sword again because dragons are weak. Obviously, are better to use a stab weapon against a dragon because obviously they're weak against stab, aren't they? Then oh shit, we're getting attacked by two. Getting absolutely gang bollocked here. This is the worst spot, isn't it? One of the worst spots. Hold on, let me just get somewhere safe because I'm getting absolutely destroyed here. Can that attack me? Okay, that's better. Yeah, so I need a rune sword again, which is annoying. So that's 20,800 gold pieces that we need. Then Chainbody's 50k. So I need to get the money up. So at the moment, I think I've got about 16k.
My guy,
Hey, CPJ, welcome in, my guy. How we doing? Oh, fucking hell, we're getting attacked by everything, aren't we? I should probably go down. Should I go in here? I'll go in here because like we're just getting absolutely battered at the moment. Just need to find a spot where they can't all attack me. There we go. There we go. Now we're talking. Yeah, so that is the plan, guys. But yeah, Dragon, I got the rune mace a while ago because Mandy suggested it because I lost my rune sword, didn't I? Because I did a high alchemy on it by accident. So I had to like I was using a pickaxe, a rune pickaxe for a while because I didn't have the money.
Work this evening at 5 p.m.
Are you back to work, AJ? Oh, mate, what a pain in the ass.
Noob Kappa.
I know, it's terrible, mate. It's terrible. I was...
BRB.
No worries, mate. Yeah, I did it. It was so funny. I was like, oh, this is awesome. I got so much money from this. Then I realised it was like, oh, shit. Like, I accidentally just, like, got rid of my rune sword. So I was like, that's not good. Shit. There we go. I've got a couple of videos for us to watch later. I've actually got an old one for us to watch, and it's a long one, but I think we should watch it because I think it might be quite cool. It's a Jagex video. It's the RuneScape documentary they did like ages ago. It's like an hour long though, but we will play that a little bit later in the stream. But I've got another one as well, which I think would be funny for us to watch. It will be it's called The Fall of RuneScape's First Cult: The Order of the Cabbage. We were going to watch that last time, but we never got around to it, so I thought that'd be quite funny to watch. Because you know me and my cabbage, mate, because I have a lot of trauma. Don't I? Trauma with cabbage. That's weird. It dropped in such a weird place. But yeah, so that's the plan. So we're going to keep getting defense up. Which, to be fair, we'll do all right, actually, getting to level 60 defense.
This might help you out, mate.
Go for it, Quicksilver.
Disney Plus has gone up without me realizing. Not sure if it's worth having it now.
Why? What's it gone up by?
https://youtube.be/fztr7y4lib?c equals jzwe7x500-73 GB. Extra pound.
The video Quicksilver sent me.
£13 a month.
The video that Quicksilver sent me is I tested free-to-play old-school RuneScape money-making method in 2024. I'll have a look at it. I think I watched that video before. I think it's to do with... I think they do a lot of things like O-Bar and stuff like that. But I've noticed that they always have rune armor, and that's the problem. I don't have all the gear. So that's why I'm trying to do it this way. AJ, it's got to buy pounds. Yeah, mate, I don't know. I don't have Disney Plus. I don't bother with Disney, to be fair. The only thing I have is Amazon Prime.
You just need to pray.
Hey, Mandy, how we doing? Welcome in. Always a pleasure to see you in chat. How we doing? So we've got a couple of videos lined up.
The right prayers and the armor is optional.
Yeah, I do need to start practicing more with flicking between prayers and that. It will make more sense to do that.
You find out if you watched it.
What, the video? I'll have a look. I'll have a look. But yeah, that is the plan at the moment anyway. Because we get some good loot from the Moss Giants anyway. Because they drop some fairly decent bits. Like, especially like the things like the runes and stuff like that. Especially to do like high up. Because obviously...
Yeah, all good. I need 8 defense levels.
Oh, you need 8 defense... What, to hit max 99? You're doing really well on your account, Mandy, aren't you? Like, you're nearly maxed... Have you nearly maxed everything out now, then?
I'm in an awkward position where I only have 3 AFK skills left.
Ah, you've only got 3 left. Ah. I'm just watching...
Defense, mining and fishing. Then everything else is pretty actively trained.
Ah, okay. Yeah, quick stuff. I was just skimming through that video. I think it was the video that I think it was. It basically you got to use the Grand Exchange, which I thought it would be. Guess what? Obviously, we can't use that because we're a Iron Man. So I had a feeling that would be the case. But yeah, thank you for the video, though. I do appreciate it. That'd actually be pretty handy for my other account that I'm making offline anyway. So yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, that's good stuff. But yeah, that so at the moment we're gonna just do like a lot of things, like we're gonna do high alchemy and stuff here. Just like fill everything up. We're gonna teleport back because the cool thing as well, they drop a lot of runes as well. So that's really cool. Big bones as well, so we can get prayer up. So it'll be it's worth doing.
Definitely time for membership.
Not yet, Mandy. Not yet. Like I said, I've got plans. I've got it all planned. I've got it scheduled all out how I want to do the game at the moment. So, but yeah, once we've done the second free-to-play boss, then we'll be going members. Absolutely. I like the challenge at the moment. I mean, look. I mean, if you look at the stats, it's pretty crazy. Me and Joe were saying this. That it's pretty crazy how high this account's gone up. I mean, like 56 magic, obviously all 40 combat. It's 57.
Bond as we speak.
Oh, you don't have to, Mandy. You don't have to. I appreciate it, though. But you don't have to. Because like I said, I won't be doing a lot of the member stuff anyway. Actually, to be fair, can you get into the fucking... that ogre... the ogre place? The ogress place, sorry. Magic staff. Yeah, so we've got that video to watch as well, so that'll be pretty cool to watch.
Ogre's Place would have a lot less bots on members' worlds. Yeah,
that's true. Hey! 46 defense. Look at that. Bash. But yeah, I wouldn't worry about it, man. Honestly, at the moment, I'm enjoying doing this at the moment anyway. I know it's a pain in the arse and it's a bit slow, but it is fun. It is actually fun, though. I'm actually enjoying it. Because even if I had the member things, I wouldn't even be going in the members area anyway. Because I'm just trying to restrict it because it's like it's a challenge. That's the whole point. It's a challenge. That's why I'm doing it this way. But I do appreciate the offer, though.
Remember, strength, attack, and defense trained in that order.
Yeah, but the reason why
5 levels in each.
Yeah, but the reason why I'm doing defense at the moment is because O-bar I'm doing magic for that, so I need 50 defense for that. That's why I'm just focusing on defense, which is a little bit slower because obviously the higher my attack, the higher the strength. Obviously, the more XP I'll get. But I'm doing it this way anyway because it's a bit of a slow grind.
Magic can train both at the same time.
Yes, you can. The only problem is, though, obviously, I think I've explained this before,
My papa has just come back from the Christmas market, got himself a Christmas jacket potato.
Oh, mate.
Didn't bother getting me one tight git.
Oh, didn't he? What a son of a bitch. I'm joking there. You have to tell him off. You have to tell him off. Yeah, so the reason why I don't do...
However, the best way to train magic is actually to spam teleports over and over and over. You need some lore runes.
Yeah, but I've got to make them, though. That's the problem. Just to clarify in chat to everyone again, because I think people forget, I am an Iron Man, so I have to do everything myself. So I can't do all the techniques that I normally could do because I need to get all the rune. I ain't even got any rune. Look at my rune crafting. It's 1. I've not even touched it. The only time
You can buy lore runes from the rune shop in Varric or Port Sarim.
That's true, but then I need the money to do that, so I can't even afford that. The way I got my magic up first with the Moss Giants was I was doing magic, and then what I did is every time I got the drops from the Moss Giant, I would do high alchemy, then I would just go back and buy all the runes again and come back. That's how I managed to keep... That's how I got magic up to 56. Because I had a method. But because I'm trying to get, like, combat gear, I can't actually, like... I can't spend the money. That's why I need to keep everything I've got. But I understand the suggestions, though. But I've already tried... I already know all about those little techniques anyway. That's what I've been doing before. That's how I got up to 56 magic. But yeah, it's just a slow burn. It's because it's an Iron Man as well, so it's going to be quite difficult to get everything up. It's funny actually because I started making my alt account offline just for like fun, and it's like a normal. It's just like a normal account. I'm just training combat on it at the moment. I'm not doing anything crazy. I've not even done the first quest actually on it. I've just been going to the monks and just leaving it on the AFK. So like I'll attack it, and obviously I not even got a weapon.
If we gave you a bond, you could train up with Slayer, which is a very, very fun way to get your combats up.
Yes, I remember you saying, but I think there was a guide actually. I think it was saying about you're better off doing Slayer at a certain level anyway, because I think the higher it is, the better. I think like you could do certain Slayer tasks, can't you? So you can do the harder ones, which is worth more of your time. But I'm not too concerned about doing Slayer at the moment, though, because I want to do that as a separate thing anyway. So the plan, I'll explain what the plan is, just so obviously people just remember. So the plan is, we're going to need to get as much rune stuff as we can, get to 50 defense, then we'll go do Dragon Slayer. After Dragon Slayer, we'll get ready to go face Obar, which is pretty much will be ready anyway, because we'll have 50 defense, and then we've already got the magic that we need. We just need all the rune stuff, which I can buy. And then once we've done that, then we'll get
non-members is better at the moment, gives you more streamline.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you train combats too much, you get to the point I'm at. I have only 8 combat levels left, which will get me to 93 Slayer. Then the slough begins. I bet Slayer does look fun though, to be fair. It does look really cool. So I can't wait to get into that. But yeah, like Stupid Joe said, it's more streamlined for me. Like, if you know what I mean. It just gives me a bit more of a direction, because if I go in members, I know I'll be all over the place. And that's something I don't want to do at the moment. I just want to keep it like nice and steady. But I understand though. It is easier, to be fair. I know for a fact it's all easier going members. Like, as in it wouldn't be a pain in the arse to get everything I need now. But like I say, it's kind of fun though. I mean, I'm the fact that I even have like rune plate legs and obviously the rune mace is just like so much fun. Oh yeah, by the way, Mandy, I appreciate the suggestion though, using the rune mace. It's helped out a lot. It's helped out loads. So we just got to get Rune Chainbody next. We do have to get a Rune Sword though as well. But we'll get Rune Chainbody first. That's going to be the biggest, the next thing we'll get. The only thing I need suggestions from in chat is the helmet and the shield. What can I do to get like a decent like helmet and shield? If anyone's got any suggestions on free to play to get something like that for drops, that could be a like look. Full helm is dropped from Greater Demons.
Greater Demons, aren't they? They're in what do you call it? They're Thingy Island, isn't it? And they're under the vault. You have to get you need a rope though, don't you, to get down there? But aren't they quite high level?
Greater Demons are in the Korend volcano.
Korend volcano, yeah. What's the percentage on that, Andy, for them to drop it out of interest?
Not Korend, sorry. The Karinger.
The Karinger, sorry. Yeah, I know what you meant. I know what you meant. The Karinger, yeah. I used to trade that a lot. I think I actually got a rune medium helm from them before. Do you see why I'm doing it this way? Because if you look, it'll make sense. So, like, already I've got 306 coins, right? I've got a steel kite shield that I can high out. I've got all these other things as well. I've got more runes now. That's kind of why I'm doing it this way, because, like, it gets my... Because we're getting our defense up. I mean, what we're going to be at...
Andy, you got a good video for him to watch to make good money in free-to-play. It's 1 in 128.
That's not
too bad.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, actually. That's actually really good. Quick stuff, Mandy, you got a good video for him to watch. Yeah, but the only problem is the video has to include... it can't be using the Grand Exchange. Because I can't use it, so it's pointless. I've tried to look at some videos before in the past where, like, it was, like, great, you know, ways to make money and stuff, but it was, like, on free-to-play, but it was all just, like, normal accounts.
Do you have protection prayers?
The only one I've got at the moment is magic. So I've got protection for magic, and I need 3 more for 40, because we need that for Obar anyway. Because we need protect for missile.
I'm lurking. I'm playing some FIFA ATM.
No worries, AJ. What matches have you been playing?
From melee.
What, for Obar? I thought the guide, I think the guide I watched, the Lumbridge Knight, I think he only says you need level 40, which is because you're not meant to stay in close combat with him anyway, because you're meant to bind him, then run and attack, then bind him, then run and attack. We need to teleport after this one.
Just some squad battles playing against the computer.
Oh mate, awesome.
Mind my language, but free-to-play prayer training even without Iron Man is fucking abysmal, seriously.
Oh yeah, it's shit. The only way you can get it up is by going to the altar, but the altar's in is in the worldy. So unfortunately I can't do that yet. Right, we're gonna teleport out of here now. I need to use my keybinds so I can remember what we're doing. I've got to everyone in chat, make sure you remind me to always keep using my keybinds instead of using the mouse to click on everything. I've actually got stuff set up now, so I can actually like
we
start.
We love Mandy.
Mandy. Yeah, Mandy's right though. Mandy's very she's right on that. It is fucking shit. But I do it though.
It's insane to go there anyway. F2P is full of automated PK bots who will annihilate you.
Oh, to go into the worldy, yeah, no chance. I won't go in there anyway. Not on free to play. 1 second.
Prayer is the one thing I'd say. No, you seriously need members for that.
Do you know what though? We've done all right for what do you call it? For prayer. What we have? What did I say? 37. We've not done bad. It's just, the only way you can do it is obviously is with the big bones. I wonder if I should take that out.
As soon as you get protect from melee, you can smack greater demons to get rune drops to high orge.
What's that, Mandy? As soon as you can get protect from melee, you can smack greater demons. Oh yeah, to get the rune drops. Yeah, good idea actually. Yeah, that's a good shout. That's actually a really good shout. Yeah, in fact, that's a good suggestion. I was talking to Steffi yesterday. Obviously, you know about the scepter. It's funny actually because I've got the bottom part, I need the top part, and I've got the right skull half as well. So I've actually been getting quite a few drops on that. Right, so what we got? 16. What do I need? 50. Yeah, so we've got a fair bit to go yet. So we need to get more food, and then we can head back. I'm using all the shitter food at the moment, just to get rid of it all.
Do you have food?
Yeah, I've got food. I've got so at the moment I've got raw swordfish and tuna, so I'll cook some of that when I keep running back and forth. But at the moment I'm just using all the trout and that, you know, just to like get rid of the easier one. Let me actually, to be fair,
you want to give greater demons a try, or at least lesser demons. Lesser demons from Rune Med Helm.
I probably won't bother yet. I'll rather get stuff up a bit. I'm going to get rid of some of these things first. I know it's slow, but... No, I'll probably wait a bit, because I want to get my Rune Chainbody at the moment anyway, so that's the plan. I've kind of got it planned out how I want to do it. This is so slow, isn't it? Fucking clicking on one thing at a time. Jesus. Might as well use these up though, aren't I? Otherwise, it's just going to be a waste. Can you imagine doing that one by one? Like I'm doing
they
now.
Have a safe spot.
Yeah, I'll stick to the moss giants at the moment because, like I say, I've got a plan. Okay. I've got a plan, so we'll just we'll stick to it for now. What have I got? I can teleport, can't I? So I can teleport back. We'll keep that there. Okay, cool. Let's head back. Yeah, so it's gonna be this. So it's gonna be this for a little bit of time. Bow, bow. I've got heat on at the moment. Fucking on and off at the moment with the heat. Yeah, so we're gonna head back down. Yeah, and this is the plan. This is gonna be the plan, I think, just for the stream. But like I said, I've got a couple of videos for us to watch, so I think that'll be quite fun for us to do. What's everyone up to in chat then? Let me know. What's going on? Obviously, I know Mandy's obviously aiming towards that 99. I know AJ's playing FIFA.
Okay, do exactly what you're doing with Moss Giants. Lesser demons drop a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, lesser demons. What do they drop actually, out of curiosity? The lesser demons. Let me have a quick look. It's a shame that we can't do yeah, lesser demons. They drop. Let's go to the book of news quickly. Yeah, room me. Yeah, room medium.
Dropping kids off at the pool.
Oh, Joe. Ew, brother. Ew. Yeah, still full helms, still axe, still scimitar, mithril square shield, and mithril chainbody.
They drop ashes that Geist 25 prayer XP.
That's not bad at all. That's actually really good. Average lesser demons worth. Okay.
Even better than big bones.
Yeah, they've got quite high attack and stuff at the moment. Well, it is tempting, but we'll wait till we get a little bit higher, then we'll go do that. Because if I could definitely get my defense up, we could definitely get the rest of the stuff up as well. Because like you say, if I just mix it with prayer. But for now, though, we'll stick to the Moss Giants because we need the money at the moment.
You completely safe spot them.
Yeah, well, the only way I could do that is with because obviously I don't want to use magic, do I? I want to do combat. So the way I could do that is by is it called flinching? Is it? Well,
wait 10 minutes in the safe spot and they won't attack you anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, it probably might be a little bit too risky at the moment to do that. No point, not with the gear I've got. Get Chainbody and stuff first, and then we'll go from there. Then we can look a bit more into everything. But for now, I think this method will be more than sufficient for now. Again, not the most optimal way, but for now it will do. It will do. It will keep us all entertained for a bit. What time am I thinking about watching that video? I might watch that video at 1 o'clock actually, so about half an hour.
To be fair, it doesn't apply much right now, but in future don't fall into the trap of overgearing.
Yeah, well, Joe, to be fair, in all honesty, Joe did say that as well, because he did say that you don't want to be too overpowered anyway to do all the challenges, and he is right. That's kind of why I want to get 50 defense, because I've already got all my max mage gear that I can get for free to play, so when obviously I go face the Obar, that will actually be a bit of a challenge. So that'll be quite fun to do. I think even the Dragon Slayer will be quite interesting to do, to be fair. So there will be some challenges. Yeah, because this is where the second... Obviously, I've got the key for... I've got about 6 now. 6 of them. Da, 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 da. Do some damage, don't they? That's annoying because they will just get in the way. Okay, that should be alright. That should be a safe spot. I think that'll be fine. So we'll do that and then... yeah, we'll just stick to this for a bit. We should get some decent... we should make some decent money from this, to be fair. I did last time, though, when I was doing magic. I need to recharge my power, really. I've got to close the curtains now. That sun's blaring through. What's everyone else up to? I'll leave that big bone there for now. It's quite cool. I always say this though. I like the designs they for. Oh shit! I like
actually mining. I need a break from combats.
Oh, you're mining, are you? What's your mining, Mandy? Is that level 99 as well?
Shooting stars. I have lime. 83 or something.
Shooting stars, I have lime. 83 or something. That's not bad. 83 is good. What techniques then do you do, say, on like members then to get your mining and stuff up then? Is it just like constantly just on a slow grind? You know, so like get everything up. Hey Joe. There's something for you actually. Well, nothing crazy. Did you see Stallion's post?
There's a minigame, more hollowed mine, which is fun. There's also mining gloves which you can earn which turn ores into trees. So you mine 3 ore before it runs out.
Oh, sweet. I have heard they've done like a lot of mini games now. Like, obviously to get your skills and stuff up. So I'll probably end up having to do that at some point. Just to like keep myself entertained. So I don't get bored. Shit. Because I have heard though that is the biggest.
About all platforms he's doing well on.
No, about that YouTube video that he's uploaded for someone else, for like he's done like a secret YouTube thing, hasn't he? So like he uploaded one video. I think it was like, so if I'm correct, hold on, wait. So if I'm correct, I think it was like he uploaded one video, and from that one video he managed to get a partnership program on apply for partner for on YouTube.
In members, what you do right now is like slapping sand crabs XD.
Yeah, you said that those sand crabs they've got loads of HP, haven't they? So you can just keep attacking them.
Yeah, he got a professional in.
Oh, did he, mate? That is so interesting. I'd love to know. I'd love to know what he did to like get that. To like put what the person who must have got in must have like known everything about the algorithm. Do you know what I mean? Like everything. I didn't pick it up. It's interesting though, isn't it? Like the YouTube algorithm. I actually got a couple of comments on my YouTube for someone actually reacting to the video I actually watched for the sailing stuff. So that was pretty cool. So that was really, really cool. That was quite a pleasant surprise.
Got cancelled for tonight, fuck. Song request.
Song request. What got cancelled? Your shift, AJ?
Wonder, do you have that unlocked? Yes.
Wonder, what in the game? I don't know actually, to be fair. There's a lot of places I still need to explore.
Sorry.
Not sure what I've unlocked in the game actually, for like music wise.
I've been in a very wonder mood.
Wonder, wonder, wonder. Oh shit, we're getting absolutely destroyed here. Come on, drop me something good. Oh yeah, someone else attacked it, didn't they? Bastards. Yeah, that studying thing really is fascinating me though. That him doing that one video.
You unlock it in Drainer.
Yeah, I must have it. I must have it.
Can you play me as a song on YouTube from the Book of Noobs?
What song is it? The problem is, I don't really like playing music and stuff. That's why I keep to RuneScape music, because when I upload it to YouTube and that, it doesn't do any copyright stuff. That's kind of why I just have the same stuff on in the background, unfortunately. I am going to look into splitting the music and the sound from the game.
Oh, that's fine. That's fair enough.
Yeah, mate, it's shit. I love the RuneScape music. I think RuneScape music is absolutely sound, but it's just. Well, remember, I don't know if you remember, when I did my first 2 streams, I actually had music on, like copyright-free music, because I was on Spotify, so I was like, oh, okay, so obviously on here they'll have like copyright-free stuff, but it doesn't work like that though, because even though you create a list for it specifically, there's certain things that isn't copyright-free. So it's such a pain in the ass.
There's a new song that I'm digging at the moment.
What's the song called?
In the music tab in RuneScape, if you pick random, it'll stop repeating.
Oh, does it actually switch it up? I'm in combat, aren't I?
Diggy diggy hole.
Quick sliver, diggy diggy. Have you seen that? Have you been watching Jingle Jam? Have you been watching?
Icon bottom right.
Harp icon. I'll have a look at it in a minute. Let me just kill this. Hopefully it'll drop so good. Nope, it's just the same shit.
I've seen a bit.
You've been watching it a bit. I've not watched them at the moment. I love their fantasy one.
Can You Die From a Broken Heart? It's by Nate Smith, featuring Avril Lavigne.
Can you die from a broken heart? Can you die from a broken heart? How do you oh, random, there you go. I didn't even know you could even do that. I'm gonna put this one on first though. Woo! Right, we can listen. We can actually have a mixture
You do have Wonder. Give it a listen off stream.
I'll have a look, mate. What do you want, Wonder? Ah, this one. But it's on random now, so we can listen to different music everyone, so you don't have to want to blow our brains out. To be fair though, the music is pretty sound. It's really good in RuneScape. Very, 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 very good.
Well, at least I can watch the footy then. Man United v Man City.
How come they cancelled the? How come they cancelled the shift, AJ? Just not enough people then.
Cheering United today for a change.
Of course, Dragon. I knew that was Dragon straight away. How we doing, Dragon?
Not busy this evening, even though for lunch they're doing like 70 odd people in.
Yeah, but surely they should still be asking you to come in to help out. Hey, Dragon. How was the match yesterday?
Oh well.
You didn't tell us. You little sly dog. How was it?
So, I have all the MIDI files for RuneScape, and the original MIDI synthesizer used to compose the OSRS music. If you want lossless higher quality recording, let me know 9W.
Let you know. I will do. I will let you know. It's pretty cool when you hear like the older music and stuff. Even like when the things like the N64.
Very intense game. Ended 2-2.
AJ, was it you, AJ? Was it you keeping us up to date with it? You
went down to 10 men very early on.
Ah, so you were playing dirty, was you? At the start.
Also lets me record copyright-free copies of other video game music.
Oh, it lets you record. Oh, okay. That's interesting. There's a lot of rules in that online with streaming and stuff like that. I try and I'm not too bothered. Obviously, I like to follow the rules anyway with it. It's just obviously makes it easier for when I'm uploading things on YouTube and that. Obviously, their site, their rules. That's how it goes. Yeah. Also, the problem is with your streams is they sometimes mute part of the they mute parts of your stream, and I hate that. So that's kind of why I don't listen to like different types of music. Like when I'm streaming. Unless I can find a website where, you know, I could, like, say, pay for it, and it's just, like, that's just it. All the music, obviously, on there is, like, you know, no issues on YouTube, no issues on Twitch. It's quite funny, actually, because when I've uploaded some videos up to Twitch, not Twitch, sorry, YouTube, it comes up with the RuneScape stuff as well, like Jagex, but obviously they allow it, because obviously they know that people film stuff and record stuff to upload. So that's pretty cool that they do that. Because obviously a lot of other companies can be really, really funny about it. Give us that gold. Give us that gold. Give us that gold. Da 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 do. Da 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 do. Da da do. Da 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 do. Oh no, wait! I've got to play this one though. Where is it? Where is it? I had it on a minute ago because obviously I changed it. There we go. This is one of my favourite pieces of music so far that I've heard again in RuneScape. Beautiful music, beautiful. Hey, Quicksliver, I've got a question for you actually. On X for your account, do you think it's worth being verified? Because I think I asked Joe this before, and obviously I think we was getting like different opinions on it.
Yes.
But you think it's worth it? I'm thinking about probably paying for like a month on it.
You don't have it yet, but Song of the Elves is an amazing OSRS song.
Song of the Elves. We'll have to get on that once we unlock it. Da 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 da. Hey, Dragon, is that the last game for you then of the year?
The lore behind the song makes it even better.
The lore.
Worth trying it for a mouth and see how you get on with it.
Yeah, I'll have a look into it.
Might go to one more.
You might go one more. My man.
Hopefully.
How much was it, Dragon, for your ticket? Was it all up?
Song of the Elves requires 70 in almost every skill. Could only get hospitality, so £250. Skeptical smiley face.
250 quid? Jesus. Song of the Elves requires 70 in almost every skill. Oh, okay. What, in order to like get to that area? That'd be a pretty cool thing to look down on the path ahead of RuneScape.
Yeah, it's mad.
Mate, that is mental. That's absolutely mental. 250. Jesus. Mind you, though.
Once you finish Dragon Slayer, Fire Cape is the next goal, right?
Oh God, fucking Fire Cape. Well, I think we're a long way off Fire Cape. I'm not too sure what the plan will be after the last boss in free to play. We'll figure that out. I'm going to plan that out anyway for next year. I was saying to Joe, so it's going to be like a sort of end of a saga thing, if you know what I mean.
You're closer than you think.
What, for the Fire Cape? Do you know what I'm looking forward to doing the most?
Fire Cape is easy.
The Fire Cape's easy. Do you know what I'm looking forward to doing the most, though? You know, when, like, obviously when we go to members, doing some more quests. I'm actually looking forward to doing that.
Streaming till?
I'm only streaming till 4 o'clock today. That is the plan for today. I probably might go a little bit over. We'll see how we do. We'll see how the energy's flying today. If you guys want me to stream a bit longer, I'll stream longer. But yeah, we'll go from there if you want. I've got supplies with me, so I can last out a bit longer. I started working on.
Fire Cape is easy. Once you've done it, once you have confidence in yourself. Before that, it's an impossible wall of hate.
Oh God. Thing is, it's just I just gotta get used to the mechanics. You know, as in like just moving around and stuff like that. And actually flicking between everything, because like, now I've got all my binds set, I can actually just start getting into the habit, because that's what I've been trying to do now. Because obviously, because I'm a clicker, like obviously like the game is like this. Instead, I can just like, you know, do this now, which will make more sense obviously for the future. But yeah, oh God, don't fucking start attacking. Okay, what I'll do is I'll let him have that spot and I'll run around here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing some more quests. Yeah, so I've nearly finished off that quest animation.
There's a guy with no hands who got Fire Cape. What's your excuse?
Well, the guy who's probably got no hands is probably got a lot more skill than me. That's the excuse. Sounds like he's a A-rank adventurer to me. Sounds like he's an A-rank adventurer. Well, I'm still E. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I've now done the quest animation stuff effect, and I've actually been working on another one as well for the boss, like getting defeated.
He's a level 99 Wiseman.
Oh, I've seen is that guy, bless him, who uses his
I'm a level 99 Autism Wizard.
Autism? I think we've all got autism if we're playing this game, to be fair. You seen that Dungeon Soup? That animation, that guy, when he's like on about like dwarf. He does like he talks about the sword that he's forged. It's a funny animation. He's just like, it was forged by a dwarf with autism, so you know it's good.
Bazinga got married yesterday.
Bazinga? Who the fuck is Bazinga?
My BLAD.
My blade. My blade. Who's Bazinga? Who is
From
that?
the Sidemen.
Oh!
1 million strikes.
Yeah, he uses a toothpick, doesn't he? Oh, is he married now, Ethan? That was it, Ethan. Because I always know him by Ethan. I don't know him by his actual online name. He's married.
My blade was forged in Gnome Seaman, so you know it's good.
Yeah, that's it. Dungeon Soup. He's done really well. Like, his animation channel's absolutely kicked off. Really, really happy for him. It's cool he's made that barbarian, hasn't he, as well? That barbarian plushie thing. Really, really cool. One day, peeps, we'll get there.
That barbarian is amazing.
Yeah, the barbarian. It's funny, isn't it? The bingo card as well. Oh god, I'm not going to be able to do this. I'm going to have to kill this first.
It feels exactly like how I do quests.
It feels exactly how you do quests. Yeah, it's really, it's good though. I do like, I can't fucking do it yet because I've got to kill him. But I want to keep him active. Yeah, it's Dungeon Soup's amazing. I remember when I found his channel. It was the Wizard King. Hey!
Like I'm already 99 everything. But sure, I'll take care of your vampire.
Rings. Ring. Coins. Bowl. Hey, there we go. We've got a little bit of thing there to high alchemy. Very nice. Mandy, sorry, I was getting distracted there. It's like I'm already 99 everything, but sure, I'll take care of your vampire. Do you know what's funny? If you look at the actual bingo cards on the, you see like each thing's getting ticked off. It's so funny. Yeah, I do love stuff like that. Definitely need to pull my finger out more to get my own little series thing that I've got planned on the side to do. But I'm having so much fun at the moment streaming as well. Kind of why I like streaming, because I like designing all the stuff for it as well. Who's ready for RuneFest next year? Because I'm not going. I wish I was though. That's the one thing that's so annoying. I wish. I think Mahano, he's going. He got a ticket, didn't he? Because they've got like an extra. They had an extra 1,000. They had an extra 1,000 tickets.
Watching Lord of the Rings, how bad is it that like Gandalf could have spanked Sauron whenever he wanted?
Do you know what's funny, Mandy? I literally was looking at some Lord of the Rings stuff this morning, actually, before I started streaming. I was watching stuff on YouTube. And it was to do with, like, Frodo. You know, like, why he left the Shire after, obviously, destroying the ring and that. Why he had to leave and stuff.
Deep Geek.
Like in Deep Geek. Yeah, it's, like, they do, like, really in-depth stuff. Yeah, I like stuff like that. And there's a scene, wasn't there, cut out with the Uruk-hai. They were talking about there's like a massive conversation in the book for like 2 minutes. Well, no, sorry, a whole chapter dedicated to the Uruk-hai and the orcs when they capture Merry and Pippin. So that was pretty cool. So I like stuff like that though, because apparently he did have it in the what do you call it? He did I think Peter Jackson actually did film it, but I think he cut some stuff out. So I think that's pretty cool. I think they did re-release them there, didn't they, to the cinema? I would love to go and watch them again, to be fair. So I'm just checking my phone quickly. There we go. Oh shit, actually, that reminds me, I need to actually charge my phone up. I didn't charge up last night. I forgot to charge it up. There we go. That's on charge now. What's everyone else up to in chat? Don't be shy. Tell me about your adventures. It's pretty cool they've got 47 defense now as well. We're on the right track. We're on the right tracks. You know what I mean? I have to teleport again soon.
Just donning some online Christmas shopping.
You doing some online Christmas shopping? Have you?
Need to do loads, haha. Trout is delicious.
Trout. I'm running out of trout actually. I'm gonna have to start cooking some of the tuna stuff soon. Dragon, how much shopping, mate? I've not done any Christmas shopping at all this year. I just cannot be arsed, mate. I'm just not in the mood for it at all. Did I tell you? Did I all tell you? Oh, you weren't here yesterday, was you, Dragon? Because obviously you were at the game. It was funny. I I went into my like local like bargain buys, obviously in town, and I stepped 1 foot inside because obviously you know where I went, don't you? I went Spoons, didn't I? You know I had to pop into Weatherspoons. AJ knows. AJ knows. I had to pop in, mate. I had to do my little. I had to do my service for the day. I popped in, got myself a nice little bit of brekkie.
My character lives on a diet of potions and angler fish. Probably very unhappy.
Angular fish. Can you imagine just having that all the time? Potions and angular fish. You feel invincible. Yeah, I popped into Bargain Buys, didn't I? Then as soon as I walked in there and I looked around and I went, fuck this. It was rammed, mate. Absolutely rammed. I was like, nah, I'm not doing this. I'm walking out. I'm like, see ya. Walked straight out of there. Well, you got time for this nonsense. I'm a busy man. Got things to do. People to see. Places to conquer. You know what I mean? Places to conquer, places to own.
My character chugs potions that give me +1/8 in combats and makes me immune to all damage.
Chugs potions. Is that a glitch? Is that a glitch? Must be a glitch. What's the maximum you can make your attack and strength? Is it like 112 or 120? Do you know if you take like strength potions and stuff like that? What's the maximum you can go up to?
118.
Is that the maximum, is it? You have to teleport in a minute. I've got some Mars bars to eat soon as well. You know what I mean? Keep myself going. Keep the spirits high.
That's the max before gear is counted.
Ah, I see, I see. I see, I see. What are we thinking? One more? I can kill one more, can't I? One more, then I'll teleport. And then what we'll do is we'll get ready to watch that video. Get ready to watch that video. I could never kill 30 more. Never! Never! Brother, what's that? Brother, what's that, brother? Brother. What is for high elk? I need fire as well. Fire! Fire! I could kill one more after this, can't I? Yeah, I'll kill one more after this. One more. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. You're too late, pal. I already got to it, buddy. Good day, buddy. Oh, good, buddy. How we doing, buddy? That should be my drop. What? Okay, we got to kill one more. We can't finish off like that. They get fuck all for it. How we doing, buddy? Yeah, buddy. I've been watching, not watching, sorry. I've been thinking about what Lovick said when he came in that time, obviously, about the videos, short form. Definitely need to pull my finger out more about that as well. I might need to talk to Joe about it, because obviously Joe's quite experienced in uploading short form videos. I might need some advice. Because the problem is with me, I don't really know what to chop out. Because in my head, I think everything's great. No, I'm joking. I know a lot of this stuff's quiet. There's a lot of quiet moments, I think, in the game. So I'm trying to figure out like what I need to cut so that looks interesting and engaging. Especially from like a sort of, say, like a newbie perspective. Like playing the game. Let's teleport. See what I did there? Been using my key binds. Might as well go over there now. Read all about it. Read all about it. What's this music? Oh. Very cool. Right, so let me just get rid of some of these. I don't know what I'm just doing. I can just click on them. You fool. So, do that. Got that as well. Get rid of some of these other things in here. They're all shit. We're not going to get a lot of money from them, but it'll be better than nothing. What is it I need? Fire. So I need the fire stuff. But what I will do is I will take that out and then I will put this back in. Nice little bit of loot. Not a lot, but it's it will do, eh? So we've got that. Let's get that back out. Put that back on. Put that back in. We've got enough to teleport back again. Yep. Okay. Just need food. I think I'm gonna have to get some. Oh no, I've got enough for that. Take some of that as well. I'm gonna have to go do some cooking. But look at this. Someone out here. Thank you very much, good sir. Get cooking up again. Bash. We're doing good there. We're doing good. Okay, cool. So we are geared up. Knife. Let's go. Let's go back down. Rinse and repeat. Actually, before we go, let me just have a look actually in total what we got. Because I'm actually quite curious. Okay, nearly 20. Okay, so we're getting there. It's a slow burn, but we are killing a couple of things at the same time, aren't we? So is there a chapel up here as well? I'm gonna run straight up quickly, so I want to like actually get my get this up a bit as well. Gone past it. City Billy. Two times restore rate. Rapid heal. It's quite interesting. Quite interesting. Right, let's go down here. Let's head back down. The eventual weights. It's like you're not at full health. I know I'm not. And guess what? I don't give a shit.
You should use the second prayer all the time at least.
Which one? That one. Rapid heal. Yeah, and that's what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to start using the prayers. So I don't really use them. Something I need to get into though.
The second prayer.
The second prayer? What you on about? Which second
Not
prayer?
rapid heal.
Second prayer. What's it called? Is that what it's called? Is it called second prayer? Or is it, what's the name for it? What is the...
Second on YHE list.
On the list. Second on the list. What? Strength?
Yes.
I'll give it a go. Yeah, so it's the burst of strength, 5%. Okay.
Strength, it drains nearly no prayer.
Oh, really? Oh, for the second one, though, yeah? Not level 13, level 4. Thank you, Mandy. I didn't know that, actually. I'll mess about with that then. We'll do that. That sounds good.
This only applies until you're a big boy. You can also use the third prayer if you wish, but it might drain too much.
Might drain. No worries. I'll use the second one. That's a good suggestion. Increase the burst of strength. Why not? Makes sense to use it. I haven't been using it, have I? So I might as well. Might go down here actually. It's so busy. It's getting busy down here now, though, isn't it? I might world hop. He'll be like, yo, can you world hop? I'll be like, no. But I'm going to anyway, because you're a pain in the ass. Be like, yo. Black Arms Clan, eh? Black Arms Clan. Shall we watch that video? I think it's time to watch that video.
I might cancel my Disney Plus subscription, getting too expensive. Yeah, drains almost no prayer.
Yeah, it looks like, Mandy, it looks like it's doing really, really well. Okay, let me just turn the sound and stuff down on this. Give it a like. If you guys can, please, if you can watch this video, like.
https://w.
Please give it a like and that as well. It's a bit of an old video, 9 months, but still, they would like to show the support. I'm still leveling up my character on the side. Yeah, TTS will be turned off for this as well. I notice it seems to flow a bit quicker when we have it off, so that is now off. If we can please keep to the topic of the video, instead of going off topic, I would appreciate it. But yeah, AJ, you're gonna cancel it, mate. I would as well. To be fair, that sounds a bit too heavy, that, mate. Bit too heavy. Like, that's expensive though. That's the thing though about that's why I don't really do like a lot of subscriptions to stuff. Not a big fan of it. I hate it. It does my head in so much. But it's all part of the gig, isn't it? Okay, so I'll move this to the side so I can see everything. Okay. Let's watch this video. Obviously, any ads that will play, I'll just pause it. Okay, let's watch it. So it's called The Fall of RuneScape's First Cult, The Order of Cabbage. So I thought this might be quite a funny video to watch. So yeah, let's do it.
The Order of Cabbage was RuneScape's first and largest cult. During their peak, they covered RuneScape's largest cities with thousands of cabbages, and made enough noise to get Jagex's praise and attention, until they suddenly vanished. Today, you'll learn why. Our story begins all the way back in the very early 2000s. A player named Blackbane had just signed up for a new browser game called RuneScape. He had just finished high school and didn't have much of anything going on in life, so he began sinking all his free time into the game. As he continued to rack up hours of playtime, Blackbane had a bit of an existential crisis. He realized that the entire game was exactly the same. He asked himself, what was the difference between clicking on a rock to train mining or clicking on a tree to train woodcutting? At the end of the day, all you're doing in the game is clicking on different objects. So,
well, yeah, I guess, yeah, that's pretty, not a bad thing to say, but that's like with most games, isn't it? It's like, you say that about World of Warcraft, you can say that about any other, like, first-person shooters, like, you just holding down a button. Fair point, but, yeah. Well, that's the game, though, isn't it? It's the adrenaline, isn't it? It's the endorphins, like, so your brain obviously is addicted to it. That's why you keep doing it.
Rather than take the traditional route of a RuneScape player and do activities that would progress his account.
Look at that fucking artwork. It's so weird seeing that artwork. I remember we watched that old RuneScape Classic, the King Black Dragon. It was quite fascinating to watch that, but it's still weird seeing this.
He devoted his entire purpose to killing hobgoblins to collect as many limpwort roots as possible. Why? Well, he thought the name was funny, which he's right, it sounds like something you'd need a blue pill to fix. Blackbane spent all his time collecting limpwort roots until he discovered the existence of cabbage. Blackbane doesn't remember why, but his item collection hyperfixation soon turned to cabbage rather than limpwort roots. Perhaps it's because cabbage is one of the most useless items in the game. Eating one heals only 1 hit point, and your character doesn't even like the taste. Examining one gives you the message, yuck, I don't like cabbage. Why would the developers add something that they don't even like to the game?
Jesus. Look at that old photo.
Cabbage. Why would the developers add something that they don't
look it out? Wow.
even like to the game? Well, you'll actually see why in a little bit. Despite its bad taste and lack of use, this silly item would soon change the course of RuneScape's history forever. But first, let me change your course.
Okay, he's going to do some kind of sponsor thing. I don't really know how the rules work on that, so I'm just going to, unfortunately, I'm going to have to skip it a little bit. So I'm just multitasking as well. I'm still killing there. Okay. We're back. Just double check. You can see it on the screen. Yep, you can. Okay, cool.
This place to pick cabbage was just north of the Edgeville Monastery, as there was a large patch a short walk from a bank. Someone at the bank noticed that Blackbane kept going back and forth to and from the bank, and asked what he was doing. He explained that he was collecting cabbages, and the player laughed at him. But Blackbane kept doing what he was doing unfazed. Although picking cabbages is a clearly very exhilarating way to spend your time in RuneScape, Blackbane would somehow grow bored. So to keep himself committed to his collection and entertained, every now and then he would begin shouting cabbage-related phrases while banking. Other players took notice, and Blackbane was soon referred to by players on the tip.it RuneScape forums as that
I think I remember seeing that RuneScape, the RuneScape tip. Yeah, that's so weird. Thing is, I've come across so many sites like, does this even exist anymore? Or is this changed? Is this like gone to the wiki part now? 2004.
As that
Jesus.
Crazy dude picking cabbage. As Blackbane's collection grew, so did the amount of curious players. By 2004, Blackbane had picked over 100,000 cabbages, and many of those same forum members that called him crazy would begin picking cabbages with him to see what they might be missing out on. Eventually, they would move to the Falador farm patch, as more cabbage spawns were available, and it was still close to a bank. Many players began asking Blackbane if he would start start a clan about cabbage picking, since now there was a small group of players who enjoyed it. Blackbane thought the idea of a clan was boring, and instead wanted to start, in his own words, a cult, which he would name the Order of Cabbage.
What a fucking name. Jesus Christ.
However, his approach to managing this cult was an interesting one. Rather than go out and start recruiting in the name of cabbage, he would keep this cult a secret. He would wait for players to suggest that he start a cult, inform them that one already existed, and invite the most enthusiastic ones in while shouting Chainbody, the cult's chant, which is really just a silly way of saying cabbage. So they had a cool name and a chant, but all good cults also need a uniform. Blackbane decided on a black shirt, black pants, a chef's hat, ruby amulet, staff of fire, red gloves, and a red cape. The red items were specifically chosen.
If you, it'll be interesting. If you could sell the cabbages in the Grand Exchange, and if you had a lot, do you think you get quite a bit? Do you think that people would buy them? Do you think they would? I don't think you wouldn't need to though, would you? Because you could just like pick it off. Like if you're doing, especially if you're doing like the Black Knight's Fortress, you don't need to do it, do you? Because you could just pick it yourself. Do you think someone would actually buy it off the Grand Exchange? That'd be such an interesting experiment to see if you could actually make a lot of money from like just picking cabbages and just selling it.
Because they complement the color of cabbage. The cult would grow slowly, and by mid-2004, they had about 20 dedicated members and a handful of recruits. However, by the end of 2004, member numbers began to dwindle.
Oh, I better give it a subvert. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. Again, obviously the rules and stuff on Twitch.
Infighting, presumably about how the cult should be managed. Blackbane closed their forums temporarily, hoping the fighting would stop. However, when he reopened them, it just continued. By the start of 2005, he decided that he had had enough, and announced that he was resigning as their leader, but would remain as a cult elder. A devoted player named
An elder? What the fuck is going on? This is what I love about RuneScape though. I love the fact you could just like make up shit in the game. It's really, really cool. That's what I love about it though. You just like do your own thing. Don't have to follow like exactly how the way you should play it. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Ignite 168 stepped up and asked Blackbane to pass the cult to him and to other cult elders. After a lot of convincing, Blackbane agreed, although the other two elders would leave the cult just a week later. Things were looking pretty dire, but Ignite would lead the cult into a new golden era, or maybe more fitting, a green era. His first order of business was another rally to collect 100,000 cabbage, along with
100,000. Jesus, what is that? Can you imagine like that has to be, do you know in farming, does that work like that? Do you know if you pick up anything up, does it actually add towards like your farming XP? Out of curiosity. Or is it like nothing? Like it doesn't count? Because that would be really funny if you could actually get XP from like when you pick stuff off the ground. Like farming wise, like say like cabbage, onion, stuff like that. That would be hilarious.
this, he would no longer keep the cult a secret, started more actively recruiting, and by mid-2005, member numbers were absolutely booming. Every week, Ignite was now hosting member induction events, cabbage picking marathons, and even cabbage bombs. Cabbage bombs are where members of the cult would try and fill up an area of RuneScape with as many cabbages as possible, all while shouting Chainbody and other cabbage-related phrases like yum, not yuck. This might be my favorite thing the cult did, because it's really cool to see.
That's actually really funny. Can you imagine if you just logged in one day, you just see all these cabbages, you'd just be like, what the fuck is going on? You would kind of think to yourself at the start, you're like, is that game being hacked? Like, what's going on? Why is this happening? You wouldn't have a clue, would you? Imagine that. Imagine just logging in, you just see that happening. You just be like, okay, like a normal day in RuneScape.
Every player who didn't know what was happening was beyond confused. Some less experienced players would even accuse the cult members of using hacks.
Yeah, I thought they would, because to be fair, I would think the same thing though. If I saw that, I'd be like, what? I was like, the game must have been hacked. It has to be hacked for this to happen. But nah, obviously they're just loads of them just dropping it everywhere, aren't they?
Cult would also begin hosting events called Cabbage Paloozas, essentially big parties in the South Falador Cabbage Patch where cult members would socialize, form conga lines, and host drop parties. Although most of the drops were just cabbage. However, to get enough cabbage to do these events...
Quick Sniffer, you love cabbage. I do not love cabbage. You know I don't love cabbage. I hate cabbages. The trauma I've gotten from this game with cabbages is like this cult would be my #1 enemy. You know what I mean, in the game.
Without draining their salad bar, a lot of cabbages would need to be picked. They couldn't just buy them, as this was long before the Grand Exchange, and purchasing large quantities of a near useless item was difficult, if not impossible. So, to keep themselves entertained while picking, the cult would come up with a large variety of synchronized picking techniques. Some examples are the 2-person weave, the drain pipe, the waltz of death, and the limp. However, it wasn't long before disaster would strike. On March 1st,
it's pretty cool they did that though, like the sort of like little messing about mini game stuff, like their own thing. I love stuff like that. It's actually really cool.
2006, Jagex silently changed cabbage respawn rates to be slower. Not only would this mean collecting cabbage would take longer, it would break just about every synchronized technique that the cult had developed. You'd think that Jagex made this change specifically to hurt the Order of Cabbage, as why else would they make a change like this? But they were actually pretty big fans. Jagex moderators would occasionally stop by the patch to give the cult some praise, and it's even rumored that one of them was Paul Gower, one of RuneScape's co-founders. Even today, nobody seems to know why the
Question though in chat. CPJ, mate, I've just spent the last half an hour trying to type in chat, bugged out. Oh, did it? Oh, has it been messing up? Oh, mate, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, no idea, mate. I think there's like I think something's going on with Twitch anyway, because like sometimes the view to chat ratio is not correct, like it was on your stream to like mine as well. So I think there's something going on. So I won't worry about it too much. Question: of all 3 of the brothers, you know, like because they sold.
And it's even rumored that one of them was Paul Gower, one of RuneScape.
Are all 3 of them gone now then? Because I know obviously they sold it, didn't they? So, but have all 3 of them left now? Like the brothers, are the Gowers like no longer like involved at all with like with RuneScape? I know obviously Andrew Gower's obviously he went, but I don't know about the brothers. Are they still in it, or are they just gone now? Because I'm not entirely sure. Because obviously, like I said, I've been out of it. Because I've been out of the loop for so long. Obviously, they sold it a long time ago before I even came back to it. So I was just curious to know if there actually was still, someone was still involved with it, but I'm not too sure. I'll have to look that up actually. I'll have a look after the video.
RuneScape's co-founders. Even today, nobody seems to know why the respawn rate was changed, but I'm almost certain it wasn't to hurt the Order. By March of 2006, cult numbers were now in the hundreds, and their cabbage collection was quickly approaching an insane count of 1 million. On March 25th, Blackbane was the one to pick the final inventory of cabbage, pushing them to exactly 1 million. Of course, a huge party was held the same day to celebrate, but the celebration wouldn't last long as a new threat to the cult was on the rise, the Stew Uprising.
Fucking Stew Uprising. You can't make this shit okay. It's great. I love it. I love stuff like this.
A group that, instead of collecting cabbages, would collect potatoes. This group would invade the cabbage patch on the cult's homeworld and began flooding the patch with potatoes. This group would later combine with an onion-based group to form the Pot Onions. The Order
Fuck it, I'm done. I'm so done.
of Cabbage fought back the only way they knew how, asserting their dominance by cabbage bombing every major area in RuneScape. The pot onions would slowly lose steam and disappear entirely, but they wouldn't be the only copycat group to try and go up against the Order of Cabbage. So, to make sure the Order's members were well prepared for the next copycat, a section was added to the Green Book of Knowledge on how to defend the patch from invasion. The Green Book of Knowledge is like the cult's version of the Bible. It contained cult history, rules, techniques, and even cabbage mythology.
I love that. That's great. For fuck's sake. All your favourites. I love the fact they've done that. That was so cool. Oh, God. Good job I got the Book of Noobs, eh?
The cabbage mythology section is especially detailed, and even contains a story about their made-up cabbage god named Kralashonkas. But those of you who have been playing RuneScape for a while may be thinking, RuneScape already has a cabbage god named Brassica Prime. Well, Brassica Prime was first mentioned in an April Fool's post back in 2007, years after the cult had come up with Kralashonkas. The cult believed that Jagex introduced Brassica just to honor them.
I would watch Match of the Day every day.
Oh, an advert. I need to get rid of that. That's so funny though. I love stuff. I love that. It's so clever. Like, I love the creativity behind it. I think for me, it's just like, it's so fascinating to watch. Hold on, this advert's they done. It's a long one. Okay, we're back.
People believed they were the sole reason cabbage had become such an iconic and widely referenced item within RuneScape. Which would make sense. These guys love cabbage and everyone knows it, even Jagex staff members. But Jagex had been secretly obsessed with cabbage long before the cult existed. RuneScape's founder, Andrew Gower, had an unexplainable fixation with cabbage. He hates the taste, but just likes the concept of cabbage, if that makes sense. He would even sign his autograph as an @ sign inside 2 brackets, which he said was a cabbage in a box. For some reason, he just loved cabbage. Cabbage is the most important item in the Black Knight's Fortress quest. When the
Get flashbacks. Get flashbacks! Ah!
game had a swear filter, bad words would be replaced with cabbage, and when Andrew messed up coding that filter, everything you typed would just be replaced with the word cabbage for a few days. Andrew's mom even got in on the joke and made him a cabbage painting that hung in his office.
I love how Quicksilver is straight on it. Get the old cabbage symbol. Just had to switch worlds a minute because someone's just like, just fucking bombarding every single area.
For years. Without knowing any of this, Blackbane and his cult also became coincidentally obsessed with cabbage. So it makes sense why they believed that they were the reason cabbage is everywhere in RuneScape. As the cult entered the early 2010s, they had managed to pick over 4 million cabbages in total, but
wow, that's crazy. That's insane.
Activity was quickly declining. Many of the cult's original members had since grown up and moved on from RuneScape. At the same time, the game was going through a pretty big cultural change. The idea of playing efficiently rather than just for fun was quickly becoming the way to play RuneScape.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a shame though in a way, because like obviously you guys know for a fact I do not play this game at all efficiently. No, I do not play this efficiently at all. But I think, again, it's part of the fun, isn't it? You do what you want on it. You want to play efficiently, play efficiently. You want to obviously just mess about with it, mess about with it. That's kind of why I like watching people do like certain YouTube challenges and stuff, like the Chunk Iron Man and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, it's good to be efficient. I like to be efficient with certain things, but I don't think you need to go that crazy, though.
And cabbage picking is perhaps the least efficient use of your time in RuneScape. After the last official Cabbage Palooza in 2011, cult numbers would slowly dwindle until it disappeared almost entirely. Although there have been multiple attempts to revive the cult by former members, none of them have been successful. However, I like to believe that their memory lives on today through Jagex's frequent references to cabbage, even if they're not directly meant as a nod to the cult. If you enjoyed this video, check out the one on the right, where I discuss other useless items that actually helped save old school RuneScape. The game might not exist today without them.
That's pretty cool. I enjoyed that video. That was actually a really good video. definitely obviously go check him out. Very, very cool. Does a lot of cool videos. But yeah, I'll head back to the game. You guys can see everything. Yeah, well, text to speech is now back on. Okay, cool. Get the music back on. Awesome. There we go. Put music back on randomly. Awesome. Yeah, what do we think?
How many more videos you got left?
I've got another one, but it's a big one. It's the Jagex documentary that they did ages ago. Joe, you don't do life efficiently. Yeah, that's true. I don't do it efficiently, to be fair. That is true. That is true. But then again, I can't have someone say that to me who also doesn't do the same thing. So, you know what I mean? Sit down. Sit down, mate. Sit down. Yeah, so the other video I've got is the old RuneScape documentary video that the Jagex officially did themselves. Now, it's up to the point where they were obviously sorting out RuneScape 3. So it was obviously just showing like RuneScape Classic, RuneScape 2. Obviously they talk about the origins and stuff. So it's a long video. It's a long video. It's about an hour long, but do you know what? I thought, fuck it, we could watch it. Because I'm actually quite curious to see what you guys think. Because it's been a while since I've watched the video, so yeah, I thought that'd be pretty cool for us to do.
Think Josh will be at work tomorrow?
I don't think so, mate. I think he'll be off now till after Christmas. After being in that accident. I'd be very shocked if he was, mate, if he did come back. He must feel really bad. He must feel like shit, like. Yeah, mate, he must feel absolute like dog shit. But it is
the last week next week.
Yeah, so just to let everyone know in chat, so next week I'm working on
Yeah, but don't act in that way.
Huh? What are you on about, Joe? Don't act in that way?
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Oh, you're on about Josh. Yeah. Sorry, mate. Yeah, I understand what you mean now. There was just a bit of a delay there. Yeah, mate, it's fucking stupid, isn't it? It's what can you do, mate? He's a young lad, and he's gonna make mistakes. It's part of life, isn't it? Yeah. So just let everyone know. I will be working next Saturday. So obviously this Saturday coming up now. I'm going to be working early in the morning, so I won't be streaming until later on in the day. Just to clarify, so I won't be probably streaming. What we doing? Is it? I think I start with shift. Is it? You're not doing it, are you, Joe? Neither's Elliot, so it's going to be me. So I need to do 4. So we start at 4. Hey, 48 defense, bash. So I start at 4. Yeah. So is it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? Yeah. So I finish at 12. So I won't be streaming at 12. So I'll probably be streaming at 1 o'clock. It'll be right about.
I'm coming in early on Crimbo Eve.
You coming on?
4.
You coming in early? Yeah. So are we doing a normal? Yeah. So we're doing We work the Saturday or not? I think we work the Saturday, but it's early, isn't it? We come in early, I think, on the Saturday. Do you know what, mate? I'm losing track of it all now, in all honesty. I need to write it all down because, mate, they keep changing the days so much, I'm fucking losing track of everything.
So New Year's Eve normal day.
Yeah, I'm doing New Year's Eve normal day. I don't see the point. What's the point of us going in early? Because they were like, do you want to start like 4 in the morning or something? I'm like, no, I fucking don't. Because like, that means you got to go to bed early. You'll wake up early. You'll be so tired from doing the shift.
Saturday is normal day for you.
Is Saturday a normal day? Is it 6 till... Is it 6 till half 2? I thought we came in. I thought we were coming in early on Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh. I'll double check anyway. I'm back in tomorrow anyway, so I'll double check with them. Yeah, so just to let everyone know in chat, I'm gonna be I'll be streaming later on in the day. So I'll probably be streaming straight away when I get back.
Kill giants die a lot. Not on the Saturday, it's a normal shift, just swapping it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so Saturday's a normal day. Yeah, so I won't be. So I'll be streaming later on, everyone. Unfortunately.
Sorry, moss giants.
Moss giants die a lot. Yeah, they're getting absolutely battered here. We've got 48 defense now as well, so that's pretty cool. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Prayer's getting low though. That's my prayer gone. Back to normal strength now. Yeah, thanks for that suggestion, Mandy. That was a good idea. That was absolutely helped out loads actually smashing through these. Got a few items here to high alch as well. 616 coins. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Probably be a bit quick, obviously, doing smithing and that. Obviously, getting all the steel and that. But I need to get combat up as well. So, kill a couple of birds. For one stone here. I think that makes be the most efficient way at the moment. But yeah, it's been pretty cool. But yeah, I have got a big video for us to watch later on, though. It's the RuneScape Documentary, 15 Years of Adventure. This was 7 years ago, so it is an old video. But I thought it might be quite fun to watch because a bit of nostalgia. But yeah, it's about an hour and 23 minutes long. So we will probably keep pausing it and stuff like that, but it'll just mix it up a bit, won't it? Wow, what is this music? Scape 5. It sounded like a bit of a remix one there. That's so cool. Loving it, loving it. Very, very cool. The soundtrack in this game is fucking banging. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da. Very, very cool. Da 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 da. Yeah, buddy. What are you up to, Joe? You playing World of Warcraft today? Or you look after the little one? Da 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 da.
Little one, sadly.
Ah, daddy duties, eh? You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. It's all part of the adventure.
Morning.
Susie! Welcome, my lovely. How we doing? Always a pleasure to see you in my chat. How we doing? What are we up to? What shenanigans are afoot today?
No shopping today. Roads are all icy.
Oh, so you can't You can't go out and shop. I bet you're like, oh, god damn it, I can't go out. Oh no, what a shame. I've got to stay in and stay nice and warm and not go out and just chill. You're like, oh, snag. Oh no.
Yay, lol, just makes next week's shop larger.
Yeah, do it all in one. Bash. No need to mess about. No need to mess about, my lovely. Just straight in there. Bash. Get that big shopping in. Shopping bash. I can imagine AJ and Dragon all that say that when they're walking around. I'm good, Susie. Yeah, I'm really good, thank you. Yeah, it's a chill one today. We're on the grind today. We're grinding. We're getting a few things up. Prayer, defense,
Awesome
money.
hear.
But you played some, I was about to say you played RuneScape. Are you playing World of Warcraft?
Not at the moment.
No? And why not? Why not? What's going on? What blasphemy is this? I've got another...
Don't really play anything. No motivation.
Ah, one of those days, is it?
What's your fave weapon?
What's my favourite weapon in the game? From what I've seen, obviously, like, playing it and obviously watching it online, I like the God Swords. The one that, I can't remember the names of it, the one that debuffs you, though. Debuffs, defense. Is it defense? I think it's defense. Was it magic? I can't remember now. But it's one of the God Swords. I like the God Swords. I just like the two-handed weapons in the game. Even though obviously they're not most efficient way, obviously, of PvP and obviously attacking enemies and
Mando's
stuff.
God Sword drains defense.
That's it. That's the one. Yeah, I don't know. I just like that weapon. It just looks really cool. You're having a bit of a lazy one then, Susie. You're just going to chill out. I don't blame you.
Some two-handed weapons actually are good DPS.
Yeah, the thing is, obviously, the trick with the DPS, obviously, for that, you want to switch. You want to keep switching, though, don't you? You know, for like your specials attack.
Noxious halberd.
The Noxious Halberd. That looks cool.
Got my cuppa and mount. Dew. Then see what else to do today.
Oh, Cuppa and Mountain Dew sounds good. Yeah, the halberd looks so cool. There's so many cool weapons though, like in the game. That was one of the things I used to love back in the day. You know, like when you actually see the weapons, you're just like, oh my god, I want that so badly.
The Addy 2H is pretty decent.
The Addy two-hander, yeah, very very cool. I always used to love, even though I used to play when I used to play, I always used to use a lot of two-handed weapons, which was the shittest way because obviously the Rune's scimitar was the best one. Obviously for like efficiency of attacking and stuff, but yeah, I absolutely loved. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was just really cool. We'll kill this. We'll teleport back, restock up, then come back out.
Getting them free Hellfire cycle sues. Free.
We're going to teleport in a minute. Once we kill this, grab the shit, teleport.
Like free.
Free, free, free. I like free. What would drop? What would drop? Oh, we'll take that. We'll
Well,
take
kind of free. I got mine free. Tears of joy.
that. Tears of joy. I love the fact that we've got people in here that play like such a mixture of games. I love that. I love it so much. I think it's so funny that we all like people play like.
Oh, that cycle from Mount Dew. Nope, they don't have those in my area, sadly.
Oh, they don't. Or what travesty is that? What a travesty!
Ah, no way.
So I need to do a bit of high alchemy. What the fuck do you get for doing a bar? 180. It's not bad, is it? You know the rules. We better put this in here. That's a mythal. Anything else in here I can get rid of? What are we at? 19 foot. Yeah, so we've still got a bit of a grind to go, but we're getting there though. Okay.
Peach iced tea.
I need to recharge. Oh shit. Alright, I got my rune.
Wooble dooble.
Wooble dooble. I might as well keep those bars on her.
Splash tail.
Peach iced tea. Sounds good to me. That sounds pretty banging. Pretty banging. Pretty banging.
Mandy, what the best video for him to watch?
I am the best video to watch. I need to take that out. Put that back in.
None. Let him experience the game however he wishes. Until he decides otherwise.
Ah, not a bad answer. Not a bad answer. That's all good. To be fair, I like watching variations of videos, to be fair, but we've got that RuneScape one to watch, so we'll watch that one in a bit. Just trying to spread it out a bit. Just trying to spread it out. I'm just trying to think of what I need to do. No point is there. I might as well just put that back. Oh, shit. Tuna. There's no one out. Oh, is there a cooking man here, isn't there? Okay, now I'm running all over the place there. Did you see that? So we'll cook them off and then we'll head back. At least we're getting our cooking up as well. Can't wait to, you know what's funny? I can't wait to do some more fishing. I know it's sad, isn't it? How sad is that? How sad is that? Bit of fishing. I do like fishing. I don't know what it is. It's just fishing in this game. It's just so chilled. That'd be funny if that would be like my first 99 before like anything else. It would just be like fishing. Need to drop all this shit as well. We'll come back and heal up, and then we'll do a couple of more. Need to go to the altar as well. What's up the top there actually? Is there anything else? Nah. Oh, there's one here. Thank you very much. Hope they don't burn. Don't burn! Don't burn! Give me the power. Oh, one burn. Oh no, two. Oh no, don't you dare. That'll do. We've got enough. We need some space anyway. Altar. The altar. Go, 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 go. Go, baby, go. Go, 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 go. Wood cutting. Wood cutting definitely needs to be on the list as well. It's only at 10. Yeah, the two. I think two of the highest skills I had was fishing. No.
Membership Chad sipping Thea prayer potions.
Membership Chads. Easy, innit? Yeah, well, you get the prayer potion like just to recharge everything cool. It's gonna be interesting though, doing obviously herb law and that. Very interesting. Can he heal you? If you talk to him, does he? I thought he could actually heal you. I know that's the monks, but I generally thought they could heal you up. This music, what's this music? Shattered Relics. Why does this sound so good? Wow. Sounds like something from obviously I know this.
Construction Gigabrains teleporting to their Po to restore everything with the Chalice of Infinite Sigma.
Infinite Sigma. Sounds like something from Final Space. Construction's going to be an interesting skill to do. It's going to be a very interesting one to do. Again, I probably obviously should do that with woodcutting at the same time. Why is the music so good? Da, 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 da. You took the you take the dog for a walk today, Susie, this morning? Or are you doing that later on?
Already took her.
Ah, you already did the jab. There you go. This music, fucking hell.
Was funny how she slipped on the ice, ha ha ha.
Ah, no, you nasty, nasty bugger. Killed. See that instant KO. How's the shopping going, Dragon?
You know the dog legs spreading out, and she walked across.
Oh, when she was like tiptoeing, she's like.
Animal cruelty, lol.
Animal cruelty. AJ's in there with the boot.
Yes.
How's FIFA going? Remember, Dragon, while you're buying presents, mate, if you want to ask what I want, mate, I'm more than happy to. I'm open to DMs, mate. I got a Mars bar. Mars bar time.
Taking a break, now going to get a shower soon.
Yeah, but you haven't got your shift tonight, have you? So you can just chill tonight. I'm still shocked that they even cancelled on you, to be fair. I would have thought it would definitely be after I just put prayer on, don't I? Yeah, I definitely thought it'd be, yo, don't attack the same monster, you idiot.
Look up the ornate rejuvenation pool.
Oh, is he talking to, oh, is he talking to, oh, he's talking to him. I thought he was talking to me. I was about to, I was, right. That's so funny. I was about to type, shut the fuck up, but it wasn't.
I was talking to you.
Oh, sorry, Maddie, I was fucking... Rejuvenational pool. I'll have a look, Let me just enjoy my Mars bar. I was just paying attention to what was going on in the game.
Ornate is important at the front.
It's important. Give me a second. Let me just switch worlds. You see this guy here? I love the fact those two are arguing.
No, it's not important though. Oh, never mind. Lol.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm munching away at the moment.
What they saying?
Well, when I came in, I thought they were talking to me. But they weren't. They're talking... So this ranger here and this mage are arguing, so...
A good chocolate bar there. I can hear your fucking not closing yar on. Choose slow for me, baby. Gob.
Right, I've done now. I've eaten it. So... They put, yeah, maybe don't attack the same monster, you idiot. Report. I think he typed in D, then he put crazy report. Oh no, it's a smiley face. Then he says, you're obviously a moron, then he put a smiley face. So obviously he's winding him up. I just
leave him alone. He needed some sugar to get through the day. Daddy Snickers with those extra nuts.
Oh, nothing with the extra nuts, you know what I mean? Extra nuts. Thank you, Susie. Thank you. At least someone's sticking up for me
it's
in
the
chat.
slap of the chops before the intake of air that does the
Ah, what do you mean?
ROFL.
Oh, God. Do you know what's funny? It's because Joe
Oh
knows.
yeah, that mage is hitting your target too.
Oh yeah, I
It's a
don't.
very wet mouth action going on, yeah. Scumbag.
I'm not bothered. I'm gonna switch worlds anyway. Oh shit! I can't move now. I'm engaged in combat. I'm in combat. What was
I will come and annihilate that mage's world jiggly 65 rage.
I'm just checking out that rejuvenational pool thing, Mandy. Herblore for Iron Man. Pool space, superior garden, player own house. Oh, it's just, so it's when you do construction. Oh shit.
iMessage. He will know the meaning of the word main.
I'll leave it for now. What's going on? I'm fucking confused now. The word of main. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
I will rip him asunder with my 99 muscles. Let me get my YYY main.
You can't do anything here though, can you? Because, has he gone now?
That is a sick YouTube video.
Let me get my main. That is a sick YouTube video. What are you on about? What video? What
Let me get my main.
Let me get my main. Let me get my main. I better check my phone.
You've
Haven't
not seen it.
I haven't.
www.
I haven't seen
Tap
it.
him back to the steps of Lumbridge with the quickness. Wow.
Oh, I just seen your message, Joe, saying you couldn't type in chat.
Type let me get my main into YouTube. HJAHHJAHHJAH wow.
Let me have a look. Ba 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 da ba da da no down down down. Let me get my main. Don't make me get my main. Is it a video? Oh, World of Warcraft. I think I have actually.
I'm finding a video for you to watch, and it is vitally important to your RuneScape career.
Yeah, send me. I'll have a look. I think I've seen a lot of those videos. Those videos are funny. I might world hop again. Everywhere's just fucking absolutely bombed with people, isn't it? Ba 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 ba. Oh, I got a notification. Tech Daily followed me on Blue Sky. Fair enough. Bow, bow, bow. Shit, he's attacking that. I need to world hop. As soon as I kill this, I'll world hop. Oh, for fuck's sake.
https://u2.be.
The face mask scam.
This guy is a high-level shitlord. One of the OGs.
We'll have a look at that then. We'll add that to the list of things to watch. Let me add it to this. Thanks for that, Mandy. We'll give that a watch. I've got it on here on the tab now, so we can go through it and watch it. Da, da, da. Okay, right. Time to world hop. Go, 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 go. There's no point staying here. This guy is absolutely just going crazy. There we go. That's better. That's better. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about. We're talking about. Actually, is my prayer off? Yeah, I need to put my prayer back on as well. The guy is a high-level shitlord.
He had a video last year where he tricked one defense pures into using a weapon that trains defense so they ruin their accounts. Funny stuff.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Did you see? I don't think you're watching me, do you, Mandy? I don't think you're a big fan of him. But did you see fucking Odablock when he made his pure account? And he fucked up, didn't he? He got an extra defense on it by mistake. I remember seeing that. I was like, for fuck's sake. Pures, to be fair, pures do look quite fun to do.
Hilarious.
How does he trick them? Just makes them use a certain weapon. What do you think's the highest, the most popular pure to make? Do you think it's like one defense? Ba ba ba.
Hey bro, this butterfly bet is higher DPS. You should use it. It secretly can only train attack.
Ah, so he's playing with people that obviously have no knowledge, no proper knowledge of the game. I get you now. I get you. Ooh, nice little kite shield. Bow, bow, bow.
Context for upcoming video. For some Slayer monsters you need to wear a Slayer helmet.
Why is that? I have actually seen the Slayer gear you can get. Because you can buy it, can't you, with your Slayer points. I was looking at some guides for Slayer, obviously for the future, and it was like there was one guy and they gave some pretty good advice about what certain items you should buy in order to get, to get the most out of it.
Don't worry about Slayer Obar is going to take his Iron Man. If you
No!
don't wear a Slayer helm or the appropriate component, the monster will drain all your stats to 0 and one-shot you.
Oh shit. Yeah, you don't want that. Obar is going to take my... You mean my hardcore? No, it won't. It won't do that. It won't. It won't do it. What are you talking about?
I heard that pain in your voice.
I know.
Tears of joy.
You hurt me there.
When's the next video, by the way?
Oh, when I'm playing it, about past. I'll play that video first. I'll play the one that you sent me, Manny. So don't worry. I'll definitely watch it because it looks quite interesting.
Coolio.
Don't you worry, Mandy. I appreciate you sending the video and the time and effort. So I'll play that one first because that RuneScape documentary is really long. That'll probably take us through all the way through the stream. To be fair, that other one. So
Gangsters.
Gangsters.
Paradise.
Gangsters Paradise. Da, 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 da. No wonder we're hearing the same music. What was that one I just heard earlier? I want to play it again.
I need to use the bathroom. May I be excused, sir?
You may be excused, Mandy. You may be excused. Yes, there's no rush. I won't be watching it yet, Mandy. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. It's all good. What the fuck was that other one I heard earlier?
A good song is Barbarism.
I keep hearing that one all the time. The bum ba da da na 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 na. I always say this one always sounds like fucking the dwarf song. Where the hell? What was the other one I heard earlier? It was so good. Was it Spirit? No, it wasn't Spirit.
Was it Book of Spells?
Book of Spells? No, it wasn't that. It was...
Do you think RuneScape should introduce different races?
Ah! Good idea. You know what? I think they should. I think they should, personally. That's just me, though. I would love...
They did sort of.
Yeah, but like like the troll characters, the dwarf characters, things like that. That'd be so
like they
cool.
already have elves and dwarfs.
Yeah, but you can actually
Your skin can be brown, no.
Yeah, you can change it, can't you? You can change all the settings and stuff. But I mean, like, I was in. Do you think like
make elves better range XP?
What you mean? So they get like specific boosts, like stat upgrades.
Dwarfs better
mining, yeah. Yeah, I thought about that. The problem is, though, do you think it would change the game, though?
I don't like that idea at all.
Nah, you see, Joe, Mandy's very, very likes the game as it is. I don't think that would ever happen anyway. I think the community's very, very, like...
Yeah.
Very, very strict on...
I would vote no.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you know what? Personally, I think they should, like, maybe do, like, a separate server thing for that. That'd be pretty cool. Because they're already shown that you can do your own servers and stuff now, so why not have it so you can pick...
Instead of Lummy elves spawn at the Grand Tree.
Oh, yeah, that'd be actually really cool.
Dwarves at the mining guild.
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea.
I am the keeper of the gates, and I am gonna keep the shit out of them.
I think they should do it as like a separate thing. You know, like its own server. That'd be pretty cool. Do you know what would be interesting though? Even if you didn't get no boost upgrade, it was like literally just like a cosmetic thing. So your character just looks different to everyone. I mean that
make RuneScape great.
Make
RuneScape turn into a monkey at some point.
A monkey. Yeah, why not? Why couldn't you pick a monkey as a race? That would be so
goblin.
cool. Oh yeah, goblin. That's actually a good shout. Goblins would be really cool to have. They would never do any of this anyway. That's why we don't play RuneScape for that. It's obviously like everyone's the same character. You can do all the customizations and stuff for it, and that's it. But I do like those ideas though.
You get to do that in quests actually. Those 2 examples.
Yeah, I know. Monkey Madness. You could transform yourself into a monkey in that. I don't know. It'd be pretty cool though. Like I said, maybe experiment. Maybe have a different server for it. They're already going down that route anyway. Or people doing obviously having their own private servers now. Well, I say private, but you know what I mean? Official Jagex servers that you can customize and that. What do you think to that, Mandy?
A goblin for part of a quest. A penguin you disguise as an elf at some point.
That's actually really cool. What do you think, Mandy, to them doing that new project that they want to work on for people to make their own servers and stuff? Do you think that's worth doing, or do you think it's shit? Out of curiosity.
I am savior of the gnomes and slayer of the last dragonkin of the 3rd age. I have seen things.
That's from that's a reference from fucking Rings of Power, isn't it? Ba 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 ba. Dead here, isn't it? Ba ba ba.
Well, it's a reference to RuneScape.
It's a reference to RuneScape, but also Rings of Power. Well, it sounds like a thing from Rings of Power, like a semi-quote thing. The end bit. I have seen many things. I can't watch Rings of Power. I think Rings of Power is dog shit. But each their own, eh? Each their own.
Would you like a piece of lore that isn't stated anywhere in OSRS? An old piece of RuneScape 2 lore.
Go for it.
Do you know about 3rd age armor?
Yes, I know about the 3rd age armor. I've seen them. But you can only get them in clue scrolls and that, can't you? Go on. What's is that what it's about? It's about the 3rd age armor. Well, far off from getting 49 defense.
Okay, 3rd age armor is made of magical silver and its method of construction has been lost for a millennium. The silver was forged in the fires of white dragons.
Forged with the fires of white dragons. That's actually pretty cool. That's actually really cool. Do you think they'll ever do a thing like that where you can actually like make, like, say, like, you know, like clue scroll stuff, like 3rd age armor and stuff?
White dragons were destroyed in the God Wars when the wilderness, formerly the lands of the ancient Zaros, were destroyed, bringing in the wilderness.
Ah, okay, that's pretty cool. There's a lot of RuneScape lore I don't know about, to be fair. There's shitloads I need to like learn. Here's the thing though, do you think a lot of people who play RuneScape actually know a lot about the RuneScape lore? Like the actual backstory to
Revenant
RuneScape?
dragons in the wilderness are the ghosts of the Zaros Empire's dragon forges.
Oh, okay, so that's why they're there then. So it's like the remnants. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool, actually.
Most players don't give a damn about the lore.
Yeah, to be fair, I think most players don't give a shit, do they? Most of them don't fucking don't pay attention to it. I have to admit, I am a little bit like that. I like the lore though. Oh, you little bastard! Oh, it's that guy. He's back again. He's just world hopping. We'll just stand here. So I was just checking my phone. Yeah, I don't think most people follow the lore in RuneScape. To be fair, it's a shame though because there's actually quite a lot of cool stories. The only sometimes I do pay attention to some of the quests, but not all of them. Though there's like only certain ones I kind of like watching. Like paying attention to. While others I'll just sort of blast through them. Oh 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 oh. Oh ho 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 ho. Is that guy still here? Yeah, he's still going for it, isn't he?
Another one is that Runite is considered the pinnacle of human smithing. Requires 99 smithing to make a plate body, but the dwarves call us absolutely horrible smiths. They can forge dragon and more exotic metals.
What's that place with those hill giants underground where you can do like smithing with them? When you can build like that two-handed weapon. What is that? Is that like part of a quest or is that actually like forging?
Giants Foundry M.
Yeah. What is that? Is that like is that to help get your smithing and stuff on? Or is it like a quest?
We are so crap at smithing, we are below the giants, a race of idiots.
Makes you wonder though why they don't actually like you said, like when Joe was talking about like the sort of different races and stuff. To like crafts, like to have like certain XP boosts and stuff. That'd be pretty cool. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I think that's it. Imagine being a giant. Imagine if you could be a giant in the game. That'd be so funny. You can have the drawback though, they're slow to attack with though. That's the problem.
I mean, our character is considered an absolute muppet.
Well, yeah, because that's the whole point. Obviously, like all these other races and stuff are far more experienced than us, aren't they, in different areas? It's kind of cool. It's like why I like things like Lord of the Rings and that. Because obviously, like certain things are like dwarves were the best miners. Obviously, the elves were great at forging like weapons and stuff. Oh, got a few drops here now. Bash. Oh shit, we're not getting anything from this. Ran out of prayer.
I enjoy a certain period of OSRS from about 2016 where most of the best gear had a backstory.
Do you think Jagex just don't bother with that anymore now then? Do you just think they just feel like it's a bit of a waste of time for them to put the effort in? Because they probably know like majority of the player base doesn't actually read or pay attention to it. Da, 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 da. Nearly 49 defense. Bash! Come on.
Like Bandos armor, I slayed the demigod minion of the war god. I
Bash!
slew Dad in the Tsar volcano for an hour. My gloves are sewn from the skin of a mythical hydra.
Hydra. Hydra! The thing is, I don't know if they, if Jagex would ever sort of keep doing that, though, will they? Because they must know a lot of the player base deep down, like, they don't give a shit, do they? They just want to play. They just
My
want.
whip is the spine of a demon I ripped out with my bare hands, and my shield is the face of a black dragon.
I like the scurious weapon you can make, which is like the whip and that, the whip and no, not the whip, the mace and there's it the bow. Is it the bow one you can make as well? That's actually really cool. Scurious would be pretty interesting to face. Bum ba da bum ba da bum bum bum. Ba na 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 na. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da,
They
da.
sort of do that to an extent. Like a lot of higher level stuff is things you combine with the lower level stuff.
I like that though. I think that's really cool. Like, I think stuff like that is really, really cool to do. They should do it though, because again, it gives you more purpose to do like the lower stuff again, if you know what I mean. But they always say that about the game though. It always feels like a lot of the stuff you have to do is like rushing towards the end. It's always like, it's normally like with most games though. It's like the start of it's like okay, it's good, and then it's like then the mid game stuff is kind of shit because there's nothing there to do. Then the end game's the best bit. But for me, if you're making a game, you need to make sure it's all enjoyable. That's why there should be as many bosses as possible. We lasted a bit longer now, aren't we? That's so cool though, we nearly got 50 defense. We're on the right track, just gotta get more money up. If we have to, we'll probably end up going back to smithing and mining, to be fair.
Just had my hot steamy shower. Where were you?
I was at home. You didn't invite me, remember? You just said you were off for a shower, you didn't invite me. You know what I mean? 'Cause that's how selfish you are. Like, ooh, brother, ooh. Brother, ooh. Brother, ooh. Na, 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 na.
Save water.
Save the water, save the environment. We're doing it. We're doing it for the environment. We're doing it to save the world. We're gonna save the world.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring. What are your plans tonight then, AJ, since you're not going to work?
I'm gonna save ya mum.
I'm gonna save you, mum. I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna save you. Is that guy gone now? Oh, he's still there. That's so funny. He must have hot worlds there because that guy must have fucking reported the shit out of him.
Ya nan as he come a dan from dar as the ya no.
Dan from your nan. Dan da dan. Dan da dan da dan 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 da dan da. I need to watch that still. I've not even watched that yet.
Might surprise my friends at the pub that was going to watch the footy.
Ah, that sounds good.
Do you know the nan as the meme?
The Nan Asda meme. I don't think I do, Mandy, to be fair. Ba, ba, da, ba, da, 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 da. 5 more minutes, Mandy, then we'll watch that video that you sent.
Did you go spoons this morning? Bet you did.
I didn't actually. I didn't go this morning. I didn't bother.
Sweet 9.
I didn't bother.
Why lie for?
Honestly, Big D Bush could stick up for me. I know he's busy at the moment, but he could attest that I didn't go.
4. T.
Make it 4. What are you talking?
4.53.
4.53. What on the actual video you're on about? Is that what you're talking about?
4.53 minutes. No.
Oh, you mean playing the video? I get you.
You said you'd watch it in 5 minutes. Make it in 4.53 minutes. Well, now it's 3.45.
3.45. 3.45. Look at this guy. He's absolutely going all right, isn't he?
Is your bro working today?
He is, mate. No, sorry. No, he's off today. He's off. What am I on about? No, he's off today. He's off today, mate. He's got a couple of days off now. He's sorting the stuff out for the Christmas tree and that. That's why he hasn't. He's not been chatty. He's been sorting stuff out.
Fun fact, there once was a man who went to hospital with a lava lamp up his butt.
A lava lamp? Bit of a weird thing to stick up your butt, but fair enough.
Should I sell myself to get more money?
Depends what you mean by sell yourself. Why don't you just start an OF? Why don't you just start an OF page, AJ? I'm sure that'll get the money in, mate.
Most of us aren't worth bugger all.
Not worth a lot of money. We ain't worth a lot of money.
How much would you pay for me for 30 minutes for a good time, some sexy time? Not like ya nan.
Not like your nan. I'll give you 20 quid. But I'll be making you clean up and that, do you know what I mean? Clean the house up. That'll be my way of a good time.
Is the good time working on my car cause? That would be nice.
Yeah, that's the way, Mandy. Get him working on your car. Get him working on other stuff. Get him to work. You know what I mean? Get him on the grind.
Cheap bastard.
Cheap bastard. What's wrong with 20 quid? 20 quid's good. Good money, that. Well, we better get ready to watch this video, haven't we?
I will wear a sexy maid's outfit. Hire a worker of the night to do my laundry. Oh yeah, you wash them dirty jeans.
Jesus, what is going on with this chat? Right, strap yourself in, everyone. And let's watch this video. 25, you know what's funny? 25 bottles. I've seen, I watched some of his videos before. 97, he's got some good subscribers. Give the video a like. You guys know the rules.
HTTPS code.
Please give it a like, give it a watch, mute the volume, and then yeah. Text to speech is now off. If you could please keep to the topic of the video. Would appreciate it. Okay, let's watch this video. Any adverts that'll pop up, obviously, we'll have to stop it and pause it. But yeah, we'll go from here.
Why, hello there, boys. My name is Santa Quan, and today we're going to be tricking players who are training Slayer Dust Devils into taking off their face mask, which will result in them getting clapped at lightning speeds. Boys, make sure you hit that like button with the quickness, boys, because I want to see at least 3,000 likes on this video. That's right, boys.
I can't remember. Is it? I never thought. I didn't think it was an AI voice. I actually thought he did a voiceover. I must have obviously fucking not remembering him properly.
Not 1,000, not 2,000, but 3,000. Ho ho ho.
Hello, Santa.
Hey? Can I see your hairstyle real quick? Did you see that, boys? The second these idiots take off their Slayer helmets, their stats instantly get drained to 0. But since I'm distracting them by asking them to show me their hairstyle, they forget that they're
Oh shit! Yeah, so that's what you meant, Mandy. Obviously, as soon as you take that off, you absolutely get battered. That's crazy. That's quite funny though. He's actually like trying to talk to them in a normal conversation. That's how he managed to get them to like take the stuff off. Fuck's sake! You see, the thing is with me though, if I'm quite weird anyway when I play the game. So if someone like tried to tell me to do something in the game, I normally tend to ignore them anyway, because like I'm so fixated on what I'm doing, so I probably wouldn't end up even responding to them.
face masks are the only thing keeping them alive. Sleep tight, little Timmy. Maybe next time I suggest you show a little bit of respect before you end up on
What? I love the music here. It's so ominous, isn't it?
Santa's shit list for being a little schmuck. Ha 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 ha. Merry Christmas, buddy. Merry Christmas. Yes, boys, believe me when I tell you that all of these Slayer boys are in fact on the naughty list and shouldn't be trusted.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Let me just ban this person. Fuck's sake. Fuck off. Fucking bots. Fuck off. Do me head in that. Right, let's play this.
Oh, are you excited to see Santa, little Johnny? Well then, how about you show Santa your fancy little hairstyle? Ha 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 ha. That's right, you purple idiot. Now clap him, boys. Clap this rat straight back to shitty old Lumbridge. This is...
What would be the best thing to do though in that scenario? Would it be just to teleport? You would just teleport, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you just teleport out of there? I think that's what I would do. But then again, you're not expecting it though, are you? I think that's the problem.
Is what you clowns get for crying and
helmet back on, drink prayer. Right, okay.
yapping on Reddit all damn day. And guess what, boys? I'm proud.
If you have a teleport, yeah, I was just saying that because you're not expecting obviously for that to happen, are you? So yeah, fair enough.
Proud of it. I'm big proud. These new age Slayer boys want to silence the Christmas spirit in old school RuneScape. But I will not let that happen. Fortunately for the
however, it'll ruin your stats for a while, so he still has to... Oh, okay.
this schmuck, he was able to escape with his life. But these other goblins on Santa's shit list won't be so lucky. Yo-yo? What hairstyle do you have? Judging by the fact that this guy was bursting in blood bark, I could tell that this young man was extremely retarded. Can I...
What? Oh, God.
I see your hairstyle, buddy? I really need to see that hair.
Do you know what's funny though about the video? It's like, it's so weirdly, it's really well done because it's like, it's very ominous, isn't it? The music and even the voice and the writing for the dialogue that they've done. It's really, it's good. It's actually good. It's actually impressive, to be fair. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Ha 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 ha, wow. Merry Christmas, you little
No.
rat. I hope
You little rat. It's like code, isn't it?
you have a fun time spending the holidays in Lumbridge. Ha 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 ha. Can you imagine falling for this, boys? Jeez Louise. Now boys, I know a lot of you may be thinking that I'm going a little too hard on these Slayer boys. Especially with Christmas just around the corner. But this clip right here is going to show you exactly why these goblins are on Santa's shit list. Ho ho ho.
What attack is that person's doing? He's doing like multi-attack. What is that? What spells that? Ice barrage. Yeah, I think I've seen I think I saw like a tutorial on that where they were sort of, I think they were training on monkeys though, the one I saw. I think it was like to get, it's like one of the fastest ways to sort of like just get your magic up and stuff. Well, it was like techniques and stuff, like to obviously do like a lot of damage.
LOL. Get the fuck out.
Can I see your hairstyle? I told this greedy little schmuck that if he showed me his hairstyle, that he would be in for a big, big surprise. But little did this goblin boy realize that the prize...
Goblin boy! Hey, I got 52 cooking now. Bash. I'm just cooking some tuna.
Prize intended a one-way ticket straight to the steps of Lumbridge. Show me that hair, buddy. Let's see what you got. Ha 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 ha. Wow. The best part about this scam is how confused these goblins become as soon as they take off their mask. It's like they almost freeze in fear. You should have kept your mask on, buddy.
It's so dark. Smack those goblins back to Lumbridge. That's...
Haven't you been listening to Dr. Fauci? Ha 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 ha. Get freaking wrecked. And Merry Christmas. Hopefully next year you won't end up on the shit list.
Oh, these are they're the sand crabs, aren't they, Randy? I think you mentioned them before. Yeah, that's the sand ones, isn't it? That's the one with the really high HP in that. They don't do a lot of damage back to you, do they? Yeah, that's really cool. I'll definitely be. I'll be interested to sort of seeing them to like train other things up as well.
Oh, and by the way, ho ho ho. Merry Christmas.
Hi.
Can I see your hairstyle?
Merry Christmas.
You too, buddy. You too.
You're such a dick. Such a dick move, but funny though. That dance at the end, fuck's sake.
Now boys, take a close look at this group Iron Man right here, who went by the name of Fug Joe Biden. I asked this brainless group Iron Man if I could see his hair, and within seconds this goblin boy was taking off his face mask with the quickness. Can I see your hair?
It makes it sound like it's a fucking horror film. Do you like that fucking, like a Santa Claus, the fucking horror one that they did? What was it called? What was the horror one called? That Christmas film. It's like Santa Claus, but it's not Santa Claus, is it? It's like the fucking horror. Show me your hair, goblin shit. I don't. What's that for? Is it like? It's not. Is it like not the Clank? Is it or something like that? It's something. It's got a really weird name. Wish JM was in here because he'd fucking tell me because he's all over that.
Your Iron Man hair? Yeah, that's right, buddy. Let's see that nasty purple hair. Within seconds of this brainless rat taking off his mask, he was completely obliterated by the dust devils at lightning speeds, which made me laugh hysterically.
Is it? Is that what it is? The Terrifier. Is that what it's called, AJ? It's that fucking horror Santa thing, isn't it? It's the. Is it the Terrifier?
Ha 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 ha.
Art the Clown. Shut up now. You're going for different names now, aren't you?
Nice work, buddy. You are officially an idiot.
It's a Santa Claus. It's not a fucking clown. It's actually a Santa Claus.
Even he couldn't help but to laugh at himself for being such a fool. Yeah, that's right, buddy. You are a purple-headed fool who belongs in Lumbridge. Never come back here, buddy. You belong in Lumbridge with the chickens. Well, well, well. Would you look what we have here? Another goblin boy on Santa's shit list. Hey, can I see your hairstyle, buddy? Within seconds this goblin took off his mask faster than Joe Biden at a press conference. And was on his way back to Lumbridge at lightning speeds. Ha 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 ha. Even he couldn't believe what had...
For fuck's sake. Jeez. Sitrat. I love how he types Sitrat as well. It's funny that they've got a fucking Santa outfit. That makes it even worse.
just happened. Good riddance, you little rat, and Merry Christmas. That's what you get for training Slayer so close to the holidays. Now, if you thought that last guy was a fool, just wait.
It's an interesting... You know what's weird, though? About this video, about the video, it's very interesting how he's actually thought outside the box. It's like, yeah, okay, it's a dick thing what he's doing, but it's quite entertaining. And at the end of the day, it's the person's fault, obviously, for doing what they're doing, because obviously you've got to be very, very careful with the game and think about what you're doing, because like, there's always a lot of trolls. I remember when I used to play back in the day, I got trolled quite a lot, but like, you just got to be a bit aware of what's going on. But it's an interesting concept though. Like, he's actually sat down and gone like, I wonder if I should like make a video on this. It's Slayer 101, never take off your helmet. Yeah, 101. Yeah, but obviously, like, you just don't think about it, do you? Because, like, you're trying to have a conversation, so you're not... That's the trick, though, isn't it? It's like you're thinking... You're not thinking about the game. You're having a conversation, so you're doing stuff like sleight of hand without realising.
Wait until you see this guy. Yo, brah. Can I see your hairstyle, man? Ha 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 ha. I swear these Slayer boys are the biggest fools in the entire game. For a second, I thought that this bald rat was going to make an escape. But on his way out he decided to turn around, which led to him getting completely obliterated in just a matter of seconds. Ha 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 ha.
For fuck's sake.
Ah. Oh my freaking gosh, no way. We just made that clown lose his kraken pet. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, so if you actually have a pet, and obviously if you have it, you die, then you lose it automatically, do you? I thought you could save certain items. I thought you could save, like... Surely if it was like a rare pet, you would have, like, kept that with you. There's a video where he walks up to a greedy noobs, dressed in full dragon armor, and says, "Give me your armor," and they're expecting... Oh, no, wait. They're expecting to get something, and their greed is punished. He drops it all in the wilderness. You can save pets now because of him. Oh, before... Really? Oh, okay. I need to world hop in a minute. This guy's fucking just taking everything up.
Ha 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 ha. Get wrecked, buddy. Get wrecked. Can I see your hairstyle? I just love how quickly these goblins are to take off their mask for Santa. But what I love even more is how quickly they are sent...
Sit down, rat.
...to Lumbridge. Good fight, buddy boy. May you rest in Lumbridge for the rest of your days. Boys, I truly want to thank you for the years of constant support. Make sure you hit that like button if you enjoyed today's video. And just like the last video, we are still raising money for the families who have been devastated by the tornadoes in the South and Midwest, and they could really use our help, boys.
That's pretty cool that he does the fundraiser stuff as well. That's actually really, really cool.
So please consider donating. I love you all from the bottom of my savage heart. And remember, boys, trust in Jesus, not Santa. Because Santa will send you to Lumbridge. God bless, boys. God bless.
Very, very cool. I like that. That was a good video. That was a very good video. The next one we're going to watch is going to be this video on Mandy. I know you sent me that other one. We'll have to watch that at another point, but this is quite a long one, so I want to watch this at some point. But that'll do for now. We'll go back to the game. Let me just get this loaded up. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. There we go. Sorted. Text to speech is now going back on. Yeah, thanks for that. It was actually it was a good video. Let me just get the music back on. I want to know what that other one was.
They removed his name for being offensive once, and the backlash was so extreme they returned it to him with an apology.
Well, yeah, I mean, the problem is, I understand why Jagex probably does what it does. I mean, at the end of the day, it is a company, so they need to make sure they're careful, but at the same time, if they realise they made the mistake and obviously apologise, then that's also fair enough. What was it called?
The game is 18 plus almost exclusively these days, so.
Yeah, 18 plus. Yeah, true. However, there's still got to be careful though, I guess. I don't know. I'm sure there's lots of different reasons behind.
Ain't no kids playing this crap, lol.
No, well, they shouldn't be anyway, to be fair. That's music. Is it Escape 5? Yeah, I think I heard this one before. We'll put it on again. It was a good video though. I watched his videos before. The 25 bottle guy. It's very good videos. Oh, I just put prayer on. I forgot to put prayer on.
He is just a troller on a level unseen since the days of 2007.
I generally don't think it's I don't think it's a problem. Like, I think, again, there's not much you can do. There's not much you can do. Like, you know, like, you're in control. So, for example, obviously what they did there when they were doing slaying, obviously they took their helmet off. He didn't make them take their helmet off. So it's like, there's nothing you can actually do unless you're actually in the worldy. So it's all mind games. It's just mind tricks and stuff. So you just gotta be self-aware about it. That's all. But I thought it was entertaining. The thing is, if that happened to me, yeah, I'd be pissed off, but you would laugh at it, though. You'd sort of, like, clap your hand on your head and be like, oh, for fuck's sake, do you know what I mean? I can't believe I fell for that. You gotta have a laugh about it. It's a fucking game, do you know what I mean? Like, you can't take it serious. Just have fun. Things happen, things go wrong. It's just, no one's died, do you know what I mean? Apart from you. Hey! But obviously in the game, you know, it doesn't matter. Just have fun.
Same with the item scamming. All he says is, give me your stuff. Now, give it to me, goblin. You little shat.
Yeah.
Same as them people who used to sell Varak.
Used to sell Varak. Yeah, look, there's always...
Swap the skirt out last min for the black skirt.
Yeah, and then people wouldn't notice. But again, Jagex have added stuff in now, haven't they? So that you can actually notice the changes. So when they swap it out...
He never says they'll get anything. But he's dressed rich and people want that money.
Yeah, so they just fall for the trick. Da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. It was a good video, though. I enjoyed it. I thought it was funny. I would have been interested to see, obviously, because he did the edits. I would have been interested to see if people actually realise what you was doing.
I have so much respect for shitlords. They are a piece of gaming history seen far less often these days.
I think trolling's funny, but I think you just, as long as it's done within, it's hard to phrase this, like, it's got to be done with taste. It has to be done with taste when you're doing trolling. If you're just doing it just to be mean and just straight up, like, you know, just being an arsehole, then yeah, that's not really funny. I mean, some people might find it funny, but if you do it with some taste and a bit of humour, then I think that's when you become, like, the best at your craft, which is, like, trolling.
The thing everyone is told when they start RuneScape by every player is, trust no one.
Yeah, trust no one. Trust no one and everything and everything and everyone. We're going to be level 50 defense soon. Bash! God bless you. God bless you. You know what I mean? God bless you. Bash. I just realised, like, as well, we've been getting still bars. So that means we could also do some smithing with the bars to make steel plate body. That's just something that's popped into my head. So I was like, yep, you know what? We're on a roll. Bash. Look at that. Steel. Bash. Yeah, so every 5 of them is pretty much going to be...
Save steel bars Gore membership.
Gore membership. Gore membership. Yeah, but for each 5 steel bars, I can make a steel plate body, which is 1,200 added towards the old piggy bank.
You need them for making cannonballs.
Yes, that's true. I need to, it'll be interesting making the cannon, well, when we buy the cannon and that. What do you need? What's the requirement for the cannon? Oh, we've got another mossy key again.
800,000 gold for the cannon.
Woo! Better start saving up, Anna. You buy that though, don't you? Directly from the dwarves, don't you? All the parts and that. Da, da. Ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba. Ba-da-ba-ba.
Once you start Slayer, you'll get rune drops out the butt and not worry much for money.
Yeah, because obviously I could just high out everything anyway. We'll get there, It's just going to be a bit of a slow burn, but that's fine. I enjoy it though, it's fun. I actually enjoy doing this bit. It's, I like the grind.
One day.
One day. I love this music though. What's prayer at?
Dragon
Senator
Senator should be your first membership goal.
Yeah, I know I need that to face, I think it was like recommended to face Scurious anyway. Dragon Skimmy, I think, would be is the best one to go for. Na, 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 na. Dragon, where's what drops it though? That's the problem though, isn't it? I think the Calphite Queen drops it, doesn't she? If I'm correct, or is that the rune chain? Is that Dragon Chainbody I'm thinking of? And I know it drops a Dragon Pickaxe as well. This should get my prayer up now. Yeah, 38. Bash! God bless you, God bless you. We've got a bit yet to go for 40. But we're getting there. Getting there.
You buy Dragon Scimitar for 50,000 gold after Monkey Madness from the Monkey Shop.
Ah, so I can buy it. Just got to. I just got to do Monkey Madness. That'd be an interesting quest to do. That's gonna be a very interesting quest. It should be fun though. Da, 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 da. We'll start. I think I announced this before. Actually, we're going to start multi-streaming soon as well. Going to start streaming on YouTube as well as Twitch to try and help get people to come in. Start growing a bit more on the old Twitch. We'll apply for affiliate as well next year. So yeah, we've got a lot of plans going forwards with the channel.
Multiverse.
The multiverse. Yeah, we'll definitely do some multi-streaming. Absolutely. I think YouTube will be a good thing to try. Try and build up the channel as well, as long with streaming. Da 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 da. Bum 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 bum. Wally, Tusker. Did you cancel your membership then, AJ? Or do you not bother? Da 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 da. $109 coins, 119 there.
I buy a yearly OSRS membership, by the way.
You get a yearly one, do you? It works out cheaper there, doesn't it? Doing a yearly one.
I will do it sometime this month before my next payment. By the way, the fact you aren't wearing the cabbage cape makes me sad.
Oh god, don't. Imagine having the cabbage cape. That'd be so funny. Na, 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 na. I definitely need to get some new bits though, like rings and amulets and that.
Cabbage cape is only 500 gold from Django in Drainer Village. The
cabbage cape, the cabbage king. Shall I go join the cult, the cabbage cult? If it still exists.
I am a member.
What of the cult, the cabbage cult? Da, da, da. We've got that big video to watch in a bit, so we'll watch that in a minute. It's gonna be a long one, but we'll try and get past it as we'll try and watch it as quick as possible. This music. Da, 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 da. You know what I mean? Ba, da,
Car Bar G.
da, da. Is that your guess? Are you ready? It's Escape Ape. Da, 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 da.
Car Bar G is the cabbage cult chant.
Car Bar G. What is that? What is the actual... Is it that boss? Did they actually have a... That video where we saw that cabbage boss. Is that actually a real fucking thing? Or is that like an April Fool's thing? You imagine that? That'd be so funny if you could actually like had a cabbage boss, like a massive thing that just like spawns out the floor. You just got to fight it. There you go. We've got to get that done. It needs to be official.
It was an April Fool's boss, yes.
They should have kept it permanent though, shouldn't they?
The god of cabbage.
That would have been so funny if they kept that permanent. Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
They only kept the cape permanently.
That was it. That was the only thing you could do. Just the cape.
There's also the banana cape.
Oh god, the banana, don't. Also, that triggers me a bit. Cabbage triggers me more though, but the banana one as well is just as bad. Ooh, got some more nature runes. This is why I like killing them as well, because they drop nature runes, so obviously I can still keep doing a lot of the high alchemy stuff. Yeah, buddy. We'll watch it about 10 past, so about 8 more minutes, and we'll watch it. Gonna be a long one though. It's gonna be a very long one. So I'll get ready in a minute to have a wee, get prepared, drink, snacks, all the good stuff. I would recommend everyone else do the same. Get yourself tucked in for a good time. Still trying to find that other fucking one that I saw. Was it Shattered Relics? Might have been this one. I'm not sure. Da, 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 da. I think it was this one. Yeah, I think it was. I don't. We're not going to be that far off either for 50 defense. That's gonna be so cool when we hit that. Ba-ba. Yeah, buddy. Prayer's such a... It's going to take a bit of time. Prayer. All about the prayer. Ooh, piece of candy. Another steel bar. Actually, I'll let him attack these. The thing is, in my head, I'm like, that's fine. I don't mind, obviously, people when they turn up. It's like, yeah, you just... If you want these, you can have them. I'll just take these on. But, you know... Bit of respect. But they don't, though. The problem is, most of the time, they always go bang, bang. Just, like, attack everything. You just think to yourself, what the fuck? Like... Is it even necessary? Is that necessary? Is that necessary to do? Is that necessary?
Remember to respect Santa or be sent to Lumbridge.
Respect Santa Claus, or he will send you to Lumbridge. Not far off now. Come on, buddy. I'll tell you what, we'll wait till we get to 50 defense, then we'll watch that video. Not far off now anyway. That'll work out about the same time. Come on.
This area would be empty as members. Sadly.
Well, yeah, 'cause it's free to play. Bash! 50 defense. Get in. Bash! We've got it. We've got 50 defense. We've done it, boys. We've got there now. Another step closer to doing stuff. I think the plan will be, while we watch that video, I'm going to go back to do some smithing and mining again, because I did notice that probably would seem a bit quicker to get some money. So I think that'll be the plan. That is going to be the plan. Cool. Right. Let's teleport to that. Right, let's get a little bit prepared. Prepared. We've got to head down here anyway. Actually, I should have gone back to Lumbridge, actually. No, that don't matter. We'll go here for now. It means I can sort everything out that I need. Well, we got 24. Actually, to be fair, we could do a little bit of smithing as well. Don't need it all, but I'm not pissing about changing that over. Bum 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 bum. We'll make something else. What can we make for free? Plate legs. Very nice. What's the exam on that? High Alk 600, I think. Best one's... yeah, 1,200, yeah. So, what we got? So we got that. Some Rune essence. Need the fire staff. Should have put that on. Just be careful. Don't hide out your fucking thing. Okay, cool. 27,734. Yeah, so if we continue, go do some smithing and mining, then we should be good to go. I do need to teleport though to... actually, no, I could just use the home one, couldn't I? Because we're going to go down here, so we'll run here to here, yeah. Because I noticed there's a lot of coal down there, so... I should probably take my gear off as well, shouldn't I really? Pickaxe. What? Shall I wear a hat? Shall I put a chef hat on? Let's get a white apron. Where's my chef hat? Have I not got a chef hat? Are you telling me I've been playing this game all this time and I ain't got a fucking chef hat? We'll have to wear a wizard hat though, won't we? We don't look like a bot, do we? That don't look crazy, does it? That don't look mental. Hey, you mental? Yeah, this world. Okay, cool. So, we're going to teleport. Then I'll keep running back and forth. And we'll watch this long-ass video. It's going to be a very long one. A very long one, about an hour long. So, it's going to be an interesting watch. We'll see how we feel about it. If we get bored about it. Be a pretty interesting conversation, though, for us all. Oh, yeah, shit. I've run out of prayer. That don't matter. I don't need fucking prayer anyway. Go this way down, can't I? Right, let's get ready. Let's get prepared for battle. Text to speech will be off. Obviously, we can keep to the topic of the video, unless there's something crazy going on. Okay, let's switch over to the Book of Noobs. It's a very, 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 very old video. 7 years old. RuneScape Documentary. 15 years of adventure. So obviously this is it's out of date now, but be quite interesting though. Sort of hear what the original people and stuff have to say about it. I have watched this a long time ago, but I thought it'd be quite interesting for us to watch again. So yeah, let's have a little bit of fun. Give it a bit of a like. Let's get into it.
How would I sum RuneScape up in 3 words? Goodbye, real life. No. I'm kidding. Okay, I would say, if you can count as 3 words, best MMO ever. Definitely.
This is the story of a world created in a kitchen, of a community bonding as they kill chickens or...
If I remember, that guy there in the red, and I could be mistaken.
In a kitchen, of a community
Hold on.
bonding as they
I'm sure that's Josh Drive again. I'm sure it is. Because I remember him talking about dressing up cosplay. I'm fairly certain that is him.
kill chickens or fish for sharks. It's a sneaky peek behind the scenes of an online world, of its highs and lows, and an attempt to solve something of a mystery. How a video game can still be loved and relevant after 15 years.
How old is the game now? It's over what? Over 20... What is it? Over 25 years? Something like that now?
In this game, you know, I
He's no longer in it.
thought it'd be just like any other, and you know, go online, maybe a few people play it, and then that would be it. Certainly didn't expect it to still be running 15 years later and still be being developed 15 years later. It's quite unbelievable.
I think they used Maya, I think. Was it 3DS Max? I think they used 3DS Max and Maya. Or Maya, however you want to pronounce it. I think it's Maya. But yeah, it's pretty...
Just how big the game became, I still can't quite believe it.
But what is RuneScape? Many people won't even have heard of it, yet it's a game that holds 6 Guinness World Records and seen more than 240 million accounts created. Quietly, it's become incredibly popular. Let's put it in perspective. If RuneScape were a country, it would have the 5th largest population in the world. It would have 63% of the population of the USA. It would have 3.2 times the population of the UK. And 8.9 times more than Australia. RuneScape could definitely take Australia.
For me, RuneScape is the ultimate adventure. You have the opportunity to be a hero in a medieval fantasy world, saving people's lives, killing dragons, all sorts of really fantastical things. And it's an experience that you share with thousands of people at the same time.
That's RuneScape 3 though, isn't it? It's so weird, because when I look at this stuff, obviously this is old, very, very old. It always reminds me of like World of Warcraft, Burning Crusade. I don't know if it's because it's like the green aura stuff, but it always gives me those vibes though.
Mystical, magical properties to the world. So there are goblins and there are orcs and elves and things like that. We never take things too seriously. Yes, you might be battling against forces that are trying to blow up the planet, but you always get a bit of a kind of nudge, nudge, wink, wink joke that the players really, really enjoy.
I'd help out myself, but I broke my hammer on a hiker last week.
And we've got this core spine running through it all of gods that stomp about our game world, claiming followers, and then trying to become this single god entity for this entire universe.
You can do whatever you like, and that's the fun part about RuneScape, what sets it apart from everything else.
You know, weekly updates across 15 years.
You always have something new that you can do the next day.
Us as players, we have the...
Who was that? Hold on.
You always have something new that you can do the next day.
Us as
I thought it was fucking Boaty then.
players,
I was like, what?
We have the power to contribute to this ever-growing world.
RuneScape represents exactly the type of virtual world that I prefer to live in.
So much can happen in the fantasy world. You know, magic exists, treasures, adventures, monsters threatening to rip your face off, exploration, all the things that we dream.
AJ, what you watching now? So this is the RuneScape documentary. It's an old video, mate. It's 7 years old, but I remember watching it when it first came out. I just thought it'd be quite interesting to watch it again. It's a long video. It's about an hour long, but we don't have to watch it all. It's just interesting to sort of see what they talk about, obviously, back in the day, because this was headed towards RuneScape 3. So obviously it's quite interesting to see what they had planned, you know, going for like the evolution stuff. But obviously that didn't work out well, did it? So, but it's pretty cool though. It's pretty cool to get their input. They do like a lot of the backstory behind like the original RuneScape game.
We read in fairy tales.
It's a very social game. I like that. It's if I'm in the mood to just want to chill out and talk to people, I play RuneScape.
That sense of exploration and discovery is far more powerful in a game like RuneScape than most any other MMO.
8 billion fish are caught in RuneScape every year. And every minute, over 2,000 cows are slain, which would make more than 3.5 million burgers in that minute. But that doesn't begin to explain the very strange beast that is RuneScape. Where did it come from? How has it become so popular? Well, to find out, you have to rewind back to the glorious 1980s.
The 80s saw a lot of cliche coming up, bedroom coders make their games. And that's very important, that sort of ability to, with a small team, in many cases brothers, there's a load of different brothers who started up games companies, the Gowers are one such set.
I grew up in Nottingham with my family and my brothers Paul and Ian, and we were always very much a gaming family, played lots of board games and computer games growing up. Played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons with my brothers and my dad, and he was always the dungeon master, and we were always exploring the dungeons. And I think that gave a lot of the sort of inspiration for a lot of the games I did, particularly my love of sort of role-playing games and things like that.
They got lots of imagination. They're always playing imaginary games, acting out things.
There was a very early fantasy game I played probably when I was about 5, but that was an early fantasy game called Sorcerer's Cave, which is a game where you lay out big tiles on the floor and basically get to explore a dungeon as a character, and probably give me a little bit of influence on what I do even then,
Paul used to do really detailed pictures of castles and pirate ships and all sorts of inventions. There's one called the Battler, and they told the others stories about them. He invented a whole range of characters, and a lot of it was based on what we did. We used to go to castles and go to the seaside, and it was a sort of fantasy version of that.
I first got into computer programming.
Like I said, I think especially a lot of things your upbringing is definitely a big influence, I think, on your life. Because for me, it's the same with me. Obviously I watch a lot of anime, stuff I shouldn't have watched, like cartoons, bottom, adult sense of humour, definitely shapes your creative thought process.
When I was 7 years old, and my dad had a ZX Spectrum, and it came with a book of little programs you could type in.
The funny thing was that I actually bought a book specifically for Paul and another one for Andrew. Paul was far too interested in writing all his fantasy stories and imaginative games to be bothered with tedious computer programming. So once Andrew whistled through his book in no time flat, he then got hold of Paul's book, and to my great astonishment, he then started spending virtually all his time on it.
The first program I made myself was a little man that just walked across the screen. It was very simple. I was only 7, but I was ever so excited by the fact that I could do that, and it went from there really.
Makes you wonder though why they actually parents, when they sort of decide to do that. Obviously, it's interesting with the Gowers and that, because like the dad there said he bought it obviously for the other brother, but obviously he didn't seem that interested. So I wonder what made him think that he would have been interested in programming to begin with. Quite interesting.
Very hard to prise Andrew away from the computer sometimes. Occasionally my parents would be like, go out and go for a walk, have the fresh air, and I'm just like, no, I'm sticking on the computer. I know it's a sunny day outside, but I'm in the rhythm.
I mean, I really did just spend my whole teenage years just writing computer games. I just absolutely love making them, and most of them were my own takes on things that I either couldn't afford initially or which hadn't been ported to the Atari ST later, but I always tried to put my own spin on things and make it a bit original. One game I particularly remember making, there was a computer game, a very famous computer game called Lemmings that came out for the Atari ST, and I
remember playing this for the Sega Mega Drive. This is what I played Lemmings on. Good game, very good game.
I had to play it, but I didn't have enough money to be able to buy it. I couldn't fork out the £20 it cost, so I decided to make my own copy.
We'd not actually played Lemmings at the time, so we didn't quite know how it worked, which was a good thing because it meant it came out a bit different, but it was a game where you had to make little ramps and stuff to move the ball bearings from the start to various obstacles to the exit, and Andrew did the coding and I did most of the level design for that.
I was very proud of that game because it was the first game I've made, which I sort of looked at it and thought, wow, actually it doesn't look like it's been made by a kid, it's actually a reasonably playable game. I very much wanted to make one of everything, so I'd sort of go, right, I've made a strategy game, now I need to make an adventure game, and I've made an adventure game, but I haven't made a shooter game yet, and I kind of wanted to see if I could make every type of game.
After leaving school, Andrew moved away from his family home to study computer science at Fitzwilliam College in Cambridge.
When I got there, took my computer with me, desperately worried it was going to get broken in the car because this is the one I'd spent a whole year saving up for. Got it all set up and discovered that the rooms had an internet connection. I said to my friend, and I never lived it down, I don't think I'd use it. Obviously this turned out to be completely, utterly false. And then a few weeks later I caved and got myself a network connection, and I was immediately intrigued by the fact that there was online games you could play.
Games played in a web browser were becoming increasingly popular, and sites started popping up that hosted them. One such site, Games Domain, contacted Andrew and asked if he'd be interested in making games for them.
The biggest game that I made for them was a thing called Castle Games Domain, and this was a multiplayer games parlour, and this was by far the most popular thing I made for them. You know, it regularly had 200 to 300 people sort of playing games.
Do you think? I was just thinking about this, obviously, because we've got Andrew Gower obviously doing computer science and stuff like that. Do you think people are just like? You see, I have a weird perspective on people with skills and that. I generally think you can learn any skill, but I do think certain people are matched, like their brains are only capable of doing certain things. So, for example, like I can't really learn. Like I understand some of the fundamentals behind programming, but I would never ever be able to get to like, say, like even past the beginner level, to even like get to that stage of being really good at programming. And it's the same with a lot of other things. It's like with sports and stuff like that. But it's like, I think it's like learning a language, isn't it? I think when you're trying to learn another language, see, I can barely speak English, let alone trying to learn like another language. But then other people there, they can just like absorb it, just absorb the information in. It's pretty crazy, very, very crazy. So it's like, for example, it's like his brother. Obviously, his brother loves writing the stuff and obviously the game design, but maybe obviously Andrew Gower might not be that good at doing like the writing and the game design. Obviously, he's more AJ. Same here, mate. It's interesting though, isn't it? I generally do think like certain people are good at certain things. Like I think our brain, that's what's so unique about everyone. Like we just have different interests, and I think whatever we're interested in is what we tend to be good at.
Games at once, you could go in there and you could always get a game. And I managed to get Ian to do some of the graphics for me for Castle Games Domain and quite a few of the games I did actually.
I absolutely jumped on that opportunity. So he would email me a list of requirements, I would email him the graphics back again, and they would get put into the game.
The funny thing was, the money I got from Games Domain far eclipsed the amount I got for my paper round, you know, and I sort of thought, I spent a whole year saving up for this and I made it back in like a couple of weeks. If only I could have taken a loan. I started thinking, you know, I wanted to make a game a bit more for myself,
My brain is damaged, mate. My fucking brain's damaged. I won't worry about it. I think we're all fucking we're not with it, mate. You know what I mean? We all play games. It's bad enough as it is, isn't it?
I wasn't going to sell to someone else. It was going to be my game. And one of my favourite games online at the time was a text-based game called Nanven, which is a MUD that you could play online. And I loved the fact that you could play it any time, day or night. There'd always be someone there. You could log in at 3 o'clock in the morning and there'd be some person, you know, killing monsters and talking and chatting. And there was loads of these out there. And, you know, trying to make one that would stand out from the crowd would be very, very difficult. Because one of the key features of these games was that you didn't need to install any software. You could just connect to their server using Telnet and play. And I wanted to get that same play on any computer, carry on where you left off aspect, but with graphics. And because I knew how to do Java games, I realised I could combine the two together and make basically a graphical MUD with all the benefits that a MUD would normally have. And when my friend Pete heard out that I was making a graphical MUD, he said to me, "Oh, I've got a game a bit like that I've been playing on my computer. It's called Ultima Online. Would you like to see it?"
This Britannia is but one of many in the multiverse that is Ultima Online.
You know, and I played that. I was like, yeah, this is exactly what I'm trying to make. But I didn't get to play it very much, which was probably just as well, because it meant my game didn't come out too similar.
Until now, I never specifically heard that Ultima, was an inspiration for RuneScape. But there's been sort of this wave of people younger than me.
What was he? The creator of what? Was he the creator of Ultima, was he?
To play it very much, which was probably just as well, because it meant my game didn't come out too similar.
Until now, I never specifically heard that Ultima...
Yeah, I thought so.
Was an inspiration for RuneScape. But there's been sort of this wave of people younger than me joining this industry throughout my career. And so when you do the same thing for so long, it means that you get the opportunity to set a few standards and for the younger group to come in and have had a chance to look at it first.
Finally got it to the point where it worked, and decided to put it online. There's a little test that it worked. Didn't have any servers, so it just ran on my computer in my room, and just didn't switch it off. And probably only about a handful of people ever played Devious Mode. Just a few people that I knew at Games Domain who I invited to give it a go. And then after a week of running it, I got enough feedback and I shut it down and carried on working on it.
Was the very, very early precursors of RuneScape.
That was so weird, innit? Look at those graphics.
And then after a week of running it, I got enough feedback and I shut it down and carried on working on it.
Was the very, very early precursors of
Jesus, look at that. Got to start somewhere. Got to start somewhere. Humble beginnings. That's what it's all about. Humble beginnings.
RuneScape.
Andrew graduated and found himself in demand. He was offered 2 jobs, one with his friends at Games Domain, and another by a guy called Constant Tedder, who ran a competitor, GamesWire. But like a true entrepreneur, Andrew decided to strike it alone and remain self-employed.
I decided, the time was right to pick Devious Mode back up and see if I couldn't finish it off. So started it again, took everything I'd learned from the previous year or two, and started making an improved version of it, which I decided to call RuneScape.
RuneScape as a name, I think we sort of came up with just sort of by throwing ideas around between us, throwing down lots of sort of fragments of words, and then trying them together in different combinations and seeing what sounded good. And of course also checking that the domain name was actually free. Once we had RuneScape as a name, the original version of the logo was just the name RuneScape in a straight line on the stones, but all of our friends were sort of joking around. They kept calling it RuneScape.
AJ, I'll be going soon, but I'll catch you on Wednesday. Yes, mate, I'll be streaming on Wednesday. I'll let everyone know about Saturday as well. Obviously, I'll be streaming later on in the day. But no worries, mate. Thanks for stopping by, AJ, and thanks for chatting to us, mate. I appreciate it.
So at that point, I split the line of stones in two and put the sword through the middle just to make sure there could be no ambiguity whatsoever. This was RuneScape, not RuneScape.
One of the things I was always very keen to have in from the start was the ability to make it quite easy to add content to the game. This was quite a common thing for text-based mods anyways, so I decided I'd come up with my own scripting system, which I called RuneScript. I realised that with this scripting system, up until this point, Paul had always come up with a lot of the ideas and the level designs for my games, but he wasn't a programmer, and I'd always...
Bask Inja! The creation of RuneScape. Yes, mate, we're looking at the old documentary. You know that one they made 7 years ago? I remember watching it a while back. Obviously, this was way before I even thought about getting back into RuneScape. Literally, I think it was about 6 years ago, 7 years, when I actually watched the video. Yeah, so I thought it'd be quite interesting. Yeah, I've heard of it. Didn't see it for myself. Yeah, mate, you should definitely check it out. If you want to keep watching it with me, react for it. I'm just sort of pausing it and stuff, just sort of giving my different takes on what they're saying, and obviously just about design stuff in general. But yeah, mate, it's interesting to watch. How are we doing anyway, Bask? Are you all right? Not sure its name. Not sure what its name was. Oh, yeah. So it's called the RuneScape Documentary, 15 Years of Adventure. So it's an old video. So obviously it's all out of date because this is when they were going up to RuneScape 3. So yeah, we've got text to speech off at the moment, mate, just to help things flow a bit better. That's why you can't hear yourself when you're talking. But how are we doing anyway? Are you okay? It's good to see you in chat, mate. Yeah, obviously I know you've obviously been in and out. You can only pop in when you can, but it's always good to see you, mate.
Always had to implement everything he came up with, and I always found that he could come up with the ideas far faster than I could actually implement.
Doing good. Enjoying the weekend. How's you, mate? I'm good. Yeah, I'm really good. Proper chill, mate. We've just been grinding at the moment, so we've got 50 defense now. On our skills, so that's really cool. We're just working on some smithing and mining in the background now while we're watching this video, just to get some money, because I need to buy some Rune Chainbody and the Rune Sword again and a few other little bits. But yeah, mate, we're doing good. We're just getting stuff ready, mate, so we can actually start doing some bosses and stuff like that, and do the Dragon Slayer, just so we can actually start moving forward with the content. But yeah, mate, I'm doing really, really well.
Them. And so by creating this scripting system, I realised that I could actually get Paul to implement the ideas himself, and we could sort of alleviate a little bit of that imbalance.
The early experiments which I was doing to learn how to use Andrew's map editor and RuneScape actually ended up making it into the game in some form or another. So when I was learning how to use the RuneScape map editor that Andrew had created, I
Jesus, look at that.
Actually made Lumbridge and Lumbridge Castle, and it was quite for making a great big castle, and it ended up being the starting.
That's the thing, though. It's like, you know, he likes designing. Obviously, his other brother liked designing, and it's interesting because, like, again, if you didn't have these people, would the game even be RuneScape without these guys being involved? Because, like, Andrew Gow obviously knows how to code, but again, he's not an artist. So obviously, like, he's got the idea, the system in place, but like the bricks. But the problem is you need that obviously that cement to obviously fill it to fix it in place. So it's very interesting.
Point for the game. The first character which I created just to make sure that I could do character conversations was a character called Hans, which is still a character who wanders around Lumbridge Castle. We made the first quest very early on, that was Cook's Assistant. A lot of it was inspired by LucasArts style graphical adventures as well, especially Monkey Island.
Yeah, that's cool. You could definitely see the inspiration. That's the thing. I always say this about inspiration. It's like, there's nothing wrong with being inspired with something. It's just that the problem is you've got to find a way of just making it your own. Like, you know, doing a twist on it. So it's like, it's okay to be inspired, but you've got to make sure that it's different enough so it doesn't look too similar, that you've edited something so it looks the same, but you've just done a slight tweak. It has to feel like its own thing. You could tell, obviously, with this art here to their art, it's so different, but it has a charm to it.
And the Tentacle, a lot of the way the conversation system worked was based on that, so you've got all sorts of comical options for what sorts of things to say.
This must be that Woodstock place Mom and Dad are always talking about.
So finally, in January 2001, I got RuneScape to the point where I felt I could actually launch it and give it to the public.
We boosted the servers for the first time, and then we all logged on and created our characters, and then Andrew went over to Castle Games Domain because they knew that he was making RuneScape and told the game players in there, hey guys, RuneScape's launched. So a bunch of players came over from Castle Games Domain, and they were the first players of the game.
It was fun.
That's so cool, though. I like that. It's quite a lot of charm. I love the fact that you actually see in the beginnings. Again, I don't think people realise things always start from somewhere. Like, as in, like, I think this is impressive, especially back in the day. But obviously, most people these days would think this is shit. But it's like, yeah, but if you didn't have this, you wouldn't have RuneScape to begin with. Then look at RuneScape. Well, obviously, old school RuneScape. But obviously, it used to be called RuneScape 2. People think the graphics are shit for that. But I like the old. I like the polygon graphics. I think it actually has a charm.
More popular than we could possibly imagine. Initially, we only had one game world, and that filled up very quickly. And Andrew had to quickly set up more game worlds to take on.
Basque. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, mate, absolutely. Like, you've got to have those sort of humble beginnings. You know what I mean? And it's the same with anything though. It's like, you know, content creation or like Twitch or being an artist or being a musician. Like, everyone starts from somewhere. The only reason why people get good at what they do is because they don't stop and they keep going. That's why they end up becoming what they, you know, become successful. It's because they keep going.
The extra people that were online, there was always someone playing the game.
And I was trying to do this against the clock because there was more players coming in every day, and I was frantically trying to re-engineer it to keep up with the number of players. I didn't want.
Basque. Yeah, they learned so much from RuneScape 1. It's the reason old school RuneScape is good today. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, it was because of that. It's the reason why, obviously, they bought. Well, obviously, like, they tried to go RuneScape 3. Obviously, you'll see a bit of that in this as well. But obviously, that didn't work out for them. Obviously, a lot of people left, but then they brought it back because obviously they realised there was a charm. There was a charm to the game.
Turn anybody away. RuneScape launched at a very interesting time because it was just as the internet was becoming a big thing. It was just sort of during the .com bubble.
I'm just going to pop to the toilet, but I'll let it play a little bit and I'll come back. I can still hear everything anyway because I've got the headphones on.
Slightly after, but internet gaming in particular is still taking off. Online games were just becoming a thing.
Back in the day that I used to play in the 1970s, Dungeons and Dragons had a tremendous appeal, and the internet was now allowing these people to join up together without having to sit in the same room with each other.
Imagine choosing any name and personality you want to be, and then playing other people from all over the country on your personal computer.
The fact that broadband became faster and faster and better in people's homes and cheaper really meant that online games and the internet kind of transformed distribution mechanisms.
It was an independent, self-published game in a time when there wasn't really independent self-published games. We were one of the few people who was actually able to publish our own game. The fact that you could play it without having to install any software, you could just play it in your web browser, it meant it got a big following in schools, where people could play it in their lunch break, and then they could play it when they got home, people could play it in libraries. I think that really helped the spread. And then disaster struck.
Click some more.
I just heard. See you later, AJ. No worries, mate. Take it easy. Thanks for stopping by, mate. I appreciate you. Yeah, I remember obviously the internet. Obviously, like the internet we used to have back, obviously in the UK, we used to have like the family computer and that. Like, hey, we've got 58 mining now. Bash, I'm absolutely smashing the mining. Yeah, it's interesting, like, obviously how we evolved and developed, like, especially online games. So I remember online games being a big thing, like mini clips and stuff like that. Like, that was a lot of the games I used to, like, go on and play on, or Newsgrounds and stuff like that. They were, like, one of the big websites that I used to use a lot to, like, play games. Very, very interesting.
Firms have flourished, but many pure internet companies have had problems this year. Back in March, 4 net-only firms entered the FTSE 100 because their share prices ranked them as a top UK business. Since then, their valuations have tumbled over 70%. No wonder even casual investors are becoming fussier.
The advertisers pulled the plug, they didn't want to buy adverts off me anymore. I suddenly got to the point where the amount of advertising revenue...
That's interesting though, isn't it? Like, you keep thinking, like, like things like the ad apocalypse and stuff like that here. Like, you got to remember, these things still happened. Like, obviously, like, when people used to buy, like, advertisement spaces and stuff like that, like, it's a big thing. It still goes on today. You think it's, like, a new thing, but it's really not. These problems have been around for a long time.
It wasn't even enough to cover the hosting costs, and I didn't have a lot in the way of savings, and I was like, I can't afford to run this game. It's costing me money to run it. I'm going to have to shut it down, and I really didn't want to shut it down because I'd spent, well over a year making it by this point. Poured everything into it. It was really popular. There's probably about 600,000 people playing it by this point, and really didn't want to shut it down. So, a bit of an emergency. So the first thing I did was trying to save money. I moved back to my parents' house in Nottingham.
We actually used half of our parents' kitchen, so Mum put a curtain subdividing the 2 separate bits.
I love stuff like that though. Do you know when they're that dedicated and passionate about a project that they'll go back to their parents or move in with someone or whatever, and they end up using the kitchen as as a base of operations and that. I love stuff like that. It's so cool.
So our kitchen together and turned half of it into an office, and then we spent about 6 months working for them.
Look at that! My God, that's it, innit? That's what it's all about. It's all about the grind. The same when I used to watch a lot of manga artists and stuff, like documentaries when they work from home and they have their own home little studio. Like, things like that are so cool. Like, I love it. I love it. I think it's one of those atmospheres that is just it's just so cool to see. What fucking computers he got? God, look at that. Look at the monitors as well. God.
Dad's kitchen.
But they were terribly squashed in. I do remember I couldn't get in to load the washing machine because the computers were all around it.
We could all work together properly. We weren't having to rely on email, and of course we were playing board games again together as we always have done.
They were going around the house with the microphone looking for interesting sounds.
I remember the cooking sound, and my mum happened to be frying some bacon one day, and I was standing there with the voice recorder recording it, and the sound of cooking in RuneScape Classic is the sound of my mum frying some bacon.
I was a primary school teacher, so it was a school holiday. So I got the time, and I've always loved drawing. So I said I'd have a go, so I did 4 animals for him. I had a camel, a bear, a spider and a bat, and they're all still on Classic.
I did bits and pieces, even though I wasn't much of a graphics artist. I did the RuneScape Classic cow, was my proudest graphical achievement.
I thought, is he more the designer, is he? Would you say? He does more like the level design and stuff. And is he the writer? I think he's the writer, isn't he?
RuneScape Classic.
After 6 months of working from home, the game was still costing more.
Look at that.
More than it was making. While anyone else would have thrown in the towel.
Basque, yeah, seems like the designer. Yeah, I thought so. He must be the level designer in that then. I think he said he did some of the art, but like obviously I think it's the younger brother, isn't it? That's the artist. He's the one that actually does all the drawings and stuff. Seeing as the cow is the proudest, mate. How? Yeah, that's true. Mate, it must be so strange. Like, I think about the programs that I use today, you know, to like do all the art designs and stuff or whatever, animations, and it's like back then you only had like certain programs that you could use. It really pushes your the creativity, doesn't it? Like, I love it though. It's so fascinating.
The brothers looked at other options to keep the game running.
We thought about making a members version in the hopes that enough people would want to subscribe.
At this point, I realised that if I was going to start charging the users for playing,
Oh, definitely, yeah, mate. I love it. I just love it. I just think it's. I find these things really fascinating.
the game, it was going to be becoming a much more commercial operation. I was going to have to do things a bit more seriously. I wasn't going to be able to just ignore people's customer support emails, and I didn't really know anything about running this sort of business, and I was a bit anxious about taking money off the users directly. And I thought to myself, well, there was that chap who contacted me. I nearly set up a business with Constant Tedder. I wonder if he'd be interested in turning this into a proper business where we actually charge a subscription.
Constant was still interested and took them up on their offer. He took on the position of CEO, and they prepared RuneScape to accept paid members.
And we sort of figured we need 3,000 people to subscribe out of our 600,000 or so players to cover our hosting costs. Within the first couple of days, we had 5,000 subscribers, and we're like, we're saved! We've got enough! We're not going to have to shut the game down.
The community, the player base just sort of overwhelmed us in terms of the number of people we took in.
You don't need a lot though, do you? I always say this about, I remember talking to Joe about this, same with Twitch and stuff. It's like Twitch, YouTube, or Patreon, or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't think money is obviously should never be the end goal. Obviously, it's nice to make money, but like, obviously for them, they were obviously making enough to get by, so they were happy with that. But now it was all about keeping the server going, so that's why they had to end up putting the money down. And I think it's okay to like, you don't need a lot of people to support you in order to like actually become successful in the game. Yeah, but things were different back then. Yes, that's true. Yeah, well, I can understand what he means by being anxious, and I know what you mean by it being different as well. Because these days, I think most people get into things because of the money. Again, I agree with what Asman used to say. It's like there's nothing wrong with making money, and I agree with that. There is nothing wrong with making money. But again, I think if you're not passionate, gaming was a new world. Very few computers were making games for money. Yeah, that's true, Basque. No, that is very true, mate. Yeah, you're correct on that. It was a whole new different market, wasn't it?
Even just in that first day.
And I was in a real rush to get the business set up and recruit some staff. Started looking around for an office, found a little sort of incubator.
God, look at that 2D graphics artist, pixel art. I would have loved to have done pixel art back in the day. 3D graphics art. What programs are they using here? Oh God, this is so weird to see.
For startup businesses called the St. John's Innovation Centre. Went to them and said, "Need an office? I need it now. We've got people paying for the game. We haven't got any staff to answer their emails. How soon can you get me an office?" And they're like, "You can have it tomorrow." I was like, "Yeah, office tomorrow." Signed the contract. Had a number of people coming in for an interview.
I'm guessing they're not at the same place anymore. Then I'm guessing obviously they've moved back. They've gone away. Where was this? Are they still based in? They're not based in Nottingham, are they? They're based in. Where are they actually based? Jagex.
That didn't have any furniture at this point, so the interview was taking part in a completely empty office with nothing in it.
Andrew was interviewing people while myself and Constant were wandering in and out of the little office with desks and computers and setting them up behind them, which was probably quite a distracting way to have one's interview.
And I remember the night before sort of frantically Googling sort of like how...
Basque, Google says Cambridge. Yeah, it is Cambridge. I thought it was Cambridge. Yeah, because they went back to... Because they're from Nottingham. I think they went back to Nottingham, and I think their parents live in Nottingham, and then they must have gone back to Cambridge.
How do you interview someone? What did you ask at an interview? What are you supposed to do?
My interview was awesome because it was just a room and there was just a table with a laptop on it.
It's weird though, because I think a lot of people are left now, aren't they? I know like quite a few of them are gone. We've got like a lot of younger faces now in Jagex, I think, which probably is a good thing as well. Jagex Cambridge. Yeah, I thought. Well, I wasn't too entirely sure. I kind of think for some reason, like I know Cambridge is like not that far, but I always kept thinking of like London and stuff like that. But it is Cambridge. You're both right. It is Cambridge.
And Andrew, and that was it. And I thought, what have I sort of stepped into?
I'm assuming a lot of these people like are stuck, because obviously I recognise a few people here, but I'm assuming a lot of them probably are they all still there? A lot of the mods still there, or are they all like gone now? Because it seems like they've got a whole new lot of different faces now, haven't we? Like at Jagex, Basque. I thought Bristol for some reason, mate. I generally didn't even have a clue, mate. I kept thinking London. I don't know why. I always keep assuming a lot of the companies are in London and that, but. Working at Jagex was my dream job as a kid. Mate, can you imagine? A lot of them are left now, though. A lot of them are gone. Like, you can tell there's a whole new different bunch of faces now. It's interesting, though. It must be full. It must have been fun. But obviously you can tell over time they just couldn't be arsed with it anymore, could they? Like, obviously Andrew and that, they just got rid of it.
And he said, can you type something? I remember Andrew kind of looking at...
Here's a question for you both, though, and anyone else in chat. Do you think Andrew Gower regrets actually selling RuneScape? Do you think they regret getting rid of Jagex? Because obviously the game has just blown up now, hasn't it? It's actually got player base. Like the players are really coming in. Or do you think he was just done with it and he just wanted to do something new? Like obviously he's doing Brighter Shores now.
Watching me type, and then it was like great, all right, and then that was brilliant. That was most of my interview.
Basque. I don't know. I think he was done with it. Yeah. I mean, how long? I mean, what was this up to the 15? How long was he there for? What was it like? Over 20 years or whatever. When did he sell it? But I think Brighter Shores isn't going nearly as well. Yeah, but the problem is, this is the issue with Brighter Shores. Everyone's always going to compare it to RuneScape. Space. Fucking hell. It's what? It's right. Joe. He's not here though, Space. He can't defend himself. You can't say that. Why? He looks alright. Leave him alone. It's one of the Gower brothers. You can't mess with him. Damn. I don't think he's here. I think he's gone. Hold on, let me refresh the fucking Twitch page thing. I'll tell you if he's here or not. No, he's not here, mate. He's not here. I can't believe you said that looks like Joe.
I mean, to start off with, the company was so small that people's first task on their first day was to build their desk and such.
What fucking computers are they using? That's what I want to know. Can you imagine obviously trying to run everything off that? Like, you'd be out your fucking mind, aren't you? That's a speaker setup, isn't it? But fuck me. What are those? Mate, it's so weird. What are they?
Just construct their desk and set up their computer. We didn't have any staff who did that sort of thing. We didn't.
When I started, there was one other person, and that was it.
Yeah.
We didn't have the internet. There was no. I mean, RuneScape was running off servers, but we didn't have any internet in the office. And then it was like that.
Basque. Brighter Shores isn't as bad as I think. 2,686 players right now. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not going to shit on Brighter Shores. I know you're not either, but but I know a lot of people give it a lot of shit because it's like it's not RuneScape. But the thing is, I don't think Andrew Gower wants the RuneScape player base anyway. I don't think he wants the RuneScape players. I think he wants a whole new set of different audience. So that's why he's changed it. Because I think some people that don't want to play RuneScape no more probably have gone to Brighter Shores because it's different. But again, that's fine. I don't think it's a problem. Like, I haven't played Brighter Shores. The only time I watched it is other people playing it. I watched a bit of obviously I watched Sleepy Joe play it. I watched Boaty play it for a bit. I just couldn't get into it. I just generally wasn't interested in playing it. It's because I just got back into RuneScape. So for me personally, I didn't want to start trying to play another game when I've just got back into actually playing RuneScape. But I think Brighter Shores looks like a good game. It's just it's just not going to be for everyone. But I think it will have its own. It will have its own audience, but it won't be a RuneScape audience. It'll be a completely different bunch of people.
That week, some point, we got dial-up.
Just like it had grown fast in terms of number of players in the first year, in the second year it was a very rapid growth of the number of people paying for the game, and then we moved office incredibly frequently.
I like the fact that we just knock a hole in the wall and just expand.
I remember Andrew's room though. We used to have about 5 monitors set up. I remember him having this banging trance music.
Yeah,
there was like a screen of code here, and something here, and there was this really thumping techno, and I was blown away by that.
I'd grown up looking at things like MUDs, multi-user dungeons, and I had been a role player all my life, so running sort of Dungeons and Dragons campaigns and things like that. And the first time I looked at RuneScape, it looked like a graphical MUD. And I always got frustrated with a lot of online games that they just didn't take their storytelling very seriously. And I was engaging with this quest, and there were nice little character dialogues, and even though the graphics were incredibly simplistic compared to the games I was playing on my consoles at the time, there was something about it, something that really kind of resonated with me as a storyteller. But also,
thing is, I was saying this earlier though to Mandy, like I actually generally like the stories and stuff, but I think most people don't pay attention to the story. I don't think they do. I don't pay attention to a lot of the story in games. Like, it depends. If I'm playing like a single player game, I will. But if it's like an online game, I normally don't bother. I normally don't get that invested into the lore. Quests, I do though. I like the stories and quest lines, because for me, it's almost like a chunk of a story. So it's like you do it, and then you absorb the information, and that's it. But for me, I just feel like I ain't got time to sort of sit there and go like and learn all the lore about everything in the game. It just feels a bit overwhelming. I don't know if you guys are the same. I don't know if you guys think the same thing, where you're like, you just can't be asked like to just read the story and just skip through all the dialogue. Like, I'll read some of it, but not all of it.
Also someone who, wanted to explore the kind of potentials that the internet had to offer, and it just grabbed me, and I thought, I'm going to give this a go.
As well as recruiting a lot of customer support staff, I was also actually spending an awful lot of time trying to create the systems to support them, because it was all one thing having people in to answer the emails, but so initially there wasn't actually anything they could actually do for people. So people would say, I've lost my password, and there was nothing they could do about it. There was no way they could verify that they were the right phone, and they couldn't even reset the password.
Everything was done by email, so you had like all the reports from players saying, I've lost my dragon helmet and all the rest of it, and they all came to your inbox. So after a while, I had about 1,000 emails in my inbox, and I was just like, I don't know how to answer these people,
So I think there was probably about sort of 20, 30 different systems that we actually ended up making in-house, all each of which did a different function just to support the game.
I guess the weirdest thing was that people with outside experience would come in and used to things working in a certain way, and we did them completely differently. So I think that's why for such a long time we actively did not look for people with proper industry experience, because actually it wasn't any good to us. And it was kind of good, because if you needed the system to do something, you could just go and ask for it, which was pretty cool, really.
That's the thing though, isn't it? There's so much behind. I was talking about this last stream though. Was it not yesterday, Wednesday? The stream before, where like it's not just like making the content, like there's a lot of other stuff you've got to do behind the scenes. Especially like say like things like Twitch or whatever, like you gotta like, come up with all the art, the assets, unless you're paying for. Again, if you're paying someone to do it, you still got to manage them and obviously like make sure they're doing what they want you to do and stuff like that. So like, coming up with ideas, content ideas, doing obviously your social media and stuff like that. But obviously when you're doing a game like they had to come up with like customer support. They had to, obviously Andrew Gower had to build a new system, so obviously people could actually, find out the accounts and stuff like that. Yeah, it's. I think most people just think like, oh, you just do it and that's it. It's like, no, you got to do so much more behind the scenes. Most of the time outside of it, you end up spending doing stuff that you don't really want to do, because obviously it's the boring shit. But obviously you need to do it because obviously it's important. Obviously, there's certain requirements you have to do. But yeah, it's very, very interesting. Like,
RuneScape's first incarnation was a little rough around the edges, but it was revolutionary for its time. It was an online world of adventure, where players could slay dragons, hone skills, and make friends. Best of all, it could be played on even the, shonkiest PC. But nothing stays still in the tech world for long, and it was time for RuneScape to get a makeover.
So around about 2003, 2004, we actually started getting on top of things a little bit more. It was no longer quite such a sort of breakneck, day-to-day just trying to keep up with whatever crisis or surge of growth or new thing was happening that day. We actually were able to catch our breath and think, what next? So I decided to start making a new version called RuneScape 2. Total rewrite the code base, fixed all sorts of things that I didn't like about the original version, and I also took the opportunity to upgrade the graphics.
He completely rewrote the whole.
That'll be today's one, won't it? So what do you think that is? Have they got their own? I've actually I don't know if you guys ever watched. You ever watched the Jagex live streams? You know when they show you like when they're building the models and stuff. I'm fairly certain they have. I don't know if they have their own program that they use for like doing certain things. I could be mistaken, but I think I know they use. I think they use 3ds Max, or is it Maya? I don't know. I'm sure it's 3ds Max, because I think that's the industry standard anyway for making games. People use 3ds Max to like build stuff and obviously do all the polygon and materials and stuff like that. So I'm just trying to figure out, but I think they have their own custom program as well. I could be mistaken. I'll have to have a look into it.
Scripting language, and it was far more flexible.
Yeah, that's. I'm trying to look. That's my. I think no. Is that ZBrush? I can't tell what that logo is.
But it meant we had to rewrite the entire game effectively from scratch.
It was kind of risky because we had a lot of people who were really dedicated to RuneScape, and whilst we as a bunch of developers thought that it was good to do certain things, the community didn't necessarily agree with us. So when we first put the beta live, this new shiny version of RuneScape, there was a lot of fear from the community, like, well, is it going to work like this? Is it going to work like that? Are the value of my items going to be affected? Like, it was quite a big deal for them.
And we were desperately worried that if we upgraded the version of the game, we could lose a lot of players. So we thought, well, we'll just keep the old version online just in case.
These people were playing the game, 5, 10 hours, 15 hours a day, every single day, and it was one of the most important things in their life. So you had to be really, really mindful of that.
As it actually happened, when we finally managed to launch it for real, almost everyone did actually move to RuneScape 2, and only a very small number of people stuck with RuneScape 1. So perhaps.
If only they used this wisdom with Evolution of Combat. Yeah, well, it's funny actually because they're going to go on about it, aren't they? They're going to talk about in this one, because it's the promotional thing, isn't it? For like the next step in RuneScape is RuneScape 3, but obviously, as we all know, obviously that kind of went to shit. So it's like, I don't. I said this before. I don't think RuneScape's a bad game. Curious what they'll say about it. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad game. I don't think it's actually a beautiful looking game. I just think it's the combat mechanics. They just got rid of that, they'll be fine. But then again, they are finding their player base though, and that's the thing. People don't want to play old school RuneScape. They don't want to play. They don't really want the big grind, do they? They just want to be able to just jump on, have fun, and go. So, and I think that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
We didn't need to worry as much as we did. Around about the same time that we launched RuneScape 2, we also signed a deal with a third-party website called miniclip.com, which was a portal.
Miniclip! Who remembers this, boys? Do you remember this? Okay, no, I sure do. I remember I found a lot of games on here. Nitron. Who remembers the Nitron company? They had a lot of cool games on here. There was quite a lot of really, really cool like indie. I really wish back in the day. This is still a little before I played. Yeah, probably, mate. I remember they had RuneScape on here. I remember, yeah, because they used to have it on here. They used to promote it on it.
A lot of people going there to play free cool games. Oh look, what's this RuneScape thing? That looks cool. And we just got a lot of traffic, like huge amounts of traffic.
Look at that! I remember the graphics. This is back in the day. Remember this? No Rune Light, no bullshit. You literally had one monitor. If you wanted to switch between it, you'd have to you would look on your browser on Wiki, RuneScape Wiki. So you had to keep flicking back and forth. Oh god.
We had so many players signing up at the same time that our account creation system couldn't handle the load, and it actually keeled over. This breakneck speed I was talking about up to this point was going up like this, and all of a sudden it turned a massive corner and went up even faster. That suddenly meant what we thought was incredibly fast, but it suddenly looked very slow.
I actually 100% can remember us having a conversation and thinking we're having too many players too quickly. Because we couldn't hire staff quick enough, we couldn't build servers quick enough, and Andrew, honest to God, was like, maybe we should stop account creation. because we just couldn't deal with that kind of rush of people. But it was great, right? It was amazing.
Do you know what, Bask? I agree with you. I actually really I think Moonlight is a really good plugin. I think it makes RuneScape more streamlined. It's more streamlined to play now. Steffi, welcome in, my guy. Where have you been? I know you've been traveling on your adventures, but I'll let you off this time. I remember the old map, the one that is in the inventory, made it a hard time to navigate. Hi, Between, I'm here, but I'm not really here. Are you still traveling back, mate? Are you still traveling back? Yeah, mate, it's so weird. I was just saying to Bask, I remember obviously playing... I played it, I think, right after the beta. So, like, when it was fully up, that's when I started playing it. Because I got told about it by a friend. He said, you should check this game out. No, that's a lie. So I was at someone's house, and they were playing it. And I said to him, it was my mate's brother. He was playing it. And I said to him, I said, what are you playing? He said, oh, it's a game called RuneScape. I said, oh. He said, yeah, you can make, like, it's free. You should, like, give it a go. So they, like, actually helped, at the time, they helped me create the account and stuff like that. And I got signed up on that. And I was playing it a bit on their computer. In the car now home, good to see you having the popcorn time. Mate, it's a long video. It's the longest one I've done, but I think it'll be quite fun to look at. But yeah, so I got into it right after, I think, after the beta. So when I came into it, I think it was when everything was actually up and running.
Yeah, it was an incredible time. Everyone was kind of mucking in and doing bits of everything.
Yeah, you had to.
Every time we came down to Cambridge to see them, they told us how many more players there were.
Yes, the new number was always significantly bigger than the last time I'd seen them. It was quite impressive, really. Once you got up to 50 people.
So that's the original? Is that the original crew? Is it? It makes you wonder, though. Oh, is that Mod Ash? My God! Look at there's the legend there. Who else is in there? I'm trying to recognise if I can see everyone. If there's anyone else we could see. Does make you wonder, though, how many of people are still here, are still there. Damn, I know, mate. I know. It's so weird, isn't it? It's so weird. Makes you wonder, though, if there's still... Guy right in front is pretty well known as well, I think. Which one? Who are we looking at? That was the CEO. I'm assuming I don't think he is anymore, is he? Guy right in front is pretty well known. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. What are you talking about? That's one of the brothers. There's Adugawa. Is that his... Where's his other brother? His younger one. Obviously that's Matey Boy. Front row, rightmost guy. This guy. Oh. Not sure who that is, to be fair. Like I say, I've been out of the loop for so long, I can't remember a lot of the people back in the day.
People in the office, that was an impressive milestone as well.
I'm trying to recognise any more. Must be different people.
You kind of think, oh, 50 people, wow.
With the game beginning to take off, Andrew and Constant wanted to reward their staff, and they found a foolproof way of doing so.
Constant devised a jolly system where we reward the staff when we hit certain mile points and certain numbers of subscribers.
Go-karting, go paintballing, drive a speedboat, all sorts of sort of fun sort of events. And he set it out with a number of subscribers.
Fucking hell. There he is, the legend. That's pretty cool that they did that, though. Do you think if a lot of companies did that as an incentive for people at work? Do you think that actually probably boosts companies' like profits and stuff? Like, in general. Do you think it would actually, like, be beneficial for people to actually do that? Like, obviously, you get paid your normal, obviously, whatever, and then obviously you say, like, look, if we hit this milestone, obviously we'll treat everyone to it. I like how the dude didn't age at all. I know, mate, it's so weird. Look how young he is there. God.
As a target for each different one, and it went all the way up to sort of 100,000 subscribers, you know, a weekend in New York. And I remember when he produced the list, I was like, we're never going to hit 100,000 subscribers. Yeah, sure, we'll do that.
I think at one point there was like 4 or 5 jollies stacked up, and like everyone was moaning.
At least, yeah.
Like, we haven't been on a jolly for a couple of weeks. It's 4 or 5 still to take. Like, it was so hard to try and get enough time to go on it.
They were like 25,000 apart, or something like that. I remember in 1 week we hit 2 targets, just in 1 week. And when we originally wrote them, we were expecting them to be 2-3 months apart or something like that.
It didn't really hit home until a member of staff that would recruited mentioned to me that he hadn't actually done a 5-day week since starting for it. One thing that was always really nice about developing RuneScape was you always got so much feedback on everything you were doing, compared to when I made single player games where you made it and you put it out there and you couldn't really tell if anyone liked it or not. You could look at magazine reviews and see if the reviewers liked it, but you couldn't tell if the actual users liked it. With RuneScape being online and having forums, you got instant feedback.
Some of our daily routines were just to log onto RuneScape during lunch or before we started work and just have a chat with some of the players. You know, the people on our friends list were actually our friends, and we were just chatting to them and finding out what they were doing. So yeah, it was there was definitely a lot of kind of interaction between people working at Jagex and the mods.
Fucking hell. He's got nanny, Matt Kay. When did Matt Kay leave? He left a while ago, didn't he? I've actually tuned on his I've actually tuned on some of his streams. Matt K in it. Mod Mark. No, that's not it. I try to remember when he left. I've actually tuned in some of his streams because he normally does some. He still plays RuneScape, doesn't he? Even though he's left the company, but he still plays the game.
And the players in the early days felt like a very big, warm community that was very passionate about what was going on in the game.
As the number of players continued to grow, clans formed, friends lists filled up, and everyone got on swimmingly. For many, friendships formed in RuneScape were stronger than friendships they made outside of it. Those who started
well, of course, the show RuneScape free.
playing RuneScape at a young age were growing up in Gielinor.
The RuneScape community is quite possibly the warmest community in gaming.
A lot of players would actually just jump on and use RuneScape just to chat with other players. In fact, if anything, RuneScape was a glorified kind of chat system for them.
A lot of people like ourselves grew up with RuneScape, so we've got good, strong friendships that have come from just playing RuneScape.
You can meet all different kinds of people from all over the world, and you never know who you're going to meet, and they could turn out to be your best friend.
There used to be a stigma whereby to play a game like RuneScape was to abandon the real world, but actually I think the two realities feed really well into each other. You know, in my job, working for a student union now, I use a lot of the skills that I learned playing RuneScape, and I actually have RuneScape on my CV. So, yeah, and I'm very proud of it.
One of my favourite stories that I read from customer support was just this kid who wrote in to say thanks for the fishing skill. Now that's a weird thing, but his parents were in the army. And when he was in the UK, he used to go fishing with his granddad down in the lake. And now when suddenly they were moving away, he didn't have the opportunity to do that anymore. But they found RuneScape, and in RuneScape they could fish together. They could log into the same world, go up to the little lake or the river or whatever and just fish and chat to each other as though they were doing it in the real world. I genuinely goosebumps when I'm talking about this. You read those kind of messages and you think about the impact that you're making on people's lives. So actually, the social element was more important than the game. The community and the kind of friends that they had there were a bigger deal than the game itself.
And there was an academic...
I absolutely love... I say this all the time, but fishing, to me, is the #1 skill for me. I love fishing. It's just so chilled. I don't know what it is. You just don't feel like the pressure when you're doing fishing. It just feels like really relaxing, which is such a strange thing, like a weird skill to do in RuneScape, where you actually generally don't feel like you're actually working or putting the effort in. It's so odd.
Study actually done by Brunel University that we reported on about how people use RuneScape. And it wasn't necessarily, because it was such free play, it wasn't necessarily to play the game. Same with Warcraft. No, it's basically to hang out and to socialise. There was one girl who used to just sit and watch the river and watch the waterfall. There were nice places to hang out in, compared to your staring at a brick wall in a city London, perhaps. So they were real kind of places where people just like to hang out.
In the early days, it was independently, thought-provokingly, unique that people would not only meet online, but they would care about each other online, fall in love online, get married, and have children. And now we sort of, having lived through that now for 15 years, we look at that and go, well, yeah, of course we get it. I mean, it's not just, doesn't just happen once. It happens quite regularly, and it's just a truth of it illustrates how powerful the connection is between people that can start with a honest shared experience in a virtual world that then translates back out into the physical world and flourishes well beyond the veil of the digital screen.
RuneScape has changed my life in a way that a game shouldn't be able to. It's it was occasionally a way for me to escape life when I was tired or fed up, or I just wanted to go somewhere else. Gielinor is where I'd go. I'd get out of this world and just be there. And obviously, at some point, because of Claire, it's merged into my real life.
We met.
RuneScape 3's music is so good though. Yeah, the thing is, RuneScape 3 is really beautiful. Obviously, it's called RuneScape now, but obviously we call it RuneScape 3. But RuneScape 3 is really beautiful. Like, again, graphics are great. The music, I like the voice acting system. I think it's just the combat. I think it's just the combat that puts people off, and I think it put me off. I have spoke to a few other players, like Saltbelly and that, and he has told me, to be fair, he was the same. But he says he's played it recently, and he says it's actually really good. He says that they've updated a lot of the stuff to it now. So obviously they've been slowly polishing it up and cleaning it. The only thing I don't like though is just the fucking way you can level up your skills. I have been told if you do an Iron Man, that's probably the best thing to do. But again, in my head, I'm just like, well, I might as well just play old school RuneScape then if I have to piss about doing that, if you know what I mean. That's just kind of my way of thinking. But again, I think it's a great game. I just think it's unfortunate, obviously, it just didn't turn out the way they thought it was going to turn out.
When I was training for Rune in Pyramid Plunder, I just found this mini game, and when you're in Pyramid Plunder and you let the mummy out and people just run off and leave this mummy and you get attacked by the mummy, and I was going to, but I noticed someone was in the cave, so I thought I better kill it then. So I was killing the mummy, and he messaged me after I left. He was like, thanks for killing it, and I'm like, yeah, I only killed it because you were there. If you weren't there, I'd have run off. But yeah, so we started talking, and he was helping me figure out thieving and best ways to do it.
That was our meeting. That was our hello, and I've had that in real life. It's like, oh, how did you meet? It's like, oh, she saved me from a mummy in an ancient pyramid.
And then we just used to chat all the time. I used to talk to you.
And it didn't stop.
No, you never shut up.
We just talked all night long, and
we couldn't say MSM in game in RuneScape when you typed in MSM.
It was redacted. It was
starred out, so you couldn't say it. So we made up a word called pineapple instead. So whenever we wanted to talk to each other, we'd say go on pineapple. So that was like our little code word for it. When we actually met for the first time in real life, I met him at the train station, and he had a bunch of flowers in one hand and a pineapple in the other hand.
When we did meet in real life, we did all the things that you could only do in real life. You know, we went on dates, we got married, we had the kids, we moved houses, and all of the real life things.
Bass looking for a girlfriend when it actually worked. I know, mate. I know. It's crazy, isn't it? The thing is, if it was my luck, mate, it would be another bloke on the other side. Do you know what I mean?
You know, from an outside observer, it happened quite quickly. But we had that background in the game world. when I introduced myself to Claire, I was reserved and secretive, and I was Zach. So that was the name that we gave to our son.
And then when we were naming Sophie, we just could not think of a name for a girl. We just didn't have a girl name. And then it was my eldest daughter that said Sophie. And Sophie was the name that we gave to the penguin that goes to Softenham, because, you know, I can't spell Softenham, so we just used to call it Sophie, so it just seemed fitting that's where we met. We met in Softenham.
In the hospital, I called her little baby Softenham.
You did.
To imagine not having RuneScape would... You know, I can't even imagine where I'd be, because, you know, how would I...
I would want to know where I'd be right now.
How would I meet... How would I have met you?
Early on.
Aw, isn't that nice? Steffi, I remember the sell gear, girlfriend and buying gear period, too fun. Mate, every time it was the ones I always remember, it was buying GF. That was the only thing I always remember. I used to see people saying buying GF every time. Bass, should have called their son. Oh god. Imagine. That was pretty cool. That's kind of sweet. There you go, boys. There's hope yet.
Jagex were focused on the game itself and knew virtually nothing about the players.
It was fucking graphics.
But as the team worked on their back-end support systems, they started to gain more and more...
Stefu. Or Obar. Obar.
More insight into their community.
So surprised to see how often and how regular some people were playing. You know, some of the top players were literally playing 16, 17 hours a day. It was just mind-blowing to us that, you know, people were playing the game that much.
God, what's the longest you boys actually been on RuneScape? How long have you been on it, like playing it straight? Be honest now, no cap. What's the longest you've gone to play RuneScape in a day? Because I think I've done like 12 hours before. The guy who got 99 smithing literally shit himself. That's dedication. 8 hours, yeah, 8 hours. I've actually done about 12. I think I've actually done 12 hours. I'm proud, but 17, I think. 17? Wow. Fuck that. Yeah, I've done 17 before. I think I woke up... Well, this was like a long time ago, though. I woke up like early in the morning, and I think I just sat there all day. It was like on a Saturday or Sunday. I just like played the shit out of it. It was pretty crazy, actually. Sleeping is XP waste. That is true.
The highest possible level in a RuneScape skill, such as woodcutting, mining, or magic, was 99. And reaching 99, particularly before your mates, was a mark of huge prestige, and also a sign that you were undeniably awesome.
We never actually expected anybody to reach level 99 in any of the skills. When I designed the XP curve, originally it was designed, and I worked out how many hours it would take to get to level 20, level 30, level 40, and so on and so forth. And it went up to 99 fairly arbitrarily, but the actual content sort of petered out around about level 40, level 50, because I just didn't think anybody would possibly get past that, because the number of hours to get past that was just so absurd.
I've seen a number of skills come out over the year, and as a new skill comes out, there's always the excitement of, oh, who's number one, who's top, who's at the top of the game, and experiencing the new content for the first time.
Around 2007, I really started putting in some major hours. I just never...
Jesus, he's dedicated to the cause there, isn't he? Dedication, for strength and honour. Strength and honour, boys. Strength and honour. Oh, please, let them tell about the 99 smithing race. They might talk about it. I don't know if they do, actually. I don't think they do.
Never stopped. I just, at first it was tough. But
Jesus, look at that.
But really, the motivation to keep going for a certain high rank got me into it, and eventually it was just...
Stefu, the race to 99 saying it will bring is going to be exciting. Mate, do you know what? I actually think sailing's actually going to be a really good skill to do. However, I'm just a bit concerned about what direction it will go in after. But we can only wait and see, can't we? We can only wait and see. But fingers crossed, it'll be decent. I doubt they'll tell about the dude who pooped his pants. Not great adventure, mate. I don't know why I heard the one about him shitting himself. Who was it that shit himself? Where did I hear it from? I don't think it was on a RuneScape thing. Like, as in like a documentary thing. I'm sure I found out it was like another YouTuber that did it.
Routine to me. Close to 2100 days played now. If you spend so much time on the game, then it kind of becomes a part of you. So part of me is yeah, well, how should I say it? RuneScape is like a part of me, so yeah.
High-ranked players attained a degree of celebrity within the community.
You can tell they keep showing a lot of the RuneScape 3, obviously back in the day, obviously trying to promote it.
People wanted to be them. They wanted their rank, their high scores, and they definitely wanted the wealth in their banks. But one stood head and shoulders above the rest. Every player had heard of him.
Who is it, boys? Who is it? We already know who it is, don't we? Yeah, Bass has got it. Yeah, absolutely, mate. That is who it is. 110%.
Every player knew his name. That name was Zezima.
Yay!
If you've played RuneScape at any point in your career.
Fucking Boaty, it is, mate. That is so weird. Hold on, wait. So that guy earlier, was it Boaty? That no, mate. So that one I saw earlier was Boaty. Mate, he's so young, isn't he? Wow. He looks like a different guy. Doesn't even look like the same person. That's crazy, that. Dragon, damn. I am an inventor. Can't even recognise it. Mate, it doesn't look like him, does it? It doesn't look like him at all.
You probably know of Zezima.
Does his voice sound different to you as well? Let me just play that again. Listen very, very carefully. Doesn't sound like him, does it?
Of celebrity within the community. People wanted to be them. They wanted their rank, their
Get ready, it's coming.
high scores, and they definitely wanted the wealth in their banks. But one stood head and shoulders above the rest. Every player had heard of him. Every player knew his name.
It'll be just after this. After, obviously, you'll see him again.
That name was Zezima.
If you've played RuneScape at any point in your career, you probably know of Zezima.
When I first started in the company, we...
What the fuck? Must be a glitch. Mate, it doesn't sound like Boaty. I've tuned in a lot of Boaty streams, like lurking and that. Mate, it doesn't even sound like him. Yeah, I don't even recognise his voice. It doesn't even sound like the same guy, does it? That's so weird. Obviously, I know we get older and stuff, so obviously, you know, we look different, we change and stuff like that, but like, it is crazy to see him when he's like younger. Crazy.
Used to get a lot of questions from the players about things to do with the game, and I was given a list of players that I could log in to the game and ask them those questions, because even in those early days we knew the players knew more about the game than we did, and one of those names was Zezima.
Zezima is the most famous player.
He is just an absolute legend. He did everything when it was hard to do. He achieved the unthinkable.
Zezima, he's a legend. Everyone knows Zezima, man.
Back when he was on the top of the high schools, there was all sorts of accusations that he was...
What RuneScape does to a man. You see, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You level up, don't you, in real life? You level up in real life as well, don't you? The real life XP, mate, is strong. You know what I mean? It's very strong.
Some maybe character sharing, but we certainly investigated it and found no sort of evidence pointing to that.
You might not know Andrew and Paul, but you know who Zezima is.
In
2005, he was the top RuneScape player. But for all his fame, his real identity was shrouded in mystery.
Zezima is definitely better off not being revealed, because that's what creates the enigma, that's what makes Zezima special.
I agree with that. I don't think he's ever been revealed though, has he? I don't think they've actually ever done a facial reveal. I know you hear his voice a lot in this, but you never actually ever see him, and I think it should always stay like that as well.
So I think the longer we can keep his identity secret, the better.
There's rumors and things, but there's no really clear like answer to who he is or much about him.
The mystery has gone on for so long. What does he look like? Who is it? And if we could find that out, that would be truly cool.
I like the mystery of it. Yeah, the legend.
Zezima is a legend, a myth. I think he doesn't exist.
My name is Zezima, and I've been playing since 2001. I've had continuous membership on RuneScape since...
There is it, look. Look at that chiseled bit. Look at that chiseled chin. Look at those cheekbones.
It's 2003, so I've been around a long time. Kind of interesting.
Is the stig of RuneScape, mate? He's
so many people.
He's a legend, isn't he?
It's really the only...
What is that? Is that like earlier version of RuneScape 3?
Yeah, the legend.
Zezima is a legend, a myth. I think he doesn't exist.
My name is Zezima, and I've been playing since 2001. I've had continuous membership on RuneScape since 2003, so I've been around a long time. Kind of interesting.
This must be the earlier version then, was it, of RuneScape 3?
Interesting to be seen as such a legend by so many people. That's really the only way I can describe it. I first discovered RuneScape because I was playing a different game, which was the Final Fantasy card game online, and someone I played that game with told me he knew a game I would never be any good at, so he showed me RuneScape, and that's how I started playing. When I first got number...
Did he play, he stopped playing RuneScape though, did he? I think he came back to old school RuneScape, but when they changed to RuneScape 3, I think he said he was done with it, didn't he? But has he come back to old school RuneScape, but he doesn't play it as crazy as he used to? I think he just like does it just to chill, if I'm correct.
For one, it was pretty exciting. It was interesting. I wasn't exactly aiming for it. I was just going for maxing out.
I don't think so. What? Is he not playing it no more? I thought he came back. I thought he went back to RuneScape 3, old school RuneScape. Or did he get bored of it? Because I know he made that big statement saying that it wasn't fun anymore. But I thought it was still with RuneScape 3. There's an account called Zezima. It has a media stat. So if he plays it under a different account, maybe someone just made the account so they could just have the name. You know what people are like; they end up doing that, don't they?
No, but it was nice when it happened. I was putting in a lot of hours, more than 10 hours a day for 5-6 years straight. It's a matter of just feeling the need to complete it. Being so well known on RuneScape has made it a lot easier to tolerate comments from people. Like, negative comments don't affect me in the game or outside the game at all. So
hold on, wait. So let me get this straight. This isn't aimed at him. So people were taking the piss out of him in the game and outside of the game, but yet those same people played the game because they took the piss out of me because he was sad because he played the game. What? What? What the fuck is going on? The fuck is going on here?
It's helped me just manage emotions pretty well, a lot better than I would be able to otherwise. I've heard a lot of things about myself that I never knew were true. I found out that I'm a girl from Australia. I never knew that. I've never been to Australia. And apparently I'm also 7 80-year-old Chinese women rotating one day of the week each, playing on my account.
I would love it though, like start all over from scratch, everyone at the same time, and then compete for rank 1. Yeah, that would be awesome. Give him a piece of my mind.
Well, they definitely did that, didn't they?
Never occurred to us that people would spend that many hours playing the game. Although, funnily enough, subsequently my own dad actually spent an awful lot of hours playing the game.
How much time do I spend on now? 4 or 5 hours a day? Probably
like that, yeah.
Something like that, yes.
And he himself...
The way she fucking looked at him there. that mate, don't. I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done, mate. Like, the way she looked at... That's every guy in it. Any guy that's got a fucking girlfriend or wife or anything like that, this is the fucking look they give you, innit?
Playing on my account.
I would love it though, like start all over from scratch, everyone at the same time, and then compete for rank 1. Yeah, that would be awesome. Give him a piece of my mind.
It just never occurred to us that
Get ready for the look.
people would spend that many hours playing the game. Although, funnily enough, subsequently my own dad actually spent an awful lot of hours playing the game.
How much time do I spend on now? 4 or 5 hours a day?
Probably about that, yeah.
She wants to say too fucking much. Get in that garage and fix that car. Come on, you motherfucker. Get in that garage.
You like that? Yeah.
And he
That
himself,
bit at the end, like, yeah, you could tell. It's like, get the fuck off that game. Go do something in your life.
got a far higher level than I thought anyone would get. So, just goes to show, much more addictive than I thought it was.
Managing an online world was pretty complex, and technical hitches were inevitable. Sometimes those hitches became rather spectacular.
Bug abuse is a really difficult thing for me to talk about because actually you're kind of glorifying someone who has broken the rules. So one of the most extreme versions of bug abuse was the Falador Massacre.
For years and years and years, it stood out as like a pinnacle event in RuneScape.
Falador Massacre came about, I believe, as a bug with the player-owned houses.
She's not there no more. When did this came out? 7 years ago? Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Somebody had discovered that they could kick people.
This has to be the massacre. Yeah, I think it is. I think this all went to shit, didn't it? Loads of people died.
From the house whilst in combat mode and strut around Falador, killing innocent players.
So there were players running around absolutely everywhere saying, oh, watch out, someone's going to kill you, make sure you bank all your valuable stuff. And there were a lot of people there going there just to see it happen.
People were telling, like, don't go there, some players killing people, and then I was like, I want to try this out, so I want to go there. And I saw like so many people, I lagged so badly, but I do still remember that event. It's like one of the biggest like events that ever happened in RuneScape. And
I was called to be told, you know, you were vaguely willing.
They look so different here. It's so weird seeing them here, both of them.
To do call-out work for us. Well, if you decided to go ahead with that plan, are you doing anything at the moment?
Probably killed quite a lot of players, largely because people thought it was an exciting event that somebody was going around killing people outside the wilderness, so they all came into Falador so that they could be killed by him.
I was probably assassinated a bajillion times. It was chaos. It was absolute chaos.
How do you think they did that? Was it because it was? Did they say it was a bug or a hack? Oh no, they bugged that out to like be able to attack everyone. Obviously, so it must have glitched then in the code. Do you think they hacked it though? I know obviously Jagex's coding is spaghetti code, but I'm pretty certain it would probably be. It was a bug that has to do with construction. Ah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, Bass. That makes sense.
It also helps that for many of our customers, that was the 6th of the 6th, 2006. In Britain, it was actually the 7th, but for the majority of players, it was still the 6th.
Yeah, I think Duriel 321 will go down in history for sure as being one of the darkest days in RuneScape.
Events like the Falador Massacre in 2006 will forever be a part of RuneScape history and are still chatted about to this day. In 2007, a new method of communicating about the game became popular.
Bask. People could fight in their player's own house, and somebody would find a way to continue fighting once outside. Once you can fight outside, you can attack everyone you wanted without them able to fight back. Oh wow, shit! So they couldn't even attack back, mate. That's bad. I remember hearing about this though when it happened. I think one of my friends told me about it. If I remember correctly, but I didn't know the full details about it. I thought someone just hacked. I thought they just hacked into the game. That's what I thought it was. But I didn't know it was to do with construction.
Popular. YouTube. Over 1,000 player-made videos were posted every day. Player numbers were rising. More and more people were talking about RuneScape, and there was an undeniable buzz about the game. It seemed like it couldn't get any better. But this success was a double-edged godsword. The community was getting so big that Jagex Systems couldn't handle the number of players, and the company began to drift away from its community.
With great power comes great responsibility, and the bigger we got, the more responsible we felt for this huge community. And I think we realised that we couldn't have that one-on-one relationship with all of our players because there were just so many of them. So we stopped treating everyone with this personal touch.
At that stage, we kind of then realised that there were lots of things we weren't able to do. We were getting hundreds and hundreds of thousands of reports each week. We were having thousands of tickets each week. We had 10,000 ban appeals each week, which we were kind of doing ourselves because we were banning so many players and all the rest of it, and we didn't have a kind of smart way of approaching that.
It didn't feel so much like this little baby of ours anymore, like it had got its own life. And I think the players and the community were there were different sorts of groups and different sorts of players that we didn't relate to as well, just because of the amount there were out there.
But one problem stood out among the rest.
Gold farming and botting.
Yeah, they fixed that, and they... I can't do it properly. I can't do the food thing. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Of any MMO economy.
A bot is a program that a player would use to run their RuneScape character for them. So when they're away from their computer at work or at college, the bot can gather gold for them, or fish for them, or fight monsters for them. All sorts of simplistic activities that the player would normally be doing themselves. A gold farmer group is an organised group of people who are paid to just get gold from a game and then sell that gold for real world cash.
Some call them gold farmers, others call them cheats. They are exploiting the fast-growing phenomena of online gaming.
Quite often, those people would be running hundreds of accounts, hundreds of botted accounts, which were getting all these resources and selling those resources to other players in the game, and then getting RuneScape gold, and then actually creating websites, very official-looking websites, where you could enter your credit card details and then organise to buy that gold from one of these gold farmers in the game.
For hours on end, they sit in the gloom of an airless outhouse, hunched over computers, pitting their wits against opponents on another continent. They are working in a virtual world, but this is a real-life sweatshop.
Really disturbingly for us, we discovered that there was all sorts of links between gold farming and kind of other illegal activities and really quite dodgy parts of business going all over the world, and we were really, really fundamentally committed to stopping it from happening in our game.
We had such a
I'm not going to say anything.
large player base that some of these companies were earning, millions of dollars. I'm pretty sure that some of them, may have even been building, a company with the same sort of revenue that Jagex actually had from just that.
You may be thinking, who cares? It's just fake points in a make-believe world, but it costs $60 a year to play, hours of time to gain power, and there are dozens of websites offering coins to use in RuneScape for a fee.
It was really obvious to everybody that was playing the game that these accounts weren't real and they were being run by programs, and it really started to upset the fundamental balance of the game.
When you walk up to 4 or 5 people and no one's saying anything, and it's very obvious that they're just doing the same pattern over and over again, and they're controlled by a piece of software. It's, cheating aside, that's just a pretty rubbish experience. It doesn't feel like a cool game with real people playing it, really.
All this extra gold sloshing around in the game means that the real gold that's been earned actually is devalued when buying stuff. So something that may have cost you...
It's something I was thinking about, because I know obviously Andrew Gower's done this with Brighter Shores, where he's done a way so you can sort of AFK while you're sort of offline. But do you think Jagex would ever implement something like that into RuneScape, where you could sort of do an AFK system, but it's obviously it doesn't take the piss, but you'd be able to do stuff without really thinking about it too much, if you get what I mean? Do you think that'll ever be a thing? Just in a way that, I guess that could be a way of, like, maybe combating it. You know, have it actually designed in the game. Nothing too crazy. Just, like, enough where people will go, do you know what? I don't need to use bots. I could just do this all in the game itself.
1 million gold pieces is actually now only worth 500,000, and this is really difficult for players to, you know, to kind of invest in their accounts, because all of that hard work again is undermined by gold farming.
I don't think you'll ever get rid of gold farming though. I think that's always going to be a thing. You're never going to be able to stop that. That's just always going to be a thing.
A lot of people left the game because of botting and gold farming. I mean, it really ruined the experience for gamers.
The thing is, I remember this in World of Warcraft though, and to be fair, it never really put me off. Like playing. It never bothered me.
It challenged the players to really search inside themselves, to value their own accomplishments and ignore what was going on around them. Because
yeah. It didn't bother me though. I know it sounds really stupid to say that, but it didn't. It didn't really bother me. Like, I know it could fuck up the economy and stuff in the game and that, but unless they really caught with something crazy to like change it, it's not. There's nothing they could do about it.
it was a very tough environment to play in when you were going for an achievement and so were 35 bots behind you.
It really undermines the integrity of RuneScape.
Another problem with this kind of illegal activity that the gold farmers were doing was stolen credit cards, and they were using those numbers to make accounts. And so when people realised their cards were being used illegally, they would contact their banks and they would get all of the illegal payments charged back to the account.
It was getting to the stage where the credit card companies themselves were saying, we're not going to accept your credit cards because you're getting so many people charging back because of the stolen credit cards that we think you're too dodgy a person to actually accept credit cards if you don't do something about it. And at that point we're like, I've got to accept credit card payments, and we really are screwed.
We got to the point where we were like, there's only two ways we can possibly tackle this. We can either A, start selling the items ourselves, because that will basically dry up their market, and they won't have any financial incentive to keep breaking our countermeasures, or we can do something really radical. We had one idea for how we could just completely break them that we didn't think they'd be able to work out, which is by restricting the trade.
After so many meetings and lots of discussions, we made the decision, which we didn't take lightly, to remove free trade from the game, which meant a lot of players could...
I remember that. I think I recall hearing about that. Because I remember it was a big fucking shitstorm.
Pass items to each other. They couldn't give gifts or presents to each other. That was pretty huge. But it did also mean that for these bots that were passing wealth to their mules, now they couldn't do that anymore. Those mules that were passing it to players for real-world cash, they couldn't do that anymore. It also meant that we'd affected player versus player killing, because people were going into the wilderness to gain each other's weapons or gain each other's gold. This was done in the wilderness, and that obviously made the wilderness a vastly different place.
Before the change, the wilderness was probably the busiest place in RuneScape, and then overnight that just changed, and there was all of a sudden just no one going there. There was no point. All of a sudden the most popular place became the least popular.
So you could still go into the wilderness, but it was dead. It was.
Yeah, I remember hearing about this. I'm sure you guys, when they obviously, I know they've sort of changed the things with Waldy a bit now, but I remember that being a really big fucking thing, really big. I think the problem is I think they were fucked either way, whatever they decided to do. Regarding the situation for that, they were screwed, weren't they? They were just screwed.
Supposed to be dead, right? There were bones and skeletons and demons and lava and all that kind of stuff all over the place, but there weren't any players anymore. So it's just it was a really disturbing experience actually walking around in areas of the game world where previously it was full of carnage, and then it wasn't really full of anything at all.
The removal of the wilderness was, I would say, the biggest, most dramatic event in RuneScape history, and it was unique in that it united a community against Jagex.
I don't know if a game could riot any harder than I remember those World 66 riots that were going on for, I think, an entire week or so after that update happened.
Goodwill between players and Jagex was never quite the same again after that, I don't think, or at least for a very long time it was not quite as good.
The problem is, if they I understand, because the problem is if they can't take credit card payments, then obviously there wouldn't be no fucking game anyway. So I don't think Jagex could have won. They can't win. They couldn't. Well, obviously this was back 7 years ago, but they couldn't win anyway. They won't be able to win because either way they're fucked. They're absolutely fucked either way. So either you take parts out of the game that obviously is annoying, but obviously you can still play it, or the game just disappears entirely.
We'd made a change that they didn't like, and they couldn't really understand why we'd made it. We tried to explain, but obviously it sounds like excuses, and I think a lot of people just thought we were making it up, so it didn't help things at all.
I think that kind of almost insular approach of, look, it is what it is, get on with it, meant that the company didn't engage.
I mean, if there's one thing I could change going back now, it'd be that decision in 2007 when we decided to get rid of the real world trading.
With free trade removed, gold farmers initially disappeared. Bots were on a manageable scale again, but the cost had been high.
It looked like, to a lot of players, we'd killed the game because the areas were less busy and there were all these people complaining and saying that they were going to quit. So it was a really bad time. And remember, we thought we'd done the right thing and it just didn't look good.
Over the next 3 years, RuneScape faced something it had never faced before: a decline. Player numbers dwindled, and the relationship between Jagex and its players hit rock bottom. It was time to make a big gesture, for the company to come down.
Let me just get rid of this son of a bitch. Sod off. Fucking bad bots. Fuck off. Piece of shit.
From its ivory tower and meet its players face to face. And more importantly, this was an opportunity to explain why it had made these dramatic decisions.
Good afternoon! How are you all doing?
We decided to do RuneFest because we wanted to do the ultimate community event. We've done a few small things here and there, but we wanted to have an opportunity to meet players en masse, and also to have a platform to tell players about what we wanted to do in the future, and to share with them the things that we were most excited about.
Yeah, let's look around the office. This is actually a pretty cool company with some pretty cool people. We're not trying to manufacture anything here, but we have to give the world a lens into this business. So we have to do a fan celebration.
Good morning, Gillingham!
We were worried that people were going to be horrifically disappointed that what we put on wasn't going to be good enough, and we were actually so worried about it that we actually made the decision to refund everybody's ticket price for the first RuneFest. So all the people who went to the regional RuneFest got their money back and still had the tickets. They all went for free, because we didn't want to let anyone down, and we still put the event on, but we just thought it wasn't going to be very good, and it was stupid because it was brilliant. Everyone went, oh, I'm so going to the next one. Everyone loved it, and we're like, why did we do that? Why did we doubt ourselves?
I don't think we realised how important RuneFest was going to be really until we'd done it, and once we'd done it, we knew that there was a real need for RuneScapers to come together. There's nothing better than meeting the people that you've been playing RuneScape with for years, to suddenly meet them in person, and everyone's in cosplay, and if that wasn't your thing, then you might want to come and meet the developers behind the games.
You had 70-year-old grandmas with 16, 17-year-old teenagers. It showed the breadth of our community. It was fantastic, and everyone was so happy to meet one another.
Just so you all know, I've got my Rune Chainbody now. I've got enough money together to buy it, so I've got 7k left over now. So we've actually got our Rune Chainbody, boys. Bash!
And finally put a face to a name.
How long did this costume take to make?
About 200 hours.
200 hours?
Yes.
Have you come a long way today?
From Canada.
Get to find out what they love.
That's crazy that actually people travel. I always find it really odd when people travel from other countries to come to the UK. Because in my head, I'm like, why? But then obviously we do have some events that are over here. But I still think America does better events than what we do in the UK.
About the game, you get to see that in their faces, and that just changes every update. You're no longer thinking about what the forum's going to say. You're thinking about individual people. You're thinking about the looks on their faces as they play something. You want to surprise them.
It just goes to show that the game goes beyond just the barriers of a virtual world. It spills into real life, which is amazing.
RuneFest gave everyone at Jagex a spring in their step. But Andrew was beginning to feel distanced from the game he had created.
I wanted to get myself in a position where I could still advise Jagex and still, you know, I loved RuneScape, I absolutely wanted to keep working on it, but I didn't want the responsibility and the stress of being in charge of something so big and so important. So I started looking at selling my remaining stake in Jagex, but it wasn't meant to be a radical shift, but it was just meant to be a way that I didn't have to be a director of a huge company.
He wouldn't have chosen to be the leader. Andrew always, the reason I even got the job in the first place was Andrew didn't want to be that guy, didn't want to be in charge. He wanted to write more code and hang around with the other guys, right? He didn't even want the visibility of people knowing he was the a meaningful shareholder or co-founder.
When Andrew came to selling the company, I wasn't enjoying it quite so much anyway, so I was reasonably happy to go along with that. So
that's interesting. How come he wasn't enjoying the process then? Do you think he just had enough of the fucking game? It's crazy, isn't it? Where you think about like three brothers obviously being the creators of it, and then it's like in a way they sort of fall like, you know, they fall in love with it, but then they fall out of it. They fall like, you know, out of love with it. It's very, very interesting. Very interesting.
Whilst I'd been quite stressed being in charge, I suddenly realised that when I wasn't in charge, all of a sudden what I had to say didn't matter so much, and you know, people were doing things not the way I wanted them to do them, and that was the whole point, of course. You know, the whole point was I didn't want to be responsible, and you know, I just wanted to be able to advise and help and you know, nurture the game I'd made without having to be so responsible. But as soon as that responsibility was taken away, I realised, oh dear, you can't have it both ways. Without responsibility, you also don't have the authority. You can't, and you know, you can't have one without the other. And by trying to make myself less stressed and reduce the responsibility, I'd also reduce the authority. And all of a sudden, I found that, you know, I didn't have the final say on things, and other people had the final say on things, and I'd made a mistake, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, at least you can admit that. Mandy, fun fact not shared in this document: there used to be a tank outside the Jagex building. The tank has been sent to Ukraine. Oh shit, really? That's crazy. I remember they had a tank before. I know I've seen them ride around on a tank and that in the video. That's actually really pretty cool that they used to have that. But back to obviously Andrew Gower about that. Yeah, like you said, he kind of regrets it, doesn't he? Obviously, like if I just let me just double check what he just said.
Whilst I'd been quite stressed being in charge, I suddenly realised that when I wasn't in charge, all of a sudden what I had to say didn't matter so much, and you know, people were doing things not the way I wanted them to do them, and that was the whole point, of course. You know, the whole point was I didn't want to be responsible, and you know, I just wanted to be able to advise and help and you know, nurture the game I'd made without having to be so responsible. But as soon as that responsibility was taken away, I realised, oh dear, you can't have it both ways. Without responsibility, you also don't have the authority. You can't, and you know, you can't.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it even I would know that. Like, you know, without the position of obviously having the power, you were not ever going to. This is something that happens to a lot of companies. Yeah, well, like you said, obviously the stress and that must have gotten to him to the point where he didn't want to obviously do this anymore. So I can understand. I could probably understand his point. Like, but like you said, he does regret it.
Can't have one without the other. And by trying to make myself less stressed and reduce the responsibility, I'd also reduce the authority. And all of a sudden, I found that, you know, I didn't have the final say on things, and other people had the final say on things, and I'd made a mistake, quite frankly. Eventually just reached the point where I just wasn't doing anything for Jagex anymore, but there was no sort of date where I left. I didn't have a leaving do or anything like that. It just sort of faded away.
I never got the chance.
That's quite sad, really. Like, you end up just sort of, yeah, that was kind of weird. They didn't really do a big thing for that. Very, very strange. Let's see it one more time.
And reduce the responsibility, I'd also reduce the authority. And all of a sudden I found that, you know, I didn't have the final say on things, and other people had the final say on things, and I'd made a mistake, quite frankly. Eventually just reached the point where I just wasn't doing anything for Jagex anymore, but there was no sort of date where I left. I didn't have a leaving do or anything like that. It just sort of faded away.
I never got the chance to kind of hug him and say thanks, and that was really sad.
After and
Yeah, that's a bit. It's a bit. What an anticlimactic way to fucking go out. Interesting. Gara, when he made his new game, he made a lot of the same mistakes as RuneScape 3, so I can't imagine he would do much different. It's easy to say in hindsight, oh, don't worry, guys, I would have done things completely different. But yeah, true. Yeah, you could always say that, can't you? The problem is you can say one thing, but obviously he didn't do that. But again, you know, obviously, he probably just wasn't happy with the direction the game was going. So that's probably just what it is. He just obviously wasn't happy. I understand if you're not happy doing what you're doing, like, then you're not gonna keep doing it, are you? But obviously you can tell there's obviously something there. So when did he leave then? What year did he actually like leave the company, like, officially? Because I know obviously he sold it off. But I'm trying to figure out like what year and that he actually sold it off. I know it's changed over a few hands now, the company. The problem is, that's the thing though, it's a business. Like you say, at the end of the day, it's no longer a passion project, it becomes a business. And I think that's when they end up they just don't give a shit, do they? They don't care if you're the creator, the CEO or whatever. At the end of the day, if you're going to get in the way of making money, they're going to get rid of you.
Andrew left, Paul continued to work on RuneScape. But things were changing. It seemed like everyone was producing their own MMO, and mobile gaming was looking like it might be the next big thing. The company knew they had to keep up and planned their next move.
The challenge was really, you know, how can we level this out, and how can we go and build RuneScape and grow it again?
I remember.
Maddie, wasn't in charge, guys. I had no say. None of the bad stuff was my fault. Only the good stuff. However, Gao was still behind, like, summoning and dungeoning. Yeah, okay. No one liked. Yeah, maybe. I just think he probably just didn't like the game no more. Gara gave up his control in 2001, but did have a bit of a say all the way up to 2012. So that could be make more sense as well, especially towards 2013 when they sort of released old school RuneScape again. Do you think maybe he was a bit against it maybe back in the day, so he probably thought, fuck this, I'm out? 2011. Okay. Maybe not then. Maybe it's not coincidence that probably. Yeah, that's interesting though. It's interesting.
One day we came into the office and someone said that they got a new way of dealing with bots, and that maybe there was a way that we could bring back the wilderness.
For me, it was clear like this is one of the things we just have to fix. We have to go back and say mea culpa. We didn't get it right.
Due to Modash, yeah, because again he was one of the veterans there, wasn't he? That's why old school RuneScape exists, because he knew. I know this guy, the one who was obviously took over. I think he's no longer there, is he? He's gone. He's left the company now. He's long gone. Yeah, I don't know. It is sad, but problem is times change, people change. Like, that's the problem.
And let's sort this out.
We decided to do a poll online where people could vote on whether we would or would not bring back the wilderness, and we made it very clear the pros and the cons of that approach. We had an overwhelming amount of players vote in that poll.
It's interesting that they did a vote on it.
Over 1 million, like 1.1, 1.2 million players, and I think it was like 95% yes, please bring it back.
And then it was a question, okay, would bots increase? Sure, they would. Were we bot free at the time? No.
As with everything,
the thing is with the Gara brothers, is just they just happen to get that 1 in a million lightning in a bottle, and that's luck, and he can't do it again, and he's tried. Yeah, no, I agree, absolutely. No, I always said that though about old school RuneScape. Even RuneScape Classic, but especially old school RuneScape, it is a lightning in a bottle, and I think you're right, and I've said this before. It's one of those games that it's like it's such a strange mixture, but it works so well. And I think because it's not that polished, I think that's why it's good. And I think that's why. And I think the problem is a lot of companies lose sight of that. I mean, like they said, they were looking at mobile gaming. They probably looked at things like World of Warcraft. So in their head, they're like, oh, well, people want this. And it's like, no. Your audience doesn't want this. That's why they play RuneScape. And I think that's the problem, because they try and get new people in, which I understand, but it doesn't work like that though.
With RuneScape, it was always a trade-off, and we could have probably continually keep building things out and delaying putting the wilderness back, but we decided just to go for it, put it back, put in place what we had, which was pretty reasonable, and then continue to build more ways to be able to stop the boss. So,
what was the restrictions? I'm assuming they might explain it in here, but what was the actual restrictions though?
That's what we did.
I believe Botnuke Day was October 25th, 2011. This was a day that we released something called, I've got to get this right, Cluster Flutterer, which is this program that kind of attacked the bots systematically. And it did a fantastic job. It knocked out...
It's Bitcoin and bonds. Oh, okay.
28% of the bots. I think we removed 7 million accounts on that day, which is fantastic. And that really kind of cleaned the decks. So going into the game felt like RuneScape again.
The biggest problem we had was that all of a sudden it seemed that our player numbers had just dropped. You know, so players were saying, "Oh, RuneScape's not popular anymore." What they didn't realise was there were so many thousands of bots in the game all at the same time. You know, it looked like we'd lost, a third of our player base in one go, but actually it was because these bots had been in the game and they'd taken so much time and space.
In 2012, Jagex made a fundamental change to their business model, the addition of microtransactions. Microtransactions allow players to buy cosmetic items and benefits with real-world money.
Oh, God. Mandy, free trade was based on the difference between the two traded total level, starting at 5k minimum value, all the way up to the mid 50k if you want to say. Oh, okay, so that's how they got that. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I don't know. It's... The bot is always going to be an issue, but the problem is things like this, though, is when it's a fucking issue for me. You know, all this shit. I hate this shit. I'm fine with cosmetic stuff. I don't mind cosmetic stuff. Cosmetic stuff's fine. I like cosmetic stuff because obviously when I used to play MapleStory, I always used to like the stuff in that was like cosmetic, made your things look different, made it look cool, unique. I'm fine with that. I just don't like the things that interfere with the actual in-game like mechanics.
Something that was always going to be divisive.
So the problem we were facing was as we increased our production value for our content, everything cost more. It took more people, it took more graphics, but all of it together meant that piece of content they used to make in 2003.
Mandy, however, in exchange, we've got a system which we could get back. They have the ability to lend items to another player for a fee or a small gold rental fee, or for free or a small rental gold fee. You could rent a party hat, blah 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 blah. Original owner. Oh, okay. Okay. So you could actually lend it out and that. That's not bad. That's not bad.
It cost 3 times as much, and we had to.
Well, like you said, they got rid of that though, didn't they?
Work out how do we do it? Do we not do the content, or do we find more ways to cover the costs of this?
You can't keep up with the Ozan.
The difficulty for me and for many of us at that point in time was that subscribers had always got everything. Anything new we added to the game, they paid their membership every month, they got it. And all of a sudden there was a bunch of stuff that they had to be lucky and win on a kind of little wheel. Or they had to pay a little bit of money for special bits of costume and things like that.
Yeah, this is when it starts getting a bit fucking wobbly for me. Way of security system or still exists in RuneScape 3, but also RuneScape predates it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, RuneScape 3, I think it's still got a lot of the shit in it, hasn't it?
The players didn't really like that, and to be honest, there was...
Yeah, no shit, because that's not what they wanted.
A real division in the office as well, because we are gamers.
I think I actually left the company when they started introducing microtransactions to the Squeal of Fortune.
Ah, okay. So this is when he was like, fuck this, I'm out. Okay, fair enough. It all makes sense though when you start looking at it. It all starts piling up.
Because one thing which we'd always publicly said to the players was that we wouldn't start selling microtransactions. So by them doing that, if I was still involved in the company, it sort of felt like it made me into a liar. I was sort of saying we'd never do that, and then we did.
May not be popular, but it was very necessary for fundamentally the financial viability of Jagex. It's people may not think that's important, but if Jagex is not around, RuneScape's not around.
For context, the squeal, or the Wheel of Fortune, has a rare chance of giving you a unique, sparkly apostle whip. Oh, okay, yeah, but the problem is, it's just fucking. I hate shit like that though. I just think it's shit. I don't like things like that. I never have done, and never will.
It's as simple as that.
Although the game had a...
Do you think they should just increase the membership? I think that might have been a solution, because I think people would have paid for it. I think they would have paid for it. The guy I'm sure has left. Yeah, I know he's gone. Yeah, I know. Michael Jackson has been removed from RuneScape 3. Oh, they have been removed. Yeah, I know that guy. I know that guy we just seen before. He has. I know he's left the company. I know he went. Just to clarify, everyone. I know obviously Mandy knows, but like, just to clarify, everyone in chat, this video is 7 years old. Again, I repeat, it is 7 years old. Not all of them, but some. Yeah.
Large group of loyal players. Large parts of RuneScape were beginning to show their age, and new players were turned off by outdated graphics and mechanics. One area in particular was targeted by Jagex as the most in need of improvement: the combat system.
It was towards the end of 2012 when Daniel left and I was promoted to head of RuneScape, and that was just on the cusp of the release of Evolution of Combat, so it meant I had a front row seat for the launch of the new combat system.
A lot of content in RuneScape is very simple. Even combat, even fighting a big dragon is kind of like, have I got the right armor, have I got the right shield?
Yeah, the graphics wasn't the issue. Yeah, I don't think the graphics were ever an issue. The point is though, I still think I think the graphics look amazing, like I've said 1,000 times. But however, I would have been absolutely fine with RuneScape 3's graphics with the same combat mechanics. If it was the same, so say like the same way that we're playing now, and if it was RuneScape 3, I'd probably still play RuneScape. Like, it wouldn't bother me at all.
And now I go and I click on the dragon, and I hit the dragon dragon hits me. I hit the dragon hits me. When we would talk to the players that were quitting the game,
the video just like predates old school RuneScape now, or is it in infancy? So this video is back from 2000, so 7 years ago. So it's like 15 years of 15 years obviously of RuneScape. So obviously this was 7 years. So yeah, this is way past it. Which I find is interesting though, and I think Mandy might agree with me on, and some other people in chat might agree with me on this, is that they were talking about the combat mechanics, right? Where like they didn't like the fact that you hit something and then obviously you just stood there and hit it. So it's like now obviously they've solved it where obviously you move on the tiles, which obviously to me is absolutely crazy that they didn't think about that before, because it's like it's a tile based game. So it's like, why wouldn't you do bosses where you have to like pick specific spots or move around and do certain things? Like, which they have done now, obviously, because it's been a long time, and obviously that's what I love about the new boss systems and stuff, because it looks really cool. That's why people like doing the bosses. Obviously, apart from some of the earlier ones, like obviously Obar and that, they're a little bit more like basic. But things like Scurious and stuff like that, like for me, like it's not a no-brainer, because obviously at the time you wouldn't be thinking that, but you know that's basically the direction they should have gone in. So I would have. I think like obviously I would have gone like, you know, obviously you know with this now because obviously everything you got the feedback from, but you would have been like keep new graphics, same combat mechanics, but we work on the mechanics to make it more interesting. Mandy, when old school RuneScape only 2 years old, so in old school infancy, Jagex, RuneScape 3 devs, management, RuneScape 3 players, all shitting on old school RuneScape. Yeah, well, it's because they it's because the way they were thinking about it, because they were seeing things like World of Warcraft and that, weren't they? So obviously in their head they were like, oh, like people want to play things like World of Warcraft. They don't want to play. They don't want to play like old shitty looking. Obviously, I'm not saying it's shitty, but like they don't want to play this. They don't want to play that. They don't like. Their mindset's very. They just had a different mindset going forward. But again, it's like you say, the people that work for the company, the people that were there, the new people that took over, like they've all got different ideas because their job. So the problem is those people that are in charge are not there to make a good game. People forget that they're there to make money. They're there to make the company money. So they're thinking of it differently compared to what you would think about. Like, obviously, gamers would. Which is fine. Because obviously, at the end of the day, if you just made everything for passion, the company wouldn't probably make any fucking money and it wouldn't survive. So I can see that. You do need people that need that mindset where, like, they need to keep the business going. That's why you have people, like, in business management and stuff like that. So it makes sense. But the only problem is, though, they've got to communicate more, obviously, with the people that actually design the game and actually understand the game. That way you can actually bounce off each other and actually end up making something that's really, really incredible. Those managers are all gone 5. RuneScape 3 devs team is tiny. Yeah, I have heard that the RuneScape 3 team is like... I think a lot of the old school RuneScape people now have obviously like got like most team members, I think. But then I have heard from... I think... Is it Matt Kay? I think obviously his idea is he wanted more people... for old school RuneScape, I think. But I think that was one of the reasons why he left, because I think he wasn't getting any of the ideas or suggestions that he had in his head to like do it. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Matt Kay was a special guy. Yeah, but he left though, didn't he? He's left a good while ago, didn't he? A good couple of years ago now. But that's what I'm saying. But I think one of the reasons, I think I watched one of his streams. I think he did mention about the reason why he left was because there was loads of ideas that they should have implemented, but obviously they just weren't interested, so that's why he just said, "Oh, I'm gone."
One reason was...
Again, I'm only just like scaly remembering. It might not be exactly those words, but like if I can find a clip of it, obviously I'll put it all. But I'm only just vaguely remembering what he said. It's not correct, precisely what I'm saying, but it was round about that. He wasn't happy with what was going on.
Combat's boring. So a couple of developers came up with an idea to make combat more interesting.
Yeah, I think he did say he set it up where he wanted it. However, if I do recall, again, I could be wrong. I do remember him saying though there was a lot more stuff that he wanted to do, but I just don't think they were interested in doing it. So I think that's the reason why he said that he's done everything he can, and I think that's why he decided to leave, because he works for another game company now.
Interesting by offering different sorts of moves.
You see, I don't mind the obviously I know these are old now, this is outdated, but like I don't mind the graphics though. I think these graphics are fine. I don't think it looks really good. I just think it was just the combat that just fucked it up.
Basic moves, and then you kind of build up adrenaline, and then you can do things like ultimate moves, which are massive, great big, graphically impressive moves with all sorts of swishes and cool little effects that are going on, and new death animations and all sorts of stuff like that, where combat felt like a more engaging, more immersive experience, and it was.
Yeah, the HD one. Yeah, I know about that, Mandy. I normally just stick to the ones I've got because I actually like the old school. I like the graphics that I've got now. But I'm just saying, if they did keep it that way, I would have been fine with it.
It's great, and it really worked, and actually combat was a lot more exciting.
We were worried a little bit about whether or not that was too much of a move. In hindsight, what we should have been more worried about was that players have become almost these kind of Chuck Norrises of the old combat system. They've become amazing at specialising and working its intricacies, and that kind of moved the new system, and they lost all that knowledge. I think that's what should have been our biggest concern.
It really polarised between lovers and haters. There was a really strong divide.
I thought we needed that necessary change. It added a different element to the game. We could fight bosses with different mechanics and different styles. The bosses can fight us with different styles and attacks.
It was a big change for me, and I tried my best to get into it, but it just wasn't the same.
Bro, it's so weird seeing him. It's so weird.
Game.
I did struggle to it, I think, because I'm quite a stubborn person. When you have something that you're so accustomed to and all of a sudden it's changed, it was difficult.
It felt very much like we've made this update, we can't scrap it, so it's gonna happen.
By that time, we'd got really locked in because we had 6 months worth of content that used the new combat system on its way. I think also we kind of hoped that...
Did they never test it then? I'm guessing they never tested it, did they? I guess that's the problem. I guess they never actually tested the fucking the system.
Players would give it a chance, they'd see it was pretty good, and they'd learn and they'd stick with it. And some people did. Some people liked it on release, some people tolerated it and learnt it and stuck with it, but some of them didn't like it. And
I do know a lot of my friends that still used to play it bailed on it. They bailed on RuneScape 3. They as soon as the Combat Evolution came out, they were gone. They were like, nope, I'm not playing this. They said, this doesn't feel like the same game. I'm not interested. I'm gone. See ya.
And for them, it was too big of a change.
You could log in the game now and you could talk to players, and you would have probably a
90% of people don't. Yeah, I did hear something. A lot of people did go.
50 split of players saying that's the best thing you ever did. I love the new combat system, and players going, I don't get it. You've ruined my game for me. And yeah, I wish I could go back and change that.
Evolution of Combat hadn't brought the growth that Jagex hoped for. Far from it. But it did give them the push they needed to really start talking to their community.
The thing that we kind of really forgot was what really made us special. The things that we did in the early days that the players really, really loved. And one of those key things was that communication.
With community management, we've done it badly as a company, and we've done it really well. And we found that happy medium. So we kind of took to Twitter, which was a new thing. You know, I started up a Twitter account, a couple of other people started up a Twitter account. So it's this whole new area that we hadn't actually explored. And seeing the success of that, we started, you know, created this ripple effect, and before you knew it, we had
the hatred, what, for RuneScape 3? Yeah, the problem is, it's just, I don't hate it. It's just, I think hatred is a bit of a strong word. It's just, for me, it's just, I just don't think they listen to the player base, and I think that's the problem. The Combat of Evolution specifically. Yeah, RuneScape 3. Yeah, in general, you're all about RuneScape 3. Yeah, I just think, yeah, they just didn't listen to the player base, and I think that's where they went wrong. Dragon, I remember the day they updated it, rest in peace. Yeah, well, to be fair, like, I just said that to Mandy. I said, I remember a lot of people that bailed. They bailed on that fucking game straight away, mate, when it came out. They were like, nope, I ain't interested, see ya. And they were gone. That's it. Didn't come back. The only time, obviously, people came back was when they did the petition.
CEO on Twitter, we had, you know, artists, developers, audio, everybody was on Twitter chatting to the players. It's as simple as that, really. It was a kind of turning the community around, was just basically talking to them, something that I think we'd lost somewhere along the way.
We started doing stupid stuff.
Yeah, it's because you end up becoming like because the problem is you end up going down the business route instead of actually being a gamer, like the game design route. And I understand again, this video is old, it's 7 years old, so obviously they've changed a lot since then, but like, I get it though, because you're trying to make money. No, it was some people 50-50 according to that manager. Yeah, well, Ash said that, didn't he? Well, he thought it was around about 50-50. But they're going to say that, though, because they have to. It's going to be... They're only kind of, like, doing that. It's cushioning, isn't it? It's giving it a cushion. But they should have just tested it out. They should have actually had two systems back up. They should have the simple combat mechanics and then, obviously, the combat evolution. Again, yeah, pain in the arse to code, but I guess it all worked out in the end, didn't it?
As well, like to try and, you know, show the community that we weren't these big bad meanies that they'd kind of thought that we were. We started making player-owned ports videos. I remember building a ship one week in the back of the office, and, you know, Mark and the team made a song, and you know, worked with the audio team on, you know, a song for the cow. And
yeah, I understand. They don't want to dump on it. They can't dump on it because obviously they put all that effort in. You can't turn around and just say this is shit, because obviously that's just not good for the company anyway. But yeah, it's a tough one. You can't win either way. You're fucked. So I think the best thing you can do is obviously just grit your teeth and try and get on with it. Your PR videos were forced off. Yeah, off it. Yeah, it's because they work for the business. So for that, then at the end of the day, they're there for the pay slip as well, aren't they? And that's the problem. They're there for the pay slip. They're there to obviously be in and out. Was it Matt K that said those PR videos were forced by management? Yeah, probably. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if that was true. I haven't heard him say that personally, but it wouldn't shock me if that was true.
And you know, we did all these things to just try and, you know, show that we were human. We had such a laugh doing it.
Thing is, I think maybe some of these videos that they did, obviously the PR stuff, probably were fun to do, and they probably actually did enjoy it. So maybe all this shit, like the wax strip, maybe they came up with the ideas. So that's probably why they had fun. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah. I completely missed that. What's that? What did you miss, Bask? About the PR shit. I think some of it is probably down to them. Like, I think they made some videos that they probably did enjoy making. I don't think that wouldn't be far fetched. But I would definitely say at the same time, the PR of it. Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. Manny's just said that. Like, obviously, well, she thinks that's what obviously Matt might have said. I'm not sure. Again, I'll have to look back at that and find. I know obviously Mandy wasn't entirely sure herself, to be fair. But yeah, I'm not too sure about the specifics of that. Like I said, I was out of the loop for a long time. So if you look on RuneScape merch store, earlier merch used to use the RuneScape free map for some reason. Sad. Okay, yeah. Well, they try to do. They do like a lot of merch stuff as well, don't they? There's nothing for me. Like, say, like a business, I think merch in that is great. I don't think there's anything wrong with merch. Again, if it's done well and it's in good taste, like, you know, make stuff that people want. Just ask the audience what they want. Do you know what I mean? They're the ones that play the game. They're your fans. Just say to them, like, you know, do you want like a cool, you know, design of like someone like a Rune Simi, or, you know, buying a GF thing, you know, like as a joke, like, is this what you want? Like, what kind of like designs do you want to see on there? Like, just ask the audience, because they're the ones that are buying it. Do you know what I mean? They could do the work for you. What do you want? A T-bow? Yeah, yeah. But like, you know, like as in the merch and the marketing, like, yeah, just ask the audience. They'll tell you what they want. They'll tell you what designs they want. What they want to see.
If you expect your team to be approachable, then you have to do the same too, and you've got to put yourself out there.
I think that I've been painted blue. And
I think some. See, now this is where in my head. So like when I'm seeing stuff like that.
Ports videos. I remember building a ship.
So like this, maybe somewhat caught an idea, but like again, it's probably like maybe a little bit forced.
1 week in the
again, I'm just speculating. I'm not saying this is true. I'm just speculating like what I think could have happened.
Of the office, and you know,
obviously this shit's probably been forced. I don't know. The problem is I don't know. You're never gonna know though, are you?
Mark and the team made.
Do you know what videos I think are probably generally honest, like as in like the most fun that the team actually had doing? It's the ones that you can tell that they're being filmed on a shitty camera. Hey, Abby, how we doing? Are you lurking? No worries, my lovely. Thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing okay.
A song, and you know, worked with the audio team on, you know, a song for the cow, and yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about the PR. I don't know. I genuinely ain't got a clue, but I'm sure they had some fun doing some of the videos. But I think a lot of them they probably were forced.
And we did all these things to just try and...
It's a job though, isn't it? That's the thing. I think people forget. It's a job. It's a day job. You know what I mean? They come in, they do it. Obviously, yeah, they do care about it. They obviously enjoy working on what they do. But, you know, at the end of the day, they clock out, they go home.
You know, show that we were human. We had such a laugh doing it.
If you expect your team to be approachable, then you have to do the same too, and you've got to put yourself out there.
Yeah, I would say something like that's probably like wasn't forced. I would probably say like, you know, not asked by them by the management. I'd probably say like this is obviously them just genuinely having some fun.
I think that I've been painted blue and in a tutu, and then as an elf and even a fish at various points in videos. We're just being a bit more fun, trying out new things as we chat away and give information about what we're doing to players.
I would say that Jagex has one of the communities where the employees work more with the players than most other companies that.
I don't think it's a problem actually like having a bit of flair towards like the actual videos and stuff. I don't think that's a problem at all. I wouldn't ever want a video just to be boring. So it is kind of cool that they actually put the effort in. I know what you mean there by the other stuff though. Like the stuff that you can tell probably seems forced.
I know of at least, which I think is a really good thing because it really.
Well, it's not part of the job to jump in a river or wax your legs. That is true, but that's what I meant though by you know, like as in like you know, like you know when someone's actually having fun. Again, this is just speculation. I'm obviously what I'm thinking about, but like I always find the ones that are spontaneous is the ones where they have the most fun. So like you said, them waxing their legs, them jumping in the river, they probably actually enjoyed themselves doing that. And I think that's fine. But you are right though, it's not part of the job. But obviously, again, you know, you're gonna if you can have a giggle and obviously enjoy your job, then you're going to, aren't you? But like you say, at the end of the day, it's still a job, and that's the thing I think people forget. Like the game that you're so passionate about when we, you know, like when we play RuneScape, obviously old school RuneScape, like we're so passionate about it. So it's like, True. Yeah. I know what you meant, Bask. Absolutely. I totally agree with what you said, to be fair, mate. Like, absolutely. It's just that, for me, it's just like, I think because we do our day jobs, don't we, when we come home, so when we chill out, we want to play RuneScape. So this is passion, isn't it? It's love. It's enjoyment. This is what we do to relax. But obviously, for them, I'm sure, like here, obviously, I'm sure they do have fun. I'm sure they enjoy it. But like, at the end of the day, it's a job. And I think that's the problem. I think people they sometimes have that little disconnect from like this. It's a business at the end of the day.
Strengthen their bond rather than being a
part of the job is team building, and stuff happens fairly often. Yeah. And I think that's fine. I think there should be stuff like that. But I think the most stuff, again, I think the team building stuff for me, when I saw in the documentary in this, is when obviously Andrew Gower used to have those jolly things, didn't they? The jolly achievements, where they would go like paintballing, they would go what is it like? They'll go to New York. You know what I mean? They'll have like meals out. They'll do things like they said. There was the tank one, isn't there? Like I think stuff like that is really cool, and I actually think that probably boosts more morale and good team building skills in general. That's what I think personally. But again, companies are going to do what they're going to do, aren't they? But everywhere's different all over the world, though, because like in the UK, I don't think we have really things like that. Like we have team build, like in a job, you'll have team building, which is like obviously a very like mechanical thing that they do just to like, you know, show that the company's willing to obviously do it. But for me, like when you go out, say like go for drinks and stuff after work or with a friend or whatever, like people from work, to me that's more like team building, because you actually get to know people. And again, you're not going to like everyone, and that's fine, but at least you can figure each other out a little bit more. But that's just my opinion.
Customer is more like interacting friends, making something great together, which I really think is pretty great.
They don't shy away from speaking to people. They will openly, you know, answer questions on Twitter and stuff like that. It's nice. It's very nice.
Players started noticing that we were just caring a little bit more again, and we stopped focusing our attention on recalibrating the game for a new audience and focusing our attention on making sure that the game was right for the audience that we had.
So we'd re-engaged with the community, but it was really clear that they wanted one thing, which was an old version of RuneScape. And we didn't know if this was even possible, but we felt that we had to do it because we had this huge community that was still enjoying the game, but we knew there was this old, lapsed audience that had left that we could win back if we were able to provide them with an old version.
So I went to one of my favourite people, Phil Bilby, not Bilby, and said, Phil, can we get an old school backup, 07 backup?
Eventually, what I did was I found in the back of a safe a tape that was just a little tape that had on the back of it just a number, which was 1989, and I guessed correctly that was the Rune day that the code was from. So that turned out to be August 2007, which was precisely when we wanted to go back to.
And he said it's all back, it's all working. A lot of the tech's not compatible with our current tech, but it's there, it's running.
We were really excited about that, of course, so we decided to put it out for players and see what they would make of it.
Depending on how many votes, depended on the sort.
Are they all gone now then? I'm still confused about the younger brothers. The younger brother's still working at JX? Because there was 3 of them, wasn't there? Obviously, I know Andrew and the other guy's gone, but is the younger one, is he still there?
What support we'd give it. And I think 450,000.
I remember this. Even though, do you know what's funny? Even though I didn't vote on it, because obviously I wasn't interested in playing RuneScape back then, I remember seeing the screen because I remember this popping up. Because I remember my mate who still plays it, he was talking about this constantly to me. Because he was saying to me, like, oh, you should, you know, probably vote on it and stuff. But I was like, well, I don't think I'm going to play RuneScape again, to be fair, so I'm not really bothered either way. Obviously, fucking dumb, because I'm still playing it now. Well, I got back into it. But yeah, I remember seeing this.
People who voted on it, that was just short of giving it a proper dev team, but because they were so close, it was only 50,000 short, we decided, you know, just give it a dev team, let's give it some proper support and see where it goes from there.
That was my ideal time.
I still can't get over Boaty. He just looks so young. Such a young man there. You never quit, you only take a break. Yeah, that is true. That is very true, Bask. Every single dev on RuneScape to this day says there's only one copy, and it was 2007. It just happened to be the one where they wanted to go back to. There's no backup at all for 2010 or just before Evolution of Combat. Yeah, probably. You'll be quite... You know what's funny? I agree with you at the same time I don't. Like, as in, like, you'll be quite shocked how probably unorganised. You find that highly questionable. I do and I don't. Do you want to know why? Because you'll be shocked by how unorganised a lot of companies can be. In all honesty, you'll be very shocked how unorganised they can be. And it's the same when at home and you do something and you can never fucking find it. It would not shock me at all if that company like lost a lot of shit, like during like, you know, transferring things over. I'll take that having to be in the safe. Why? I don't know. It could be bullshit, but I'm just saying that it wouldn't shock me though. It wouldn't shock me if they lost all the other shit. Because don't forget, the whole point is they were meant to move forwards. They weren't worried about obviously going back. That was the whole point. Mate, I tell you what though. I tell you what would have been interesting though. If you think they never found that, if they ever found that backup from 2007, do you think they would have built the game back up from the ground, but as in changed it with the right with mechanics, but obviously it wouldn't be spaghetti code? Do you think they would have done that out of interest? Because I do wonder if they would have done that.
Time when RuneScape was played was 2007. I was absolutely ecstatic for it.
It just felt right. Everything was perfect.
Syndicate? Did he ever... What? When did he ever play fucking RuneScape? Did he ever play it? Am I losing my fucking marbles?
I wasn't sure. We decided, you know, let's give it a dev team, let's give it some proper support, and see where it goes from there.
That was my ideal time when
Still can't get over both.
RuneScape was played was 2007. I was absolutely ecstatic for it.
It just felt right. Everything was perfect.
Oh my god. That soundtrack, mate!
The fact that we'd fundamentally gone to the heart of giving people what they want meant it was a success.
It was going to be a race with the high scores. Being
RuneScape entire data set is very small and tape is very, very, very cheap. There's no reason to rewrite them. It takes a tape to read and write, so $3 in tape is no cheap than paying someone to rewrite the tape or $50 an hour. Yeah, true. I don't know. I was just wondering. That's all. It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if they didn't actually have the specific one that they wanted. Because I wonder if it would have given them an excuse to obviously like probably again. It would have been. I think personally it would have been like RuneScape 3, but it just would have been the old combat mechanics. That's what I'm thinking. I think that's what would have happened.
a brand new game, everyone's going to be going for the top levels. This was everyone from the bottom, go.
The team behind it, as I say, was a very small team initially, but they were the truest of the true old school guys, right? Both from a programming standpoint and community standpoint.
The head of content came over to my desk to say, Ash, would you be willing to go to it as content developer for a while? And when he got to my desk, he found I was in the middle of writing him an email begging to be a content developer on it. So we decided we were on the same page, and I got my wish.
Beautiful. It was very much like a business startup. We got left for 6 months just to do whatever we wanted to do.
The old school team, in my opinion, are one of the best development teams there ever is for any sort of video game at all. The fact that they take like polls with the community and say like, should we do this?
I'm confused. I genuinely didn't have a fucking clue that Syndicate having the mug ever, the truest mug ever. Do you know what's weird though? Like, I genuinely didn't have a clue that he fucking played RuneScape. I genuinely didn't know. I thought it was more like the sort of Call of Duty and things like that. I thought that was kind of his thing that he wanted to play.
Should we do that? And the community basically decide what they want in it, and it's like voted upon where like time and resources can be spent. It's genius.
The fact we can talk to the players that directly sort of harkens back to those early days where me and Andrew would go in game and we would see exactly what was happening and what kind of issues people were encountering.
That almost like pretty reignited, I think, a little bit of what the early Jagex was, what the early RuneScape was, when it was just like a little family company. Because it was a little family of 3 that grew to 5, and those who really wanted the original experience got it, and they got the people, and the people who were making it were those same people who had made that experience for them at the time.
When Old School first came, I think most people looked at it and thought, this is going to be a flash in the pan. People are going to get their bit of nostalgia. They're going to leave. We've got 6 months, a bit of work, a bit of fun. You know, everyone's.
It's my personal opinion that they found a bunch of dates, 2007, 2012. They said, okay, give them the Old School, but purposely withhold the guy that shares the quality of life to kill it, or try to. You know what proves it? They apparently randomly, when they actually found the Credit Shades of God of War's dungeon on a tape. Yeah, maybe. I get it. I know what you're saying. We'll never know though, will we? We're never gonna know. And that's the thing. We're never gonna know. But hey, let's. In my head, it's like, look. Let's not complain. At least we got the game. And again, it's not probably the way that it's not going to be happy. Listen, at the end of the day, I don't think it's going to make everyone happy either way. Anyway, because I think there's a lot of people in the RuneScape community that I personally think are like. I think the community is great, but there are a lot of people that seem to be really fucking reluctant to even have the game even progress. Because in all honesty, man, there's probably people in the community that don't even want this version of RuneScape. They want to probably go back to the version where it was like 2004. I mean, hey, I have a copy of 2009 on my shelf if they wanted it. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. I think personally, there's people that want to go back even further. They don't even want this version. People want to go back all the way up to the point where there wasn't even any updates. They want it back to the point where it was just fucking the King Black Dragon or the Calfight Queen. That's it. That's all they want. They don't want any more. And obviously in my head, I'm just like, Classic has its fans. Yeah, absolutely, and that's fine. But I'm just saying, no, but if we need to grow it as a game, it's not going to survive. It won't survive. That's just nostalgia talking. Yeah, that's true. And that's the problem, though. But I do think people, there are people in the community, though, that are like that, though. They don't even want this version of RuneScape. I've seen it before. That's why I think they're so reluctant to obviously fucking even, like, change. Obviously, you know when we do the poll voting on like a lot of games, they're very, very reluctant to even like change it. They don't want this. They don't want that. They don't want new skills. They want the same. You know what I mean? It's just like, come on. Like, how's the game going to evolve? Again, yeah, you got to be careful because it can fuck the game up entirely. I think we are going too far personally. You think we're going too far with it? I don't know. It's like, again, I've come back to it so far. I'm enjoying the experience, what it is at the moment. I'm looking forward to all the new content. I'm very happy with all the skills that I can see on here. I'm very happy to see all the stuff that they've got, like new items and stuff like that. Bask. I'm very glad sailing got approved with modern updates. Yeah, you see, everyone doesn't even like sailing. I personally have grown fond of sailing now. I think sailing actually looks really good. But I know, yeah. Man, sailing should be approached with extreme caution. Yeah, and I agree. I think it should. It's the same with what's the new skill? Is it the necromancy stuff? I don't think that should be in the game at all. Again, but then people might argue with me saying that we just want the game to be able. No. It's like I think more about the combat evolution style, as in not the combat evolution. I mean, as in the combat system. I think the free system works perfectly. Like, you shouldn't mess with that balance. It just works just right. The problem is, I think if you add another one, that's 4, and it's just not going to work. But again, people might disagree with me on that. But I personally think things like that, yeah, just keep it the way it is.
Happy. 3 years later, the game is huge. You know, hundreds of thousands of people playing it every day. So I think that was the right call. That was.
So we had RuneScape, or RuneScape 3 as we were calling it then, you had old school, and we had 2 healthy communities that looked like they had real longevity in them.
This is so weird. So weird seeing him here. Obviously it's a long time ago. Very, very strange.
So though we'd had some turbulent years, actually I think overall through 2012 and 2013 we came out even stronger.
The community was more positive than it had been for a long time, but there was still one main thing that was still holding us back, and that was gold farming. While Bot Nuke Day had really cleared out the bots, it hadn't been able to completely get rid of the gold farming problem. So we had to think of new ways to be able to stop this, and we came up with bonds.
One day I came into work and someone in customer support had pinged me an email giving a really interesting idea that was based on another game that they were playing. And that's the simple idea that membership could exist as an in-game item. So someone would buy a membership.
Bask. I mean, the same with what's that? Valimore. It's new. It's fresh content. And why it isn't perfect yet, I will keep getting improved. Yeah, I mean, I think it should always evolve. Like the same with sailing, it won't be perfect at the start, but it will steadily improve. Yeah, I think it will. I think it will get better. It's just that I think the best way for old school RuneScape to progress is to do it slowly. Because I still think there's a lot of content in the game that people can keep doing anyway to keep themselves entertained. And I think that's probably the best way to approach it, because people keep making different accounts, people keep making new things, people keep coming up with their own ways of playing RuneScape. So I don't think they'll struggle, if you know what I mean, like with people trying to enjoy the game. Personally. But again, the only thing is, what makes me laugh though is, like, say with things we're saying though, it's like straight away, you know, for fat people are just gonna fucking bombard it. You know, like straight away they're gonna be like, right, bang bang, level 99, 99, 99. Just be like, just chill, enjoy the game. I understand obviously the ranks, obviously they want to get like say #1 ranking or whatever. I get that, but it's like come on, just chill. It's like a new skill. Enjoy it.
Package. And then rather than consuming it and getting like a couple of months of membership, they would actually put that item in the game as something that they could then swap for in-game wealth. So effectively, I'm buying a couple of months of membership and I'm swapping it with someone else for a bunch of in-game wealth.
We were quite worried because, you know, we'd been through some difficult times adding microtransactions into the game, and this was another kind of like monetary thing we were doing with the game. It's meant we were very cautious with how we launched bonds. We took a lot of care in talking to the players and explaining why we were doing it. But actually, I'm really glad it went really well. We've got a lot of players who pay for their membership with bonds. We've significantly cut down the amount of gold farming in the game. And I think both from a player and an economy point of view, it's much healthier overall.
For the first time in years, RuneScape began to see an
Yeah, bonds were very smart. Yeah, I think bonds are fine. I don't have a problem with bonds at all. Again, it's all in-game, but the thing is, it's like in-game money, but it's like not in-game like it's not, you're not buying obviously, well, you can obviously buy bonds and stuff, but it's like at the end of the day, you're like you're trying to like fix a game that has a problem in it, you know, in the economy with bots and stuff like that. So it's very, very tricky to like figure out how to solve this problem, and I think this in a way is a pretty good solution to some aspect.
Increase to its player base.
Listening to the community has proven to be successful for us, and we're not going to stop. And in fact, the more feedback we can get, the better.
We started polling the players on the content that they wanted. We had player visits in our studio. We looked to really improve the combat system. We added legacy mode, and we pushed RuneFest further and further.
I really look forward to what we've got coming next for RuneScape. I think we've gone through some tough years and we've now come out the other side, and we're now ready to really kind of push on. And, you know, I want to make sure that we're here celebrating 25 years and celebrating, you know, 50 years.
When I think back to all the different eras of RuneScape, I can see something timeless in there, something that's really special that no other game has, and that's what makes me really confident that RuneScape's going to be around for a hell of a long time yet.
Getting back to our grassroots and dealing with our community again, and you know, getting more of that indie vibe back in the studio. I think one of the best things about that has been reconnecting with old members of staff, and even this documentary has given us the opportunity to do that. And of course, the highlight for me is working with Andrew and Paul again. Like, they are genuinely inspirational people, and being in a brainstorming meeting with Andrew and Paul talking about this kind of cool quest that we're going to do, like putting them in the game as characters, was a real highlight of the year for me. It really reminded me why this place is such a cool place to work. And of course, we managed to get them to RuneFest. You know, the players love them. It doesn't matter how much time goes by, you know, they're always going to be the people that they want the autographs for. I think the highlight for RuneFest was giving Andrew and Paul the Lifetime Achievement Awards, because they didn't have any idea of what was going on. It was the last presentation for us to make. We managed to get him, snuck them in at the front of the crowd somehow. They still didn't really twig, and you know, giving them that award, that was my chance to say goodbye. I'm really happy about that.
We made the damn game, people! Come on!
It's hard to believe that the little game I started as a hobby has turned into this, and you know, there's all this big convention with all these people coming from all over the world has come from that.
It's like, actually, we made that one, didn't we? Yeah. It's just completely overwhelming.
The last 15 years of RuneScape have...
I still don't know if the younger one is still there. I'm assuming he is, because I didn't see him up on the stage, obviously, getting a reward. So I'm assuming he's still at Jagex.
Been an adventure to rival any of its quests. From humble beginnings in the Gower's kitchen to a global experience that's become such a huge part of people's lives, RuneScape has brought people together both online and in the real world. It's given people a place to escape, a place to meet, and for Jagex, a place to work. And whether you're a RuneScaper or an old school RuneScaper, it's been a home to us all. Now isn't that lovely?
The depth of the world, the functionality of the world, and the history people have as a shared experience in that world gets deeper and better over time. And that's where a virtual world that has grown and built over 15 years, I think, continues to have such amazing power.
I'm assuming part of the trade deal with Gower was permanent pay position for his sons. Is that his sons? Is that his son? I thought that was his fucking... I thought that was his younger brother. Son? What? Is it? Fucking hell. I fucking missed the mark on that, didn't I? Missed the mark on that.
I spent hours and hours and hours playing RuneScape. I was in clans, I made friends, I still make friends, especially off of the Twitch community for RuneScape. I get to travel and hang out with them in
Boaty, fucking hell. Sorry, my bad. It's 5 AM here. Don't know. Yeah, I think it's his brother. I think it's the younger brother.
real life now, so it's kind of crazy, but it's really an awesome thing.
For me personally, it was a great way for me to get addicted to a game, but not only that.
RuneScaper, it's been a home to us all. Now isn't that lovely?
The depth of the world, the functionality of the world, and
I don't know what happened there. It fucking seemed to went back a bit, man.
history people have as a shared experience in that world gets deeper and better over time. And that's where a virtual world that has grown and built over 15 years, I think, continues to have such amazing power.
I spent hours and hours and hours playing RuneScape. I was in clans, I made friends, I still make friends, especially off of the Twitch community for RuneScape. I get to travel and hang out with them in real life now, so it's kind of crazy, but it's really an awesome thing.
For me personally, it was a great way for me to get addicted to a game.
Is she a mod too? I don't know. Actually. I ain't got a fucking clue. Mate, I'm so out of the loop with a lot of this shit. Honestly, I don't even know what the fuck's going on.
But not only that, to meet some really amazing people through, you know, common interest in the game itself.
But the number of people you run into where they go, oh yeah, my kid's playing RuneScape. It's just ridiculous.
To think that RuneScape was the driving factor that brought me to college, that inspired my career, and then eventually hired me is just something that I'll always be grateful for.
Flipions! I've been earning revenue online since about 2012. It's allowed me to buy an apartment, and I basically owe that all down to the game.
Jesus. What was this, 7 years ago? He's grown a lot since then now, hasn't he? I don't think, does he have an apartment or does he have a house now? I could be wrong, he could still have an apartment.
You never quit RuneScape. You're only ever AFK. You play for the game, you stay for the community.
This is like a lifestyle. I don't know how to describe it. It's part of you, grown up with you. It has evolved, it has developed.
To be honest, it'd just be crazy trying to think what my life would have been without it, because it'd be so vastly different.
It's a game, but I'm proud of every single second of it.
It means that I have a fantastic wife and two beautiful children. It means I have a family. RuneScape means so much more than just Java on a screen. It's now part of our history. It's part of our beginning, where we came from.
I play a lot of games, but RuneScape is like right at the top of that list. Me spending so much
Still missed a chance by not naming their kid Oba.
time on it it's just that.
Oh god.
And I think it will always be a part of me.
RuneScape will always, and Jagex will always have a very special part of my heart.
essentially games are what this family's all about.
You don't have a day without RuneScape, do you?
No, if the internet goes down, that's a disaster.
It's absolutely mind-blowing to see how big RuneScape has become, to be honest. I think it's almost too much to take in. The amount of lives it's touched is unbelievable.
It's actually quite daunting to have managed to achieve something so big, because it means anything I do now, I've got a massive sort of bar to compare against. You know, anything less than absolutely colossal will seem, you know, small. And you know, I certainly hope that, you know, my new project and my projects going forward, I'll achieve something this massive again. But it's quite daunting to live up to that legacy.
There you go. He already predicted it, didn't he? He already predicted that he knew that it was going to be a really strong uphill battle. So at least he was aware of it.
Since I left Jagex, what I'm doing is try to write a fantasy story and finding another way to build a world and eventually give it to the world.
That's cool. So he's gone into like writing and stuff. I'm actually quite curious to see what he's actually written. To be fair, I'm like, the fact he's even like helped create the stories and stuff for RuneScape. It shows that he has the ability, obviously, clearly creating these fantasy worlds. So it'll be actually quite fascinating to see what he's actually written. He made £75 million in the sale. I don't know how much sympathy. Oh no, absolutely not. They made more than enough money. Both of them, him and his brother, like they'll be fine. They're fine for the rest of their lives. But it would still be pretty cool to see what they come up with. Well, obviously, I want to see what his brother Paul. I'm more interested in him than obviously Gower, because obviously we've seen Bright Shorts. Don't get me wrong, not a bad game, but again, it's not my cup of tea.
In the game, players are world guardians. They defend RuneScape from all these kind of evil forces that are trying to take it over. I get to do that in real life. Like, this is a baby that we gave birth to, and it's grown up. It's kind of matured over the years, and I kind of get to look after it. I get to make sure it's okay, you know, just like patch up its grazed knees.
Well deserved though. I'll rather see it for them than some AAA company. Yeah, I agree. The thing is, I will never have a problem with someone making money from a game that obviously, like, how long has he invested into it? What was it, over like 15 years, isn't it? So when did he think he left? What, maybe a year or two before this? No, he has everything. He has that. It's not like, I understand what Mandy means by the sympathy, but for me, it's like, he didn't get the money out of nowhere. It's like he worked at the company for like fucking forever. So it's like, you know, he made the game. You know, he was part of making the game. He grew the game. He put all the passion, all the hours. The thing is, there's probably a lot of sacrifice that he's done, like regarding, like, you know, his social life, things like that. So in a way, it's like, no, it's his money. It's, you know, well deserved to have that money. That's what you do. You put the effort and you get rewarded for it. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't always work. I agree with Mandy. Like, there would have been a bit of luck. Absolutely, 110%. There would have been some luck in that. But you know, they kept going. They kept pushing. They kept pursuing. And at the end of the day, you know, you get the spoils. You take the risk. You get the spoils. I'm off for dinner for 30 minutes. I'm literally going to be... This is done now, mate. I'm going to be going now anyway.
When it's fallen over in the playground, or, you know, tell it off when it's doing something a little bit wrong. It is its own self, and it grows in ways that we could never ever have predicted. And that kind of influence on my life is...
Okay, thanks for... No worries, Bask. Thanks very much for stopping by. I'm literally as soon as this video is finished, mate, which is nearly done, I'm going.
It's a really strange thing. It means that I never think too much about the future, just focus on the now and the people around me that really make a difference. Because that is RuneScape, and I think that's a kind of life lesson for everybody, really.
Well, there you go. There we go. That was the end of the video. I hope everyone enjoyed watching that. It was a very long video. I normally don't do things like that, but I thought it would be a little bit of fun to finish the stream on. Yeah, that is pretty much me done, everyone. As you can see, we've got a Rune Chainbody now. We've got Rune Plate Legs. We've got a Rune Mace. We're currently saving up to get a Rune Sword as well, obviously for the Dragon Slayer. We've got a couple of things here that I'm going to hide out after stream. And then that'll be me done. See you next time. Thank you very much, Mandy. I really appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by. Bask, you're an absolute legend. Thanks for the conversation. Dragon, AJ, obviously I know AJ's not here because obviously he's gone for work. But everyone that's been lurking, really appreciate you all. You're an absolute legends, every single one of you. Do you know what? I'm going to name every single person that's in here. Abby, I appreciate you lurking. Susie, you're an absolute legend. Space, always a pleasure, mate. I've got someone here called Nick Dibbles. I don't know if that's even a bot, but if you're not, I appreciate you lurking. Mandy, you're an absolute legend. Elliot, I know you probably can't hear me, mate, so you're probably watching anime, but thanks for the lurk, mate. Dragon, you're an absolute legend. Do not apologise at all, mate. Yep, streaming Wednesday, my guys, so I'll see you on Wednesday, everyone. Same time as usual. It'll be 5 PM. Big D's Blush, thank you very much, bro. I know you've been busy tonight. Yeah, that's it, everyone. I'm done. I will catch you all later. I will catch you on the next one. See you later. Bye.